kill, and then they just get pincered by Mad and ripped apart into a Baron. That is disastrous for Misfits.
Unbelievable. Kaiser's ultimate saving the life, and then just...
Well, look how it starts! Febby walks in, he's gonna do so much damage, like, look at that shockwave, and Shadow gets away with a sliver of health. Then there's the flash, it doesn't connect with the Taric stun, the Kalista ultimate comes out now as Razor's like, I'm late for the party, I'm here for the party. He jumps in, now it's about saving Private Febiven. Can they get him out? And then from downtown, the supreme display of talent finishes him off, while the rest of Misfits have now found themselves in such a precarious situation.
That CS deficit, the early laning, sacking, doesn't matter. Humanoids found a way to impact the game. Here's bot lane 2-1 and 2. Shadow's now having like game-impacting ultimates. Mad Lions, they take control. 3 dragons at 22 minutes, and I think they might just get the soul in a moment or two.
And it's just kind of these small decision-making errors from individual members from Misfits right now. We talked about Dan having a bit of a rough game, and now Febiven, which, again, it looked like he was about to flex on Mad Lions, that he was going to be kind of that hard carry. Imagine if he had killed Shadow there. It might not have meant the Baron, but it wouldn't have looked that bad. But just that split-second punishment has now really pulled the game out of their hands, and exactly where Mad want to be in their power spike with their champions. This is everything green light for Mad. Like, at this point of the game, they want to gobble up as much as humanly possible.
Frost, with this Baron, with this lead, and the way they're playing, what odds do you give Mad Lions to win this game? Pretty high?
Well, they need to win the next team fight. If they win the next team fight, I'd shoot those odds up to like 70%. Okay,
team fight's happening now. Dragon's gonna be in 1:40. I'm gonna live in a world where that odds, those chances are high. If you're an XL fan, just super quickly, if you're an XL fan, if Mad Lions win, XL have to beat G2 to stay in the race for players. If Mad Lions win and G2 win later, XL are out of playoffs and our top 6 are locked today.
And not to put a damper on the XL fans, I can hear them, they're getting very excited, they're very, very loud. I would still say, though, that I'm really liking Misfits' chances in this game. Their amount of wave clear that they have to stall out the Baron, which is why it's so important that Mad have to win this next team fight. This composition really excels at winning the team fights and then translating that into objectives, whereas Misfits' comp doesn't necessarily have to win team fights. It works really well in team fights, it's got all the wombo combo, but they could also play out into side lanes.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Mad Lions pushing the bottom right now. Aroma shoving into the inner turret. Razork will drop the Demacian Standard on Shadow's head. We are still 35 seconds from Dragon, but you can feel the tension building. Both teams have set their sights on that objective. Misfits cannot afford to give Mad Lions the next Drake.
I actually really like what Mad are doing with the Kiana. I did feel like Ender did that it was a bit of a weird pick, like obviously a signature humanoid pick, but I think it was because they saw the Camille, and Camille likes to play that side lane, and what humanoid is doing by playing, you know, the Peter Pan Shadow to this Aatrox here is obviously like it's never going to be a fair fight on a side lane. It's never going to be that 1v1 that the Camille wants. It's always going to be that 2v1 with how much mobility she has.
Yeah, definitely. And now Misfits, ooh, they're kind of split up Mad Lions. Let's take a look what happens. Now the barrels, that's 2. Ooh. All of a sudden onto B-Boy. The body slam caught him as well. Shadow trades his life for 1, and the shockwave whiffs did absolutely nothing. Take a look at Humanoid. He jumps in, snipes down Febiven. 1, 2 kills already. The third is going to be Razork as Denik is running for his life. He's taken out by Humanoid, and now Razork will get run down. That's going to be 4 kills to the Mad Lions.
And now it is just going to be that much easier. As you said, Razork gets run down. It's now the waiting Mountain Drake for Mad Lions, and Misfits, they had been so patient. They were sitting in the mid lane, they knew that Mad had control of the bottom side of the jungle, they were trying to be super cautious about how they approached and moved into Fog of War, and they just get absolutely blitzed, and again, everything went wrong. If they had just been patient and tried to wait this one out, got a better position on the Drake, they wouldn't be in such dire straits right now.
But Frost, didn't you say that earlier? It's going to become a battle about vision and who's going to control the information and then make the decisions, and unfortunately, also B-Boy getting caught by every single thing Shadow throws out.
Two things there. A, amazing done by Shadow to trade
Yes.
1-for-1 for the misfortune. You absolutely take that every single time. Also, Febby completely sombreroed the shockwave right there. Just wore a little
I
hat,
was
didn't
trying
hit
to
anyone.
find that word. I actually wanted to say sombrero, and the reason I ended up like stumbling over shockwave is I couldn't find sombrero in like my mind palace. It was just empty. Oh.
It was a bit of the party hat. That's what I was.
That's it. The party hat from Febbin ends up whiffing, ends up putting Misfits now down 4 dragons, down 3,000 gold, and it's been a interesting game to watch. But another time that you look at Humanoid, Kazi, Kaiser on their comfort picks, and you cannot deny the impact that they have.
I think Mad are gonna win. Like, if you, obviously you look at the scoreline and they're like, oh yeah, of course Mad are gonna win. They're ahead right now. But, like, look at their itemization. They've now got completed 2 items. There's multiple GAs in the pocket. You have the Tarek ultimate. We said it was so important that Mad, like, really had to snowball on that Baron to kind of fight in their pocket. Now they're ahead of the clock. The Baron's about to spawn. With these GAs, Mad are like, come fight us. Like, we can die multiple times and we can continue to throw it at you right now. This is kind of like the climax of the game. This is the do or die moment for Misfits. If they can survive this, then they get another shot at this. If they wash here, it is all she wrote.
And of course it has to be on Febbin. No! He's got caught up. This is the man that needed to make it happen. The shockwave animation doesn't even complete. Just caught up by Shadow again. A fantastic Gragas engage. And it needed to be the shockwave to turn it around. I think if this Baron goes the way of Mad Lions, that has to be the end. I don't see a way the Misfits can come back, and they're not even going to contest right now.
And the pick potential is just huge right now. As you called it out, Shadow is finding cask after cask from complete darkness. And Tangent's over to side lane like, guys, just, if we don't die, if we stop and just wave clear, just like play vacuum so I can even try to hit a tower before you guys are all on fire on the rest of the map. Like, everything is disjointed from Misfits right now. Look at how much damage he does to it if he's left alone with it.
It's funny, Schalke get the Scrim Room or Gaming House buff, and Misfits get the debuff. Maybe playing on stage, this roster performs, it steps up. But like, it's a different environment, it's a different mindset, it's been a break week. You know, you have to start factoring these things in, and Misfits, they're looking like they're gonna go 0-2.
It's also huge credit to Mad Lions right now. I was definitely a person who counted Mad out. I thought, okay, they had some upsets, they're inflated in the standings because of it, and we're probably gonna see them kind of take a back seat, and it's either going to come down to the wire between Excel and Mad, but I'm not super excited about either. They're playing this game really well and very creatively. And huge shout out to Humanoid on this Kiana pick. Like, it's obviously one of those pocket picks that we've seen him pull out. We know he can play the champion, but what he's doing with the champion and how he's applying pressure to the map, I've been super impressed with him right now.
Frosk, did you manage to hear me and Vedius in the previous cast? And I started to live in a dream world
He
where
lives
Mad
next door,
Lions...
Trevor. Of course.
Okay, fantastic. What is about this dream world where Origin lose a game to Mad next week, Saturday? And maybe XL pick up a la surprise and take down OG the day before. Like, Mad mathematically could creep into third, however unlikely it may be.
I mean, yes, it's always possible. We joke about this all the time, like, oh, every game matters. And then we're like, it'll never matter this time. And it almost always does, so, you know, what the hell do we know?
I would love it. Like, what a story for Mad Lions to creep themselves into third. I mean, taking a win here against Misfits is a gigantic step towards securing that 4th seed. We'll have to see what happens. Obviously, Rogue Misfits, you know, sniffing around that, but Misfits now looking like they're going to get dropped down. Mad Lions. And keep watching Shadow. Every time he swings around, no flash, but he's got the barrel and he can instantly catch someone.
So again, at this point, Misfits using that ultimate there defensively are just trying to survive, to stop the bleeding, to live to fight another day, because they're like, eventually, this could be a win for us. We just gotta find that actual team fight and find these core items. I just think that they're so far behind the clock right now that even if they get the miracle, like, wombo combo, like the Jarvan, the Camille, the Shockwave, it all looks beautiful, I actually don't know if they win that fight still.
Oh, I don't know. Let's take a look. 1v2 right now. Denix making his way. Arome is going to go golden, buying some time. Oh, the rest of Mad Lions are in the base. They've already got the inhibitor turret. Arome still staying alive. That sustain is insane. The exhaust needs to come down. I feel like without it, Arome may have won, but at what cost? Inhibitor in the top lane has been taken out. Now all of a sudden the inhibitor turret's in the mid lane. Mad Lions, they're pushing in for the siege. The shockwave hit, but like, what did it do? Unfortunately, nothing.
And that may be all she wrote, as Mad Lions can smell blood in the water. Here we go, one last fight.
One last fight, Cosmic Radiance comes down. As soon as I saw the Callista Tauren, I started getting nervous for Misfits, and they need to get nervous now. Mad Lions are 8,000 gold up. They're tied in a head-to-head at 9-6.
They want Elder.
And there is going to be the dredge line. Turns around, body slam comes out. Razok is low. Dan step forward, gets caught out. Kaiser steps in, dashes back, and Humanoid's got himself one. The third inhibitor is down. And Mad Lions, they're going to peel back all 3 inhibitors. It's 4 seconds to Elder, and that's going to be the final siege that they need to set up. It's been a really fun game to watch, but it's one that Mad Lions have felt a little bit in control over for the majority of it.
Yeah, super scrappy, very back and forth. Kind of started with those initial early dives, and it's kind of been blow for blow every single time, but Mad Lions finding the success in these team fights. And you called it, Trevor, there's the shockwave. It really doesn't do any damage, and it's what we were talking about a little bit before, is that Matt are so far ahead of the clock that even if he did land kind of like all these big ultimates, you know, you expect that shockwave to hit a lot harder. But since Febby has been so starved out in levels and experience and gold, as Matt just kind of springboards ahead, even if he finds it, it doesn't really matter. So this is the last stand for Misfits, is what I'll call it. They're like, okay, we either fight him here or we have to fight him in Elder. Like, you guys take your pick.
Well, they can't even get into... I mean, by the time they get to the pit, Elder's down. I mean, Dan's dealing with the bottom lane. Febby's need to back up. I think he's used all his mana just to deal with the supers.
Okay, boys, start loading up on elixirs. We got one final fight. Everyone, get your consumables in here.
I like this optimistic Frost. When we're in the studio and we got all the lights and the stage, you're just like, no, this is done. But now we're at home, you're in your comfy leather chair, and you're like, there's still one more chance. This is that chance. Shockwave hits, Cataclysm hits, everything hits, and it doesn't freaking matter. Mad Lions have eaten Misfits for dinner. The lion has destroyed the hare, and Mad Lions will sit in sole control of 4th right now. Thank you all for tuning in. Let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match you want to see by tweeting at LEC. And Match History will see you next time.
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy part. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
Against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wish right on the start, planet in the dark. Oh, 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 oh. We were there to talk, sitting in the car. Whoa. Speaking up and running away. Not much left to make us stay. Didn't know where we wanna go. Oh, but I would never care to know. Nothing left for us, city has no pulse. Oh, 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 oh. Got a couple bucks, might be just enough. Whoa. Speaking up and running away. Not much left to make us stay. Didn't know where we wanna go. Oh, but I would never care to know.
Hey everyone, it's Quick Shot here coming to you from my car. I'm busy delivering a bunch of extra tech to the shoutcasters so that we can get LEC back on the road for week 9. We're making the best out of a very difficult situation, and even though we can't be with you in the studio, we're so thankful that everybody is watching from home and that you are all sticking with us. You've sent in your chance.
Let's go, G2! Fanatic! Fanatic!
Excel Esports, la 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 la!
Excel Esports, la 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 la!
Let's go! Fanatic! Fanatic!
Go.
Your songs?
Let's go, Auditan, let's go, Auditan, let's go, Auditan. Let's go. Let's go, Auditan.
Shoutouts.
I'm cheering for the best strategic coach in the league, Misfits Amazing. Go Misfits!
I'm here to support Origin, and especially Alfari. I know you didn't perform too well last week, but you got hard camped. They're scared of you, you're too powerful.
I have a feeling Perks is gonna pull out some crazy picks against Schalke this Friday, and he's gonna smash the whole team.
Nemesis what?
Inflated your ego by filming vertically.
Hey, it's me, your legendary specimen. Former player now, turning to a successful team owner, Carlos Ara. I'll be watching G2, both 0-2 or 2-0, whatever gives the best means. And yeah, I hope you do the same.
And tweeted your support for everyone at the LEC.
Thank you for bringing the LEC back, so we can spam in the chat.
We're all in this together and so excited for the games ahead. So sit back, get comfy. The LEC is back, it's time to spam in the chat.
I want the LEC back so I can spam in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, Medi Betty, feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back in my life. I want the LEC back. I want the LEC back tonight.
Welcome back to the final week of the regular season. We are very excited to see the best teams in Europe flex their muscles once again. And we're also very happy to share this with our awesome fans. I'm Shax, I'm joined by Yamato and by Ender. Well, I have to say, that opening video did assault my tear ducts just a little bit. How about you?
I mean, I loved seeing everyone dancing, singing in the video. I see people spamming in the chat right now too, so I'm just glad we can get the LEC back on the road.
Very cute. I was impressed by Quickshot's camera mechanics there because we saw Carlos doing it the wrong way, and super cool. Good for Trevor.
Yeah, good for Trevor. That's the takeaway. No, thank you so much for sending everything in and for joining us once again. Let's talk about the competition. So, with those standings, we can see that all the playoff teams are already locked in. But of course, seeding is still left to be decided. If you missed it last week, our 2020 Spring Split playoff teams are G2, Fnatic, Origin, Mad Lions, Misfits, and Rogue. Sorry, I forgot them there for a second. I hope they're not forgotten by their opponents in the actual playoffs.
I feel like these standings have been very honest with us. Looking at the top 3 specifically, I think, in general, Origin third place is pretty much set in stone. They're beating down on anyone below them, but they can't beat anyone above them. Fnatic G2, very close with each other. I think as close as they've ever been, honestly. Fnatic almost winning those games against G2. It could have been either way. Maybe Fnatic could have been in first place now, but it wouldn't change my judgment. I still feel like G2 is the clear first. Now I'm happy that our standings are not lying to us.
Yeah, it is interesting, right? Because coming into the season, our predictions, like, if you would have predicted what the end of the season would look like, it would look very similar to the standings are right now. But there's no doubt that G2 are still on top of our league. I mean, they just continue to prove year on year their versatility, their skill as individual players. They go an entire split with Caps and Perks swapping roles, and they're still number one.
Yeah, that is true. When I see this top three, right, we have G2, Fnatic, and Origin, and as said, that is along the lines of the expectations, but how far do you think each of these teams are off the top of their game if we know that they are jumping into the playoffs the week after this?
I feel like G2 still haven't shown us their full form. It's a question of how much emphasis they put into their practice and how much care they put into everything. The key takeaway as well is the fact that we don't get that massive break. So I feel like a lot of the forms that we are seeing the teams currently in is what we're going to see into playoffs. It's a question of what cards have teams been hiding and also how teams interact in best of fives. G2, Fnatic are a known quantity in best of fives. They're going to be super, super good. Every other team, kind of inexperienced, and we don't know what to expect because we have new rosters across the board.
I think I'm really excited to see how Fnatic play in those best of fives though, because in the past it's been like the one style type Fnatic with like fairly predictable drafts. Now I think Bwipo's played like every champion in the game in top lane in 9 weeks, and the rest of the team feels like they've got pocket picks around there as well, so it could get really exciting.
Yes, it could indeed, and fun to know maybe for the G2 fans out there. G2 rather will secure first place with one single win. So if they manage to beat Schalke 04 today, which they haven't been able to do yet, so I wouldn't count your blessings yet, G2 fans. They would get top one. We're also on patch 10.6. This week and the next one, Wukong and the playoffs rather, but Wukong is disabled for week 9 plus playoffs, Ender, Animato. That's pretty sad, but still we've got a lot to look forward to on the patch.
I'm happy that Wukong is out because honestly that champion is busted.
Okay,
Other things that you might look out for is the TP changes. I think that's the big one. Longer cooldown in the early game, better in the late game. So early punishes onto top side can be huge. And on top of that, maybe Morgana jungle and Morgana super might pop in more because the buffs are definitely strong for her.
Yeah, let's see what the teams pull out. Now, we talked a lot about the top of the table, but I'm a bit bored of talking about the top of the table. Yes, you know, the LEC, our storylines. It's always G2 and Fnatic and OG, but I want to talk about that battle for the 4th place. It's going between Mad Lions, Misfits, and Rogue, and more than just thinking about who could get that 4th place, I also want to look at these teams and ask you guys who you're most excited about and who could do the most damage going into those playoffs.
I'm looking at Rogue first and foremost in the question of who will take the 4th place. They have an easy schedule looking up. I think Rogue as a team have improved week by week. They're adding more weapons to their repertoire. They are diving bottom. They're using prio in good ways. The key thing when Rogue are facing the higher end teams, when they're facing G2 and Fnatic, they don't get to show as much because G2 and Fnatic are putting in more small micro steps into getting that prio in the mid lane. They're using side lane pressure, they're using TPs. All of them have synergy in terms of understanding on how to create pressure. While Rogue, when they get that prio without resistance, when they are playing by the basics, they get to play their play style. I think the key strength for Rogue is the fact that they are improving, they are adding to their strengths, covering their weaknesses, and on top of that, they're also, diverse in their play style.
Yeah, but you always know that you're going to get, a good-looking Rogue on the day. That being said, I feel like there's not a whole lot of variation in their play day-to-day. They don't come out one day, have a ridiculous, insane game where they find an upset or whatnot. So while I do feel like they are probably our 4th best team on average in the league, I would look towards a team like Mad Lions if I'm going to try and predict, who can actually find upsets. Mad Lions, they've got wins off of Fnatic, off of G2 already through the regular season, and they have individual players like Humanoid and Shadow that will absolutely pop off and carry games.
Yeah, for sure, I'm with you. Rogue, not beating any topside teams, but for sure, Mad Lions, they are the dark horse. I think in terms of, higher end plays, mid to late game understanding, and also draft adaptation from week to week has been super, super good. Especially in the bottom side of the map, I'm really happy that Mad Lions was one of the first teams to play Kalista. And we mentioned earlier that there's not a long break between regular season and also the playoffs, so you don't have that much time to add more weapons to it. And right now with the Aphelios nerfs, with the Senna nerfs, Mad Lions is looking super strong because they have been the team that played Kalista and Misfortune, and that's going to be the big meta picks coming into playoffs.
Yeah, it's a great point, and it's also very exciting to see this lineup, of course, 4 out of 5 rookies, and Humanoid, who is definitely not an old school pro yet. He only has a year and a half under his belt as well, so it's exciting to see from them. They do have a hard week on the docket for them. They are facing Fnatic and Origin, and it will be the question if they can replicate those huge successes in beating those top teams as they have before. Last team we haven't touched on, and I find very difficult to read because after the huge winning streak, they just went 0-2 and are looking a lot more flimsy, is Misfits Gaming. What do we think of them?
I think Misfits had an advantage because they were playing through topside when no other team was doing it, so I think it always caught teams off guard. But now the meta has kind of caught up to them and they're kind of forced to adapt to playing through bottom as well, and this is something the Misfits always did poorly with. We had that one game where Caps was running it down and they got a lot of kills, and this maybe put them in a strong light, but every other game when they played through bottom, it looked very, very rough. And I think this is something that they've tried to work on in last week when they went 0-2. I think it's good that they're addressing their weaknesses already, because even if you're 4th, 6th, if you're going to lose the all best of 5 that you're playing because you're so one-dimensional, it doesn't matter. So they're addressing their weaknesses already. They're trying to play through bottom. They're trying to play weak side, top side. And I think that's a strength.
Okay, what I gather from you is most hyped possibly about Mad. Misfits have to get their plans together, and Rogue, you know what you're going to get, so we'll see what. Well, the playoffs are going to say a lot for that, as will tomorrow's match of the week, because the last scheduled game of the regular season is G2 versus those Misfits. They hit the Rift tomorrow in our match of the week.
It feels pretty fun to play against Biven. I've played against him for many years now.
And there's the death mark coming in. And will it be enough? The pop and Bevivin! But that was FLICKR.
The history between us comes from 2016. He's always been trying to be better than me.
Comes a play on a Faker, exhausted. Zaki away from the wall, not quick enough to slow. There's a flash to chase. First blood into place.
We both won the first 2 splits we played in LEC.
We both have an insane drive and motivation that pushes us forward in the competition.
2-1 and 2. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Jankos gets the kill. Perks, one more turret shot. It's enough, but the tower takes him down.
This game will be like better jungler wins.
We don't have time, we have another fight. Febby's getting dived in the top lane, Perks doing what he can, but Febby able to survive for the moment. He's going to take down Perks. He dodges out the barrel as well, and Jankos is going to fall. Oh, the stopwatch! It is for Febby, going to survive. Jankos goes in, flashes out, he gets him. Let's see if they go for this pick. Oh, great! Featherstorm gets him out. That was perfect from B-Boy. He escapes the first bit of the fight. And G2, they thought they'd caught Misfits. Misfits now well in the lead in this game.
It's my solo kill game. The jungler who goes first mid will probably kill. So maybe level 1 gank. Come on.
It's pretty important for us to win the split. Now it's a new challenge for us to be able to win the split online. The synergy between Biven and Razork is probably the biggest strength of their team.
The new EU talent is here to stay.
If they overcommit, the knockback into the wall, Mark going to try to pull it back, but Razork! Just give this man player of the game! Down this round, he expects takes the bait. He goes, wait a second, why would you do that? That's so it's not expect. You've been baited, you've been outsmarted, now you're stunned. The Galio coming in though, maybe he can turn it. The knockup's there, expect running for his life. Sidestep there from the Suwani, but no, Bevivin flash forward, shoots him with the gun fade.
Fabian's doing well again. I think that he was always like one of the better mid laners, but since he went to NA, no one really believed in him. And now he kind of did bring it back, and people still consider him like a top 3 mid lane in Europe right now. But I still think we should be able to beat him.
The Sank's already dead. Perks drives straight in, but knocked up by Selfmade. In a moment, in a heartbeat, there's the True Shot Barrage coming out as well. And G2 now have a man advantage. Selfmade jumps back in. Perks still alive. There's the Monsoon. Selfmade's going to go down, and the Monsoon just heals up them all. Reckless next on the menu. Only Nemesis left alive.
Last time we won against him, I think it's because he probably was a bit lost from the echo. I mean, I think they should ban it if they want to win.
All the top teams are stronger than they were last year, so it's going to be way harder to secure the first seed in playoffs.
We saw right there, Febiven and Perks on the screen. I'm so happy that both, Perks is back in the mid lane, Febiven is back in form. We saw in the B-roll, both players fighting against FLICKR at the World Championship. It just speaks so much about the history of these players, the experience and the levels that they can achieve, and I feel like we are approaching that point in time where both are at their peak again. It's always an exciting matchup to look out for. Perks versus Febiven in the match of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a great one. Great to see Febiven back up there as well. And of course, these are two of our playoffs teams who we might see face off in a best of 5. So this might be a little tasting menu for that. Now, let's take a look at our schedule and what that we have on the schedule for day 1 of week 9. We're kicking off the final week in style. However, there might be a couple of stomps around the corner, Ender.
Yeah, I mean, Schalke absolutely looking to put G2 in the dirt again. I believe it's been 258 days since G2 has taken a win against Schalke, so that one looking pretty lopsided to me.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be difficult for G2 to overcome that monster. And of course, Mad Lions versus Fnatic is the last one of the day. Very important one overall. Now, EU Masters is also right around the corner. And in the Polish Ultraliga, the teams are fighting tooth and nail for a chance to represent their region.
Jankos is a trademark for Polish League of Legends. But the country has much more to offer than just a bunch of incredible junglers. Taking a closer look at Ultraliga, the Polish ERL, we will see many talented players ready to jump in and take over the LEC by storm. The obvious example here is the whole 2019 Rogue roster, which was promoted to the LEC straight from Ultraliga. After winning the Ultraliga Season 1 finals, Rogue Esports club of Larsen and Woolite leading the charge looked like a strong contender on the ERL scene. Unfortunately, the team's EU Master performance was abysmal as the players couldn't get past the group stage. Luckily for them, a second chance to prove themselves was right around the corner. Come the LEC Summer Split, Rogue decided to exchange almost the whole main roster that was clearly struggling for the Rogue Esports Club squad. The split started poorly, with a couple of losses in a row, but once the team started feeling Finn as the primary top laner, rather than the last player from the previous roster, Profit, things started to turn around. Eventually, Rogue finished in the 5th place and barely missed out on a chance to qualify for Worlds in the regional qualifiers. For young players coming from Ultraliga like Finn, Inspired or Larsen, that would have been a massive possibility to prove themselves on the biggest of stages. Apart from bringing the Rogue squad to life, Ultraliga has always been a very mid-lane-centric league, with many talented individuals representing the role. It's not only Larsen that has conquered hearts of the crowd, but also Humanoid, who joined Splice directly after winning Ultraliga Season 0 with Illuminar Gaming. Poland is also a home to many talented players that have not made a big name for themselves yet. Looking at Chayek, a 16-year-old mid laner, we'll see a player that is extremely mature for his age, as he came in as an emergency substitute during Season 2 finals to help his team secure a surprise victory over Ultraliga favorites, the Rogue Academy roster. Ultraliga is also renowned for its production value and the fact that it is a stepping stone for many stars in the making, like Humanoid, Larsen or Inspire. So if you want to know more about Polish League of Legends, tune in every Tuesday and Wednesday on Polsat Games.
Take this to the bank.
And welcome back to the LEC. Of course, very important to hear from the Ultraliga, one of our EU Masters qualifying leagues, where Kick have already qualified for EU Masters and AGO Rogue will be trying to qualify in their later matches.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting to see who can qualify. The Polish ERL has been a pretty competitive one. As the video mentioned, we have seen some pretty talented players come out. from the region, and I'm excited to see what they can do in EU Masters. And of course, they did mention it. Rogue squad did get promoted up to the LEC, and we're going to be watching them play up again today. Rogue's main roster have obviously secured a spot in playoffs. Right now, they're playing for seeding Medic, and when we look at their future schedule, many analysts have kind of put them in the position to be that 4th place spot. They only have to go through, I believe it is Schalke and SK to secure that 4th place spot, assuming the other teams fall around them.
In the LEC, that is, because of course the bracket we have on your screen is the Ultra Liga bracket right now, which is maybe perhaps why you wouldn't recognize some of the icons. You can see Rogue AGO there in the 3rd round, winner of them, and Devils One will play up against Kick. But yes, as you said, Vedius, Rogue very likely to take that 4th seed, but they do still need to win out. They really need to take their games that they have today against SK, obviously, and then tomorrow against Schalke, if they're going to get that spot. And a favourable position when it comes into the playoffs.
For sure. Well, favourable. It depends on the
you get an extra series. I think that's more to having.
The top 4 is definitely what you're after. It's super important to secure that spot, and of course they will have to go up against one of the big 3 in the form of Origin, Fnatic, and G2, who of course already locked their playoff spot, but they still have to go through SK. We'll see if they're able to do it. Of course, Rogue are the heavy favourites, and we are playing on patch 10.6. which is going to be an exciting patch. We get to see some new stuff. Aphelios has been banned. Banned. That's not the right word. Nerfed. Aphelios has been nerfed, which means that he shouldn't be on the ban list. He should be lower in the priority list. And as I say that, he's immediately first picked by Rogue. So, as we can see, as I was saying, Medic, 10-6, clearly very few changes. The meta pretty much the same. No, the Kalista was something that I wanted to talk about, but we're going very quickly through the bans. You can see Kalista was taken off the board. I think she's very strong in the current meta. She's sort of risen to priority, along with the Senna and the Syndra banned on the side of SK, with Ornn, Pantheon, and Ezreal banned. And yes, the Aphelios does take me by surprise a little bit. I think that champions like MF should still be high priority. I think Ezreal should also be really high priority, but it seems that Han Sama wants to still stick to his comfort. But I believe the champion should be a lot weaker in the early laning phase now.
I can definitely see that. With the Ezreal being banned away, with Kalista removed, Senna removed, you are falling down that tier list of AD carries, so the option of, an MF or an Aphelios, obviously Rogue decided Aphelios was more important. SK lock in the Varus, Lee Sin, and Gangplank, where we're going to see Sejuani for Inspired, and Larson or Finn taking Irelia.
So it's important to note that Death's Dance was also changed on this patch, and there was a big Blade of the Ruin King buff on the last patch. Now, we did see Camille rushing Blade of the Ruin King last week on the LEC, and as a result of this Blade of the Ruin King rush, we're seeing some other champions return to the meta like Irelia. Now, the great thing about Irelia is she can be flex-picked between mid and top, so depending on the matchup that Rogue want to put this champion into will depend on what the opponent draft. But we know Finn is an Irelia player. It's something that he is very comfortable on, so my base expectations are that they want to put it in Finn's hands, but we'll see how the rest of the draft plays out.
Yeah, I could see that. I think Finn very comfortable on those sort of bruiser / dive the backline champions, things like the Aatrox, like the Irelia, and with Azir, Braum being banned away, Cassio being banned away as well, I think we're probably expecting that Irelia to go towards the top lane. But final ban here for Rogue, could focus towards the mid once again if they wanted, could remove another support from the pool and try and pinch SK's pool that little bit, but SK of course have first pick when we get out of this second ban phase.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I think that right now, Rogue is feeling pretty comfortable with the draft they have. The early blind Lee Sin coming out from SK means that the Sejuani could come through, and I think that typically Sejuani is a pretty solid matchup, because unless the Lee Sin has guaranteed prio in a lot of his lanes and gets assistance with the invade, it's very easy for a Sejuani to escape and maybe even out-duel the Lee Sin in some situations, depending on her health state. So I think that the Sejuani pick is good. It offers scaling, offers engage. You can kind of see from Rogue's lineup that they actually have a pretty solid mid to late game with their current setup. SK have a little bit more early game power, especially with this Varus Thresh that they've drafted for themselves. And I think that this is already setting up for SK to try and play through their bot lane, try and play through Crown Shot, who has been one of the standout performers of the split.
Oh, lock it in. This is Maokai support, Betty. This is Maokai support.
I don't think it is. I think
no. It's either Maokai or Set. Okay, 100%. Right?
I think it's Set support.
I have been seeing a lot of Maokai support recently, and it is flipping annoying to play against because you can't poke it out of lane because it has sap magic and it just heals up the entire time. It has instant lockdown. It has follow up for something like a Sejuani. I would love Maokai support here. I think it works just as well. And if you're willing to take Set into Gangplank in the top lane and try and harass the Gangplank down, that's actually a good lane for the Set as well. Rogue they could have gone 5-head. They could have totally big brained this draft.
Well, let's see.
If it's not Maokai support, I'm going to be so sad.
I think right now the Irelia is going mid. I think, of course, top and support can be swapped, right? I was speaking to Odoamne at length about the Maokai, and right now pros think that Maokai is actually really good, just in general. They think it's a pretty safe blind pick, because it can be flexed into multiple roles. The roles I heard was mainly top and mid. I hadn't heard them talk a lot about support, but that's not to say that it can't go in that position.
So me in Diamond 4 is like
we see all kinds of crazy stuff appear in pro play medic, so I'm not going to count it out yet. But given that we had just past the 20 seconds, now I can. So, unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing any Maokai support medic. But we can talk a little bit about why Maokai is good into Gangplank. And it's really interesting because when I was speaking to Odo, I think that in many ways, Maokai can actually...
I'm going to take over from you there, Vedi, for a second because there were... things happening. So, yes, Maokai can be very good. Obviously, in the top lane, you can harass down something like a Gangplank. Even if you take some damage, you heal up with your sap magic. So that top lane 1v1 is actually okay for the Maokai. And having the lockdown when you can follow it up with something like a Sejuani makes things a lot easier for ganking. You can actually shut down a Gangplank quite effectively in the early game and stop him getting towards the Trinity Forces, the Infinity Edge, these big power spikes that you want for a Gangplank. The rest of the lineup, though, I like the LeBlanc mid for SK. I think that can do a lot of damage as well. But I wonder whether SK, who early on in the draft we said wanted to play through their bottom lane, will be able to actually get ahead against something like a Set support who is very good at healing up, especially against the poke of something like Varus. I believe
Medic,
that Ender
you're
is going
saying
to join me.
so many
buddy.
great things right now, Medic. I would love if you could continue to break down the Maokai support for me, even though that's not being played. I just know you and Vedius were having a lengthy discussion about that earlier. No?
I'll talk to you about it now if you want. But I was waiting for the cool intro graphics we have there, Ender.
Yeah,
Sorry, I wasn't deliberately ignoring you. I will say my final thing about Maokai support. It's fun to play. You should definitely play it. If you enjoy engage supports, Maokai support, people aren't expecting it, and it's really good. And it's got long range engage, and it's really fun.
But can I please tell you about Maokai Jungle? Because that is also very, very fun.
Well, you can't, because I brought it up when it could have been a thing, and Maokai Jungle isn't going to happen in this game. So talk to me about these comps, because I was discussing with Benchius, Lagius.
Lagius, yes.
He left, yeah. How do you feel these compositions are going to work here? Because, of course, Rogue are still, contending for something, whereas SK, this is very much a game for pride for them.
So right now, I'm sort of trying to unpack everything going on because Rogue's comp is really interesting to me. They have tons of CC, like point and click CC as well, right? With like Settle plus Maokai, and like a really beefy frontline too. So their team fighting, I think, can be really, really exciting. Come mid game, they can force a lot, but SK have early game power, and that's what we're already seeing them go for this invade.
Yeah, they're trying to get in here, steal away the red buff if they can. There's a ward now down. Hans Summer trying to trade in as the red buff will reset, and I think SK will have to just be happy that they slowed down Inspired's path early on.
Oh, Inspired actually leaving the red buff there. Actually, I can't quite tell. He may have gone back
I think he's just leeched around the corner.
Yeah, but Trick is going to be slowed down here, which is a bit unfortunate for him, because I was thinking with this Lee Sin, you can try to take over, especially around mid lane in the early levels. LeBlanc offers so much gank setup for you, and especially versus the opponent being a melee mid laner, she's always going to have to like overextend to Everlast Hit on this Aurelia. So I'm sort of looking around this mid lane for Trick to get things done, but that may be hard since he's only cleared one camp in the first 2.5 minutes of the game, and there's a ward on that top side of the mid lane which will spot him if he comes there after red.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be quite hard for Trick to get a good gank off I was watching part of the Misfits pre-show earlier before the LEC started, and they were talking about Trick, and it's like, he used to have hands, right? This is quoting them. He used to have really good hands, and they just seem to have disappeared recently. And something like Elysian as a champion, you really need to have hands to master. So we'll see if he's found his hands again, or if he's going to struggle against Inspire. This is a nice little pass from him, getting in here, looking to steal away the blue.
The thing is, Inspired should tick over to level 3 after finishing off Gromp, so if you were to run into Lee Sin with red buff, I think you would win. But Trick has Smite, so he should be able to pick this one up. Still won't be level 3 himself, because he didn't include Krugs or Grump in his initial clear, but it looks to me like he's going to be going for a double Scuttle Crab path, which means that he's going to tick over to level 4 faster than Inspired. That's basically what that means if he goes for that, because Scuttle Crabs give you more EXP than like the base camps like a Wolf or a Wraith or even the buffs themselves, as he comes into mid lane for a quick second here, just trying to make sure he can get down into the river. But because he hasn't cleared any of his own camps yet, that are going to be respawning, like, they're not going to respawn, they're not going to be leveling up, so his next clear is going to give him significantly less EXP. So now I feel like you actually need to get something done with that quicker level 4, otherwise I'm going to be like, well, there's a Sejuani that's scaling up going towards 6, she's going to be pretty fine with that sort of a setup.
It's definitely the thing, it's the cost benefit of, can I take my camps, do I want to get them leveling up quicker, or do I look for early plays? And of course, Lee Sin, a master of early plays, very good at getting into the lane. You can see the facebreaker here from Vando. He gets hooked up with the death sentence. Haymaker comes out and Limit flashes away. A sizable CS lead being built up here for Crownshot and Limit, but the Thresh there having to burn a summoner will make it a bit harder for him to lane against Vander now, because Vander can always just flash in and get the stun off on the set.
Yeah, I mean, you see why set support is considered strong by a lot of pro players too, right there. Whenever you go for these, all-in type of plays, he gets so much value. When 2 people hit him, when he goes for that big W, like, that's going to be a ton of true damage if he lines that one up. And also, he just can't get poked out of lane. Because of his passive that gives him so much innate health regen, the lower he gets, you're just not going to really be able to force him away. So he's going to be able to take trades like that, also soak up minion waves, freeze it in front of the tower, like you're sort of seeing Rogue go for now, and it gives you a lot of ability to control the wave.
Definitely does. I gotta see how it develops from here, because early on, like, we've seen back and forth in different lanes. There's a slight CS lead for Crownshot in that bottom lane, slight CS lead for Sakurai in the top lane, who hasn't really been harassed by Finn too much. Haven't seen Inspired on the top side of the map, as he was forced away from his blue early on, but overall, I think Rogue are very happy with how this game's playing out. Trick has gone double longsword alongside his machete instead of going up towards the skirmisher saber early on. Inspired has got himself a Balmy Cinder, so that Sejuani clear is going to be a lot easier now. The Immolate passive, of course, introduced on 10.4, makes it so much easier for someone like a Sejuani to clear out that jungle rapidly.
Yeah. Okay, so Medic, I have a riddle for you, okay? A bit of a question. What do Vedius and EU West both have in common? Answer the question.
They're both prone to crash.
Yeah. Now, what is the difference between Vedius and EU West?
Vedius is back online.
Vedius comes back online. Welcome to the cast, Vedius.
What's up, friends? It's me, your boy Vedius. How's it going?
Thank you very much, Ender, for joining us, mate. I'll see you later. Welcome back, Vedius.
My router restarted. I don't know why. It just decided I need a break, but we're good. We're good.
It's practicing social distancing. You were getting too close,
Vedius. Catch me up. What is
so basically not too much has happened. Ender said a lot about jungle pathing, but really it hasn't.
Okay.
Nothing important happened there. So he was very, very, very adamant that Trick is now behind, which he is by half a level because he didn't clear his starting camps, but we'll see if it actually makes anything happen. We do see Larson going towards the Blade of the Ruin King, so that was interesting. Yeah.
So, I mean, this is what I wanted to talk about in Champion Select, which is that the Blade of the Ruin King rush is a large part of what's brought Aurelia back into the meta. We talked about how she can be a pretty effective flex pick. And the other thing that I was talking about just as I got cut off was that Oroamne was talking to me a lot about Maokai top lane, especially into Gangplank. And he believes that when you get back into lane with things like a Balmy Cinder, you actually actually start to win that 1v1 matchup. And we actually got to see a bit of a skirmish between the two in the top lane. You could see how this Maokai was actually bullying out the GP, and this first item kind of really makes the 1v1 so much more difficult. But we can't focus on the top lane right now. We've got to talk about this bot lane. You can see the LeBlanc was hovering around. The GP has also hit level 6, so the ulti is available. Will SK actually look to execute the dive here?
Now, Vander has his flash and his ignite. Sentry goes down. They're looking for the damage on to Vander. Haymaker comes out. And Limit is chunked out once again. Here come Inspired and Larson. They're running down. Control Ward is out. Looking for the slows, but of course Inspired can't be slowed. That passive doing a lot of work for the Sejuani. He flashes forward, but Limit able to escape the hook. Not quite going to connect. Larson jumping in, straight dives onto the backline and is exhausted. 2 turret shots will be enough to make it a 1-for-1.
So that was a bit of an overforce coming out from the side of Rogue. Double flash invested from both Inspired and Larson. Now they did get the kill onto Larson, which is always going to be great for this Aurelia, but it was at the cost of giving Crown Shot a kill in return. So no real gains made for Rogue in that situation. And as we look back at this replay, you'll see that the initial hook coming out from Limit does go wide, which means that Handsummer doesn't get punished. They're not quite able to stun Limit underneath the tower. Of course, Vander isn't quite able to connect the second part of his E on the other side. Then Inspired comes in. You can see that as he uses the first part of his W, he's trying to connect it onto Limit, but a good sidestep there from Limit allows him to avoid that setup. And now you just see Larson hard committing to the play. He misses his stun onto both Trick and Crown Shot as well, going a little bit short. So a couple of execution errors there coming out from the side of Rogue, and it ends up being a 1-for-1 overall. And you can actually see that SK sit with the gold lead for the time being.
Yeah, you can see actually FLICKR got some free time there up in the top lane. He's about 500 gold ahead of Finn now because he was able to take 2 plates and get some free damage as Finn went down towards the middle lane to try and hold. SK have already got the Inferno Drake here ready, which is why they can challenge this Rift Herald. Rogue rotated both Handsummer and Vander around that objective, but unable to secure it right now. And it's actually a strong lead for SK. Look at that CS difference in the AD carry. It's like you've got a Blade of the Ruin King on its way for Crown Shot. And although it wasn't buffed for ranged champions, it's still a strong item when you look at a Sejuani and a Maokai who are trying to run you down.
And we're actually seeing the Aphelios nerfs come through here, because one of the big nerfs, or the goals of the nerfs for Aphelios was to try and reduce the strengths of his early laning phase, and that's really hurt his ability to 2v2, of course, when paired up with the set as well. Handsummer is in a lot of trouble.
Has to flash away.
He does, and now he's alive.
He does, yeah. I was expecting you to go back to your point. Usually when something like that happens and nothing happens from it, you just go back to talking about whatever you were talking about.
Alright, so carrying on with that
paired up with the set.
Yeah, paired up with the set, you obviously don't have a huge amount of lane pressure because you're at a range disadvantage. And I think that Crown Shot and Limit have done a great job of utilizing that range advantage to try and build this CS lead. And then, of course, getting that kill off the back of it has only made this gap worse. Now, of course, Handsummer will still have a scaling value with the Aphelios. The primary goal of the nerfs was to hurt the laning phase, so it's not like he does 0 damage in the late game, but for the early to mid game portion, especially once that Blade of the Ruin King is completed, SK is going to feel very comfortable and very powerful as we enter that 15-minute mark.
Finn taking the bad side of a trade here with trade with Sakre. Sakre gets the Executioner's calling early on. He's also got a Sheen off that extra gold you got. And I remember you were talking about this earlier, Vedius, and how you discussed with Oduwamne and Finn, on the Maokai should start winning trades. And that's all well and good, in my opinion. I understand that. That's cool.
Yeah.
But winning trades versus killing a Gangplank, those are two different things, right? And
yes,
if you're not killing the Gangplank or really putting him far behind, it's still Gangplank. He's still but scale incredibly well.
But so does Maokai, and that's the important thing, because when you sit there and think about what tanks offer in the current meta, you'd think that their damage isn't that strong. With the Balmy Cinder change and with the Sunfire Cape changes, there's a lot of additional damage that now comes out of tanks. And you've also got to take into consideration how much crowd control Maokai offers. And the great thing about Maokai is he can also build a Randuin's Omen. So the full crit builds that you normally see from top laners like Gangplank gets heavily mitigated by going for that Randuin's Omen. Which means that, at least when you speak to Oduwamne, he tells me that he thinks in certain situations that Maokai can actually outscale the GP and just offer overall to the game. And I think this is a situation where, just due to the sheer amount of utility, we can see a situation like that. The problem that Rogue have to think about is how they're going to manage this 1-3-1 option that SK have, especially if this LeBlanc and GP get too strong.
Engage is going to happen here for Lee Sin that's caught up, knocked back with the showstopper, and Trick will go down. They're trying to get the eye of the Rift Herald, and Genex will pick it up and jump out the back of the pit. The Cats are chasing down here, though, and Limit will be caught out. He's going to fall as well, you have to feel. Finn takes the kill. That long-range engage tool from the Nature's Grasp paying off.
Utility, Medic. Utility. That's what's so great about Maokai, right? Like, honestly, I am a big fan of Maokai. I love this champion. I know many people think he's boring and not that fun to watch, but I love watching him because I think that he can do so much. His damage is surprisingly high, but it's all about the utility. His Q, his W, his ultimate, it just has so much setup. It has so many options. You can engage from the flank. You can engage from the front. You can engage from wherever you want just because of how versatile his kit is. And I think it makes it so easy for you to team fight, but it also gives a lot of setup for champions like Aurelia as well. Those champions that rely on that crowd control to close the gap, to stay onto those carries that they're trying to shut down.
Betty, Larsen's gonna die. Larsen's gonna die. He didn't realize that FLICKR was waiting in the bush. He's trying to dodge around here, but there's really nowhere for him to go. And SK, they baited him in, and then they sprung the trap.
Yeah, I mean, SK is playing very well right now. They are making Rogue sweat for this, and a lot of it has come down to the early laning phase, and while the kills are in favor of Rogue, a lot of the objectives have been going over to SK, the early Infernal, the early Rift Herald. Now, Rogue is in a good position to secure themselves first tower. Ooh, they've actually invested the GP teleport up towards the top side. Genex.
Genex, that's not where you want to be. He jumps back, but he's going to get locked up with the permafrost. Jumping into a ward when you're on a ward.
He didn't know he was on a ward. He didn't know.
Yeah, but like, you have to expect those people waiting in that. Like, if you don't see them, do you want to jump in? Especially against a set who has instantaneous lockdown.
Yeah, and I mean Sejuani was also there.
Yeah.
So a little unfortunate. Both mid laners giving up their life there when they didn't need to. But the idea was promising from Sakurai. He was TPing to top lane to keep the tower alive to then set up the collapse with Genex. But of course Genex springs the trap a little too early, ends up losing his life. The bright side for SK is they got the Mountain Drake and they actually secured first tower in the bot lane. So they're sitting with an even gold between the two teams right now, and they still have an advantage bot lane. The GP yet to complete the Trinity Force, but I think that Maokai is going to start winning these 1v1 trades against the Maokai, against the GP. He's going to need at least a Trinity Force before he starts comparing against this champ.
Yeah, and at the moment he's actually facing up into Genex on LeBlanc, so definitely winning those trades as well. I think my one goal for this cast is to see a Twisted Advance follow Genex like all the way across the map as he jumps. It's the little things that keep me entertained, Betty.
The little things. No, I get it. I get it. When you're casting for a long time, you know, you feel like you've seen it all. Something new has to
like an owl
come
fact.
across.
It just comes.
I'm not hitting you with an owl fact. I'm not hitting. I'm out. I'm dry. I've got none. It's over, Medic. It's over.
How have you run out of owl facts?
I mean, no one's ever really run out of owl facts, but there's too many. There's a limit to how many owl facts people can take.
That is true. That is true. 15 minutes in, the game is pretty much even. Differences in the AD carrying top lane role in terms of CS, but a couple of good turret plates, and the first tower going over to, I believe it went to Rogue, means that Rogue are keeping up in gold with SK. And I wonder if we're going to see Larsen go for the improved or changed Death's Dance here with that... oh no, because you can't get it out of Negatron. It builds out of Aegis. I saw Magic Resistance, I was like, ooh, Death Dance, but no, that's Aegis. No, this will be a Wit's End.
Probably Wit's End.
Yeah,
it's probably Wit's End. Because you could also, I don't think he's going to go Stone Plate, but that's the direction he could go with that itemization. But
could go QSS as well. Just QSS
could also go QSS. See, now I'm doubting myself.
Yeah, this is the problem. Usually I just look it up and I'm like, oh yeah, I definitely know this the entire time. But quick, Betty, talk about something.
Alright, we're setting up for a play. Ultimate lands in the mid lane.
Chain of Corruption, that's gone, and there is the Dragon's Red kickback as Vander just gets popped before he can even land the Haymaker. Teleport coming in here as Larsen tries to join the fight. Can't quite land the flawless duet, the stun's not going to connect, and the exhaust comes out. Genax just misses the chains, and the Vanguard's edge goes the mile wide there from Larsen. Trick's going to jump back in. Sakurai is on his way up, but not really too much to fight over right now.
No. That was a weird situation.
Yeah,
so
it's just a no magic mantle for Quicksilver Sash, by the way.
Yeah, okay.
I'm messing with you.
Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, you're putting doubt in my mind. I'm pretty, I don't know. Anyway, in that fight, Rogue was not in a great position. They looked like that they had numbers advantage, so they felt that they could siege onto the mid-tier 1. The problem was that they were not in a great position to actually fight, because SK was collapsing on them from multiple sides. Trick and Limit came out from the brush, they were able to catch Rogue off guard, and that allowed them to get that pick. And then Larson, just the execution of his Aurelia seems so off so far. We have seen very little that would really be inspirational, I suppose, as he's made a lot of blunders. Now, Genax in a lot of danger, but he is LeBlanc.
He is. He was able to dodge away a couple of times. Inspired's still chasing him down. Doesn't quite land the flash as Genax jumps away with a distortion. That was,
yeah, LeBlanc things, Medic. That's just LeBlanc things. Now, Hans Sommer in danger.
Oh, good flash away. Good flash away. Limit a little bit too slow, I think, there with the flay, but Hans Sommer able to flash away in time.
Yeah, so flash of flash. Hans Sommer not in the best position there, but Rogue will push out that top lane. SK were also able to get another tower, so they currently lead with the towers. They've actually managed to build just under a 2k gold advantage. If we could swap over to the gold and have a quick look at the differences, I feel like Sakurai has been able to build up a pretty big advantage, because to me it feels like Finn has been grouping up a lot with his team, and this is something you'll see a lot from Rogue. Finn will just sacrifice waves to be a part of his team and set up plays, but if they don't actually make any successful... well, that's close enough to what you wanted to see, right?
Yep, I'm a happy lad now.
Alright, I'm glad. Everyone, Medic's happy after seeing that play. But yeah, you'll see Finn, like, group up a lot with this team. I mean, you can see it right now. You know, he's hanging around the mid lane. It's a little dangerous for him to go top lane and push out that wave, but his focus is to make sure that he stays with his team, and a lot of the side lane farm actually gets funneled into Larson instead. And you can see that difference starting to mount between the two mid laners. Larson now sitting at level 12. He will have just completed his Wit's End as well. And the risk of that is it allows enemy top laners to build a pretty significant gold advantage if Rogue never actually converts any of these plays into anything manageable. Now Finn, drawn underneath the tower.
Yeah, Genax looking for the chains, can't quite land them as Finn dodges to the side. And you can see Rogue trying to make plays, trying to get Finn there. Of course, the lockdown potential from a Maokai is devastating, but meanwhile, Sakurai pushing in bot lane. That's the third dragon of the game going up to SK as well, and they have a 2,500 gold lead here, Vedius.
Yeah.
SK in a very strong position, and have to impress the importance of this game for Rogue. If they lose this and Mad win either of their last two games, there is no way that Rogue gets to 4th spot, and 4th spot vital to get double elimination through our playoffs. 5th and 6th only get one chance to get through. As soon as you lose, you're out, and
they didn't get it.
They didn't do it. Everyone
they ran out of time. No, yeah, you're right. They all were resetting because
Inspired's attacking it, right? But you have to get it before 90 and 55, otherwise it just despawns.
Yeah. All right, Medic. We got to take a breather here, because SK is just smurfing on Rogue right now. They are punishing all of their mistakes.
Yeah, Rogue are also making mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing, right? Like, this is a team that we touted as being clear 4th place, and right now they're not looking like a 4th place team. We questioned the early priority on the Aphelios because all the nerfs did hurt its laning phase, and now we're seeing the results of that. You know, Hans Sommer got bodied in lane, and while Maokai can be a very strong into the gangplank, they didn't actually really set up any dives onto Sakurai. They've allowed Sakurai to just free farm. He's now has a level advantage on Finn, and while sure, Maokai can operate with very low amount of gold, you still also have to deal with a LeBlanc that you haven't been able to itemize yet, but now they're looking for the players onto the gangplank.
Teleport coming in as Sakurai's blocked underneath the turret. The cannon barrage has been used as well, and Sakurai's still alive. Glacial Prism will land onto Trick as he is the sacrifice for the team. They lose one, but Rogue have invested a lot into this fight. Genax trying to flash forward, lands the Q onto Larson, and now the rest of Rogue are running, because there's the chains. Inspired just at the tip of it, just at the edge, is going to get caught, and the chain of corruption comes down, and that's 3 kills over to SK. They are destroying Rogue right now.
So what looked like Rogue trying to get back onto the map, they were like, okay, we need to be more proactive. Let's break this bot tier 1. They dive the GP. It looks like that they play well enough to even punish the counter from SK, but Hans Sommer, he could now be in danger.
What's else? 1v1, you have to feel there's a control.
Is it a 1v1, Medic?
Way. Oh dear God, Hans Sommer trying to heal to get away, but he doesn't cleanse to get away, sorry, but he doesn't even have the flash, and now Finn is caught unawares as well.
He's gonna die as well.
They're just going in one by one. This is the solo queue game from Rogue. They die piece by piece, and SK just lap up the pieces.
SK have only won 2 games this split, and now they could be in a position to deny Rogue 4th place in the playoffs. They could lose that bye in the playoffs, and this is going to be a Baron for SK Gaming. So many mistakes have been coming out from Rogue, and SK have been punishing them beautifully.
Have to give, I've said it, you've said it, Rogue made a lot of mistakes, but as you say, SK have played very, very well this game, capitalizing when Rogue overstep, and this is a key example of it, because Rogue have set this up for a long time. Look, there's only 2 SK players on this side of the map right now.
Yeah, you're completely right, Medic. The TP comes in immediately from LeBlanc. This is still, though, a 4 versus 3, and a really good ultimate there from Inspire to lock down Trick, meaning that they can get that instant kill. Gangplank is forced to back off. Janet can't do anything, but he's like, oh, Larson actually took tower aggro. He took way too much damage. I can flash in and kill him. Now Limit and Crown Shot have arrived, and the chain's range is so long that they're able to land the collapse. Vander cannot offer any protection, and that means that SK convert that into 2 kills. And then, of course, we know what happens next. Hansama, left all by his lonesome, he thinks he's safe, but he ends up getting flanked on by Sakurai. The angry pirate is saying, oh, do you remember me? Because I certainly remember you, as he chases Hansama down. And now we see another fight.
As Rogue trying to engage, Glacier going to come out onto Crown Shot, but he uses the cleanse immediately. He is shut down, and SK have been caught unawares on the wrong side of the map here. Sakurai is up top lane without TP, and Rogue find 2 kills.
So, I feel like Rogue's game plan is, right, okay, we sent 4 people into the last play, we clearly needed 5.
Yeah.
So now, they've gone all 5 members, they send them down bot, they do secure 2 kills, but look at mid lane, look at top lane. SK is in a position to push these waves, and they're going to be able to convert it into an objective. All Rogue have successfully been able to do is deny a couple of Baron buffs. For SK, they're still in control of the game. They're still keeping up the pressure. The only thing they're lacking right now is some deep vision, but of course, their primary vision tool is dead, so I can't really blame them for that.
And there's 30 seconds on the next dragon as well. They've already secured 3 of them. This could be a Cloud Soul for SK. Now, they spot Vander going to the bush, maybe just think, hey, we can catch him out. They then see it too late. They see it too late, and the TP comes in behind them.
Exactly that, Medic. You hit the nail on the head there. They thought that they could find a pick. They thought they could be the ones to punish, but it was actually just a trap being set up by Rogue. A beautiful flank coming in from behind to allow them to find 2 kills, but that was a double TP investment, and now they do not have that when the dragon's spawning in 2 seconds. Look at where people are on the map right now, Medic. That is Aurelia's Larson in the top lane. Yeah, they're going to have to, because I don't think they're strong enough to be able to win 5v5 right now. They're 5.5k gold down. Medic, that's a half item, even a full item gap between some of the members on these 2 teams, and Larson's not even going to be able to convert it into a tower, so great stuff coming out from SK. Now they're in a position, they still have the Baron buff, it looks like they're going to keep the siege going.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get back in time. I'm not sure Rogue will be here in time. It's only Hansama. Now Vander joins the party. Oh, Finn was there, he was hiding under Hansama's shadow, but this inhibitor tower is going to go down. Genex does not have TP. If Rogue can force a fight, it would be a full 4v4. There's the Nature's Grasp, but all those cats can do is scare away SK for the second as they back away. And,
but SK won't be able to secure the inhibitor, which is the crucial thing here. Rogue invested that in order to buy themselves a little bit more time. We kind of think about the scaling, and we think about how strong these tanks are and how much of a frontline they can have, the amount of utility they have. Right now, there's just such a massive gold gap and experience gap that Rogue just need to hold the line to get to the point where they can actually start to win and look for these 5v5s, but they are not at that point just yet.
I guess the question is how long you can hold on for, because I know right now people at the Misfits house, people at the Mad Lions house are looking at this game and saying, hey, we could be gifted one here, right? Like Misfits, Rogue and Mad Lions all fighting for that 4th position. Mad Lions have a game in hand, but they play Fnatic and Origin this week. Misfits have a game against Vitality next, so they could tie up with Mad Lions. And Rogue would be relying on both Misfits and Mad to drop games and them to win their game tomorrow for them to have any chance of making it into 4th spot.
I mean, we think about it, Minik. Like, I believe Rogue plays Schalke tomorrow, yes?
Yeah, they do, yeah.
And Schalke went 2-0 last week, and right now Rogue is struggling against SK, you know? When you think about it like that, even if Mad goes 0-2, if Rogue also goes 0-2, then Mad still finishes above them. So this is why these games are so important, and of course things not completely over yet for Rogue. Right? We've seen comebacks bigger than this. Rogue is a good enough team to know how to punish mistakes. But right now, SK isn't making that many mistakes. They have not been flawless, of course. They have been picked a couple of times, but they have such a healthy bed of goals to sit on. it's going to take more than just one mistake before they throw this game away. They're going to have to lose a Baron, lose an Elder, and then maybe lose another fight after that before they're really in some serious danger, because they are so strong right now.
So powerful. I'm wondering if SK are just waiting for the third item spike. You can see Sakurai's actually just finished his GA. I wonder how far Crownshot is away from either a Bloodthirster or an Infinity Edge on this Varus, with him having a Vamp Scepter. I expect it to be the Infinity Edge, but the Bloodthirster, but it could be a GA as well, of course. Sitting on 900 gold right now, 1,000 gold lead over Hans Summer. And that 4,000 gold lead for Sakurai over Finn. As much as, Maokai could scale better than Gangplank, the later the game goes on. Right now, there's a big discrepancy between the two of them. Yeah, I'm not going to throw you under the bus like that.
No. You're totally right. It's one of those things where you can sit there and say, hey, Vayne outscales, like, Lucian or whatever, right? But if the Lucian has a 4k gold gap, it doesn't matter. It's like, it's
scaling implies they have the same amount of gold, I think.
Exactly, exactly. If the two champions are even, then one champion can offer more than the other, and if the Gangplank and the Maokai were even, then, I'd be sitting there saying, hey, I reckon Maokai can actually win some trades. I reckon he can do pretty well here, but no, that's not the case. He's limit, though.
Oh, good flash away. He didn't realize he was on a ward.
Okay.
He was able to get away, but it was greedy back place from limit. Like, you can just go a little bit further back and be safer. Rogue might look for a fight as Finn uses the Twisted Advance to get away, but here's the Cannon Barrage. It's actually SK who are looking for the party. Crouch is going to get pulled in with the Lantern. Sakurai stunned up. There's the Glacial Prison on him as well. He's going to flash the Haymaker, forces Vander back to the Showstopper. He tries to get across the wall, but already the stopwatch has been used by Trick and he's still alive. Moonlight Vigil doesn't really connect onto anyone on limit, then hits the stun across the wall. Inspired dashes away with the Arctic Assault. But Rogue will just have to disengage and SK get a kill and get out.
Yeah, all of the ultimates were used on the side of Rogue. They no longer have their support. A couple of flashes available, but SK's in a prime position to be able to threaten the Baron, and you can see Hans Summer, he doesn't have the HP to be able to contest this right now, but they're going to try. They're going to TP back in. They know that if they lose this, the game is guaranteed to be over.
Here comes Finn trying to get in there with the movement speed buff. SK still on the Baron, starting to reset, looking for the fight as Limit steps forward. He hasn't got the hook right now, but Sakurai can step in. Genax there as well. Finn misses the hook. Here we go. Finn gets hit with the Sonic Wave, the flash, the kick, straight back into the team, and now Finn is done for. SK find another kill and turn back towards the Baron.
Yeah, there's no reason not to. They've now killed one of the frontline members. Of course, Genax does need to reset. He's got some gold that he wants to spend. He has no mana, but he has the teleport. So, SK, go back to threaten. As long as Inspired is alive, though, this is not a safe Baron.
I was looking for a ward from them, and it's all the way at the blue buff. No other wards there for SK around that he could TP to, but Rogue still looking for the fight. There's a Rabadon. There's a Rabadon on Genax. And Hans Summer feels the pain that comes with the Witch's hat. The Rabadon's Death Cap doing its work there, as SK will get the Baron for themselves. Second of the game and 30 seconds on the Elder. Is Inspired going to get out? Yeah, he's fine, as SK secure their second Baron of this game.
That right there is the LeBlanc signature trick. Make your opponent disappear. Really good back timing from Genax to be able to pick that one up. He had so much HP, and that just goes to show what you can do to a backline squishy if you're able to set up a really nice flank around all the tanks. With the Maokai gone, this is made even easier, and we'll get to see Genax set this play up here. Just look at how much damage he's able to throw out. Oh, he's even able to land the chains, which I think is absolutely crazy considering that Vander was standing right in front of him as well. Beautifully done from Genax. Now Larson is on the run.
Yeah, he teleported into this, trying to stop something from happening, but he's going to have to flash away. The Cannon Barrage did come out, and now SK have the advantageous position on this Elder Dragon. Hans Summer on his way, Vander there as well, but SK have started it up. Inspired across the wall looking for a steal. Seeing if he can get in, the Nature's Grasp will be used. Inspired, lands the Glacial Prison, but it's really not going to do too much. Vander now coming in from the side as well. They'll try and catch out Trick if they can. Vander there with a face breaker. Larson coming in with the Vanguard's Edge as well. The Showstopper's being used, but already Finn just loses in a 1v1 to the enemy AD carry. And that's not what you want from your tank. Genax is dominating. Rogue are decimated. They are destroyed and demolished here by SK. And this will be it. SK can just walk straight through the front door. Crown Shot flashing across the wall, looking for the chase on Hans Summer, who will retreat back towards his base.
The pings are coming through. Genax is on the hunt. I don't know if Genax even has enough mana, but he's looking for it anyway.
I mean, all he has to do is get him to 25%, Betty. That's all he's got to do.
Oh,
he misses the chains! No, Genax, how can you do this to me? Hans Summer's going to die.
There it is.
Power of lasers.
And SK, they're going to make the upset happen. They're going to make that 4th place spot even harder for Rogue to get as they shut down Rogue. SK find the win.
It took them a while, but in week 9, SK finally come alive and get their 3rd win of the season.
Wow, crazy stuff. And we have to criticize Rogue for honestly their disrespectful play. They tried to force so many dives, they made a lot of poorly executed plays, and SK just punished them time and time again. And, you know, yes, SK sit at the bottom of our table, but you can't just give a team that kind of gold advantage and assume they're not going to do anything with it. And Rogue got rightly punished. Larson did not have a good Aurelia game, whereas Genax had a fantastic LeBlanc performance. The Varus coming out from Crown Shot was also extremely clean. All round, beautiful stuff from SK.
And I believe you can vote for your Kia player of the game as well at Twitter if you want. Sakurai, Genax, and Crownshot are your options. Not often we get to say SK players' names, but they had a very good performance today, and they all deserve their moment in the spotlight.
Yeah, they certainly do. Make sure to head over to Twitter at LEC, as Medic mentioned. You can make sure you vote for your favorite, or who you thought was the best performing player. I was really impressed with Crownshot, personally, but I think any of the 3 could definitely get it. And props to SK. You know, yes, they didn't have much to play for, but ruining the hopes and dreams of your opponents, making their run through the playoffs that much harder, still a pretty satisfying way to end your split.
Yeah, and after the break, we'll take an inside look at Misfits with Dan as they go up against Vitality in our next game.
Very late. Selfie forward, tries to get snare, the lock up. Selfie still looking for this one. The flash play back. Selfie's gonna grab the kill.
Good improvement, so I expected us to play better.
And the final chapter's not going to do really enough. People get stunned up. That's 1 down already, and somebody killed the kitty cat.
Their strength comes from their top and bot lane. We're not going to take Vitality lightly at all.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
And welcome back to the LEC stream, everyone. I have Dan with me ahead of his game versus Vitality today. Thank you for joining me, Dan. How was your week? Are you guys getting used to the new setup you have?
Well, the new setup has been slightly different, of course, because it's not the same conditions on which you play on. When you go to LEC Studio, you have all that adrenaline, you've got the crowd, and it's really easy to get in the zone. For us, it was more like we were more like stage players, so it was more difficult to actually get used to playing from the office. But obviously, when we went 0-2, I think the last time we went 0-2, we had a really big reality check, and then we started playing a lot better from how much we learned. And we're hoping that this week somewhat of the same happened, because we got stomped by both teams. So hopefully we'll learn a lot and coming into the next week.
Yeah, you mentioned it, and I feel like one of the big upsets last week was the game you played against Schalke, as you mentioned it. So what did you learn from this loss that will help you in the future?
Well, basically that our scrim practice needs to evolve into stage practice as well, because we were like really good stage players, and I think Schalke were really good scrim players. So and since they were playing under conditions where they were more comfortable on and we were not, I think that benefited them a lot. So we just need to up our we need to take scrims more seriously, practice harder. Yeah, that's just
okay.
That's just way to get away from it.
And I feel like it's going to be a similar situation this week, although you're coming into this week already locked in for playoff, but I feel like the aim for you guys right now is 4th place. You will be playing Vitality and G2, two very different games to approach, I want to say. Two teams that had nothing to lose in a way. So what will be the key to take down both teams here and not committing the same mistakes you did last week against Schalke?
I mean, personally, I don't really care too much about which standings we are on right now, because if you want to win playoffs, you need to win everything anyway. So for us, it's more of a like, well, we need to improve. Like winning or losing right now, obviously it's nice if we would win both games, but for us it's more about the coming playoffs and how much we improve up to that point. Obviously, Vitality is the slightly weaker team, so that should not be too much of an issue if we play our game. G2, however, I think G2 compared to Fnatic is stylistically not too bad for us to face. Like, I would personally say I prefer playing against G2 than playing against Fnatic, but just because they're like a way more individualistic team, and like I personally like playing against that, because we're kind of the same, where we are like players that are like mechanically quite good, and we like comparing our skill level to them, like individually, I would say. So that's just why I think G2 is always going to be a pretty fun matchup for us, regardless of the outcome.
Okay, so on that, how would you define Misfits' playstyle in the LEC?
I think, just individualistic. I think even last year we had this style where there was like 5 individuals, and then whatever those 5 individuals do, it just turns into team play. And we have kind of the same thing here, where we kind of create individual advantages for us, and then we can play around that. We're not like, oh, well, we get bot lane prio, then we get the tower, then we can swap, then we can take the herald, then we can take this. It's not very methodical with us. It's more reactive and just really natural for us to like just look for picks, just play around our individual advantages, which I think is what G2 does as well. So I just think individualistic is the word.
I see. And now from the Dan who came to rescue Misfits mid-split last year to the player you are now, what strikes you the most important changes and evolution?
You mean in Misfits, the org, or the team, or?
For you, Dan the player.
Oh, I mean, for me it was like really different, because I came into the LEC last year with really high expectations of everyone, and then I was like, oh, these players are actually not as good as everyone expected them to be. Obviously, they're like still good, but it was kind of easy to just get integrated. And I think what I noticed is that at the start of Spring Split, actually all teams are just really, really bad. And then throughout the split, all the teams are just getting much, much better. Because even Schalke right now is playing super good. And I just noticed that the evolution of like all the teams is just so insane. Because you saw Schalke playing this week and they were playing like G2, you know? I was like, Jesus, these guys are just massacring everyone. So for me, it was just to see the evolution of teams, how much they improve throughout the split was just really cool. Because last year I joined halfway through summer split, and we were the team
rushed,
we had then.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, I was just really rushed. We didn't really have LEC practice. We were just as good as we were at the start as we were at the end. So we didn't really have evolution. This year, it's been similar for us. We've also learned a lot. We were really bad at the start. Now we're slowly getting better, and you can see the same for all other teams.
So, last question. Would you say that it is an optimistic Dan who will enter playoffs next week?
I think realistic is the more
Okay.
Whether you're optimistic or pessimistic, obviously having an optimistic mindset is better. But I just like being realistic. Like for example, if we face G2 or Fnatic in a best of 5, it's going to be really, really difficult. Just because of how much flexibility they have in draft, how easy they are to adapt. We're still a rookie team, so it's going to be really difficult to win best of 5s for us against these really, really experienced good teams. So if I face against one of them, then most likely it's going to be either really, really tough or it's going to be a learning experience. However, against any other team, I'm really quite confident that we can take on a best of 5.
Well, if I may, still Misfits is a rookie team who defied expectations for the split, so we'll see how it develops in playoffs. Thank you, Dan, for the interview and good luck against Vitality later. We're gonna take a break and coming back, Misfits will take on Vitality. Stay tuned, guys.
And welcome back to the LEC Week 9 Day 1. We have Misfits up against Vitality next, Vedios. And I'm really looking forward to this game because Misfits now have been given a huge olive branch by Rogue and by SK and saying, hey, you wanted 4th place, it's now yours for the taking.
Yeah, and when you kind of look at the road ahead, right, it's not an easy one for Misfits, but it is an easier one than Mad. So you're now looking at the current situation of things and you're thinking to yourself, okay, maybe we can actually do this. Maybe this isn't too bad for us. So we'll have to see, but they're going to have to fix a lot of the issues that they were struggling with last week, Medic, because Misfits, honestly, they were disappointing. Their bot lane, I think, had 2 very underwhelming games. I think that they tried to play through bot lane a little bit more, and I think that it wasn't paying off. And, I mean, Febiven looked much stronger on his Orianna than I would say on his Ornn. I think that he is much better positioned when playing a carry rather than playing more of the supportive role, because when you talk to the pros, when you look at how they've been playing, a lot of Misfits' success has been coming through playing the top side of the map, using Razork's honestly extremely strong early game presence to play through mid, play through top, and then snowball those leads to pretty much the rest of the map. And that's not how they chose to play last week, and I think that's where they got caught off guard. That's what they were, what they struggled with. So my question is, how will they approach this week? Will they continue with that strategy? Will they keep trying to play through their bot lane, or will they go back to what has worked for them in the past?
I mean, just some stats to back up how poorly Misfits did last week. Bvoy had the lowest damage a minute of any AD carry versus Mad Lions last week. He did 105 damage a minute. Febiven on the Ornn had a 12.1% damage share in their game versus Schalke. Like, that 12.1% for a mid laner is firstly awful. Even on Ornn, like, usually you're averaging like 25 to 28% on a mid lane champ. So they really struggled in those games, and as you say, I'd really like to see them switch over to playing towards that top-centric style, or top side of the map-centric style. Now, of course, with Rogue losing to SK, Mad can actually at least secure 4th spot if they win against Fnatic today, because so the way that we break tiebreakers, or the way we break head-to-heads in the LECs, you look at win-loss. If they're even on win-loss, you look at their head-to-head record, so Misfits and Mad are 1-1. And then finally, we look at the wins in the second half of the season. Now, so far, Misfits have only won 2 games in the second half of the season, and Mad Lions have won 5. So if Misfits and Mad end up tied on win-loss at the end of the season, Mad will take the spot over Misfits no matter what.
Yeah, so Mad is in a great position, and you can see where the pressure is really on Misfits, because if they do want that 4th place spot, not only do they have to go to 0, they then become a big fan of teams like Fnatic and Origin in order to make sure that Mad cannot find those wins. So, a lot on the line for Misfits, not a lot on the line for Vitality, but after starting day with a big upset on the side of SK, you now can't count teams out, can you? Vitality had a strong showing in some of their early games last week, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do today.
We'll definitely see what Vitality can bring out. Steelback is back in for the squad, and we already have some bans rattling on in this draft. Kalista removed, Ornn removed, Pantheon and Aphelios still being put in.
I'm surprised. I am surprised that we're seeing so many bans on Aphelios. Clearly teams still consider him to be very strong, even after the nerfs that have hit him, but a lot of the big AD carries have kind of been taken off the board right now. Does this increase the priority on Varus? Will we instead see a little bit more priority on champions like the Ezreal? You've also got to remember Xayah Rakan, still a very potent duo. Not something that has really been taken off the board, and Kai'Sa has sort of been receiving some small buffs here and there, and could very well be relevant. 4 AD carry bans. So we still see things like the Gragas open, if Misfits want to prioritize it, try and get that into the hands of Razor.
Yeah, we'll see if the Gragas gets picked. At the moment, it's a Taric hover, which I really don't expect. But Sejuani, a very strong jungler as well, so Misfits perhaps thinking through their options. Sej will be the lock-in first up. Now we'll see where Vitality want to go. As you say, with the amount of AD carry bans, I wonder whether we'll see an AD carry prioritized. Something like Ezreal for comp. You know, comp is a well-known Ezreal player. You could pick Ezreal Yuumi here if you really wanted to. Give up your hand a little bit, but have that late-game insurance.
One of the things I think, or part of the reason why I think Misfits prioritized Sejuani here was because you expect Skeens to go towards something like
a Lee Sin, which we know Sejuani can do quite well into. So if they then choose to go for a Gragas, you're kind of matching scaling for scaling. And while Gragas can obviously do a lot in the early game, still very prevalent, can easily set up plays, I would argue a little bit easier than Sejuani can. It's something where Sejuani can offer more value. So they're probably looking at the options that Skeens typically goes for, and they're saying, if he goes for one of these two, we're actually going to be pretty comfortable with our Sejuani pick.
With the Renekton locked in, I think Vitality is saying they want a little bit of power in the top lane early on. Of course, could be flexed to mid. Selfie had a really poor week last week. I think he ended up like 0-12 across the 2 games, so something like a Renekton that is a little bit easier to get out of ganks might help him out, but we'll see. And Misfits now going to lock in the set for themselves. Still a flex pick, still possible that goes down to support, but I wonder if we'll see Bvoy and Denik fall back to something a little bit more conventional, like the Xayah Rakan that we've seen them play in the past.
I'm really surprised that Vitality would blind pick a Renekton here. I think that it's extremely dangerous.
Is this why I extol the virtues of like support Renekton, Vedius? It's this new thing
maybe
you haven't heard of. No,
you talked about it for Selfie. Maybe they do flex it into the mid lane. That's a possibility. But I think blind pick Renekton is just really dangerous in general. You imagine that Set has been picked as the answer to it, and you'll notice that Misfits have actually held on to the AD carry pick for the time being. Kind of want to keep those options open, see what direction Vitality take with their comp. But a lot of focus on the early game is coming out from Vitality right now. And the thing is, when you draft a Renekton, you're also ideally looking for a strong early game jungler. Gragas can look to set up dives, but typically you see things like the Elise or the Lee Sin or maybe even a Jarvan that can really impact the early game much more substantially, I would say, and can win those early 2 versus 2s. So I'm a little surprised. But in any case, what they have right now is strong AD carry. They can continue to ban out AD carries if they want to. They could take away some of the safe options, but because they see a Nautilus, they're probably not thinking that Misfits will go towards the Ezreal. Varus is a possibility that they have to respect. I wonder if they may even consider something like a Tristana. Pretty safe, also has a lot of mobility, and also a lane that you could look to play through if you wanted to. But we'll have to see what direction the rest of the bans go.
The only other option I'm thinking of is maybe a Syndra down in that AD carry role. Hasn't been banned out yet. Haven't seen it a huge amount in the last game. As in, it wasn't played in game 1, but it's still...
I mean, it was banned last game, but you're right in that I feel like Syndra's an interesting priority champion that's usually perma-banned. She hasn't received any nerfs recently, and so many teams still respect how strong she is as a champion, mainly because of her flexibility. And when you were talking about it, now we see the ban come through. Could have been used as the last pick, but it is surprising to see it move this far into the draft. Now Vitality will have their... Oh, please don't do Brawl. I mean, like, Braum is a champion. I mean, like, it's fine. But I'm just like, I mean, this clearly suggests that they're not looking to play through bot lane, which is fine. I think that if you draft a Renekton, you don't want to play through bot lane. I just think that your engage is now pretty weak. Which is going to hurt you because now you're pretty much relying on Skeens to act as your engage, which is going to be difficult against the current front line that Misfits have drafted for themselves. They're kind of hovering between the Ezreal and the Sivir. It looks like that they will lock it in, so my presumption earlier where they assumed because the Nautilus was already locked in that they wouldn't go for the Ezreal is clearly incorrect. They still feel like it can be a strong pick here. It's also very safe. It gives Denik the option to roam around the map. And are they going to go for a blind... If they go for Blind Azir, you would imagine that Selfie would then go for a Corki. Kind of goes against the goals of their composition, so it would surprise me a little bit. The only other alternative here is that Misfits have drafted Nautilus... No, okay, never mind, it's Feather.
Blind Azir. Blind Azir. We'll discuss whether Misfits have hit the goal we set out before the game of having a strong top side and kind of abandoning bot side. I think whenever you have an Ezreal, you kind of lean towards that anyway, because he can just farm by himself, as you said.
I think Misfits just want to go for more of the scaling game. They have a lot of safe laners right now. They want to play your typical front to back with a lot of poke. It's a very conventional, solid, standard comp where you can't really go wrong. You can see they have loads of engage options with both Sejuani and Nautilus. The carries of Azir and Ezreal have a solid front line to be able to play behind. You also have flanking options with the form of the Set, who's also very good at soaking up a lot of damage. It's very difficult for Vitality to successfully dive onto the backline, and when you think about Gragas and Renekton, every time they try to dash in, what happens? Azir's ultimate comes out, or he dashes away, or Ezreal dashes away, and you then have to deal with all the CC that's coming up from the rest of the team from Misfits. So I feel like unless Vitality gets a really strong early game by snowballing through top, this game is just going to get harder and harder for them to play. And the Victor, I think, is, while of safe mid lane typically, doesn't really fit the goals of the comp, where I don't think it's going to guarantee you mid lane prio to enable you to roam. If they'd gone for something like a Zoe, I think it would have made more sense, because then it's easier to push in mid and then move your prio up towards top side. But with a Victor, I think it's going to be harder for them. So I think Vitality have tried to draft an early game comp that I think doesn't have the easiest snowballing options, and if they fail to snowball, the game is going to be very difficult for them to play.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there, Vidius. I think we've said many times Vitality have to play through top and have to get it snowballing, and it hasn't always worked out for them.
I feel like it's kind of like a running theme that we've had with Vitality of this split.
I'll record you this time, and then we can play it back for the game tomorrow if it happens. I do want to just comment on the fact that Selfie has played a bunch of Victor games. It's one of his top 5 most played, although it's only at 10 games across his career. Has a good win rate on it. He's at like 70% win rate, so it's possible that this is a semi-pocket pick for him, and we haven't seen him.
Just a comfort pick,
Yeah, it's a comfort pick.
They're not playing for much, and they just want to try and play something that they feel good on. It makes sense. I just don't think it synergizes super well with the comp.
And Misfits have a lot to fight for here. They're looking for that 4th place spot. Really need to win out to get it. Mad Lions are win ahead of them right now and have more wins in the second half of the season. So if they're tied at the end of the season, the Mad Lions would get 4th. And we talk about 4th a lot. I just want to reiterate, it's because you get double elimination. Yes, you probably face Fnatic or G2 in the first of your best of 5s, but you get another shot. You get another chance. If you get 5th place and then lose to either, whoever places 6th, probably Rogue right now, have to say, then you're out. You're out. You only get one chance at that, right? So having extra shots, getting extra best of 5s is always important, and both Misfits and Mad Lions will be looking very hungrily at that spot.
I think our playoffs is pretty ruthless, personally. Like, it rewards the top 4. And if you're 5th, 6th, then you two have to decide in a best of 5 who actually gets to move on. There's only one opportunity when everyone else gets a double elim, And then not only that, if you're 5th, 6th, in order to win the split, you have to beat everyone, literally every team, in order to be able to win. So it is tough to be able to create any upsets or actually win split if you're in that 5th, 6th slot. And I think it's had way higher stakes than it ever really has in EU playoff history. So I'm really excited for it, but it also just adds so much weight and stakes for so many of these teams where they can't afford not to be 4th, because losing a single best of 5, you can learn so much from that, and getting another opportunity to play again can then give you that momentum that you need to improve and then make a good run in playoffs.
It reminds me a lot of the LCK Gauntlet style, right? You see teams trying to go from round 1 to the final round of the Gauntlet in terms of, like, if you're 5th and 6th, you have to win every single game to get through there. Obviously, being in 1st and 2nd helps you out a bunch early on, and actually even 3rd place has its own advantage because you get seeded into the 2nd of the losers' best of 5s instead of having to play the winner of the 5th, 6th place. You play the winner of the 5th and the lower seed of the losers, assuming 3rd and 4th lose. It gets quite complicated.
Thank you for your expert breakdown, man. Okay,
if I'd had a graph, that would have made a lot more sense. But
I mean, to be honest, in the end, everyone gets sacrificed to Cthulhu anyway, right?
Yeah, so that's true. Everyone gets sacrificed.
So here we go. Look, Skeens is taking a path. He's gone Gromp blue into red. He's looking for top, but a well-placed ward will spot him out. But of course, with the sweeper, Skeens is going to recognize that, and Dan Nan's going to play on the defense. So Misfits knew what they were planning. they warded accordingly, they played defensively, and Skeens was not able to find that early kill. So a wave is going to continue to stack up. And you'll notice in the mid lane, Selfie gone for an early push, will look for an early reset. He's probably not going to have enough gold to get the first upgrade. Yeah, he's just going to go for a very quick Dark Seal into Fairy Charm. So he just wants to get a bit of early AP and some mana regeneration, which is perfectly fine. But he's going to want to try and get that first upgrade of his Hex Core as quickly as he can, because that's where your primary wave clear comes from. The first upgrade is relatively expensive. It's around the same cost as a Lost Chapter. And you'll notice that Featherman is now going to go back to base. So he's going to have a slight XP advantage. And of course he has TP that he can choose to use if he wants to. Puts a little bit more pressure on Selfie and it'll allow him to keep that CS advantage over his lane opponent. But he doesn't need to force it if he doesn't want to.
No, Febby will be able to go back and get himself some boots and an amplifying tone. Now Razork's actually snuck around the vision here, getting into the Rift Herald and then dodging out the zombie ward by using his Arctic Assault. They'll be waiting for that cooldown to come back up, and then they can look for the fight. Cabochard steps forwards, use the Cold Meek. And here we go. Razork and Dan on their way. Cabochard trying to get away. Has the Slice and Dice still, I believe, and he'll escape underneath his tower.
Yeah, well played there by Cabochard. Good sidestep from the W of the Sejuani, and was also able to hold on to his Slice and Dice at just the right time to be able to create some good distance. So he's able to survive a well-placed gank from Razork, but it seems like we're seeing Misfits return to the style that they found so much success with in the past, primarily playing through the top side of the map. They're utilizing the pressure that Featherman is able to consistently get, and then they're also looking to play around Vision on top side to be able to relieve some pressure for Dan, allow him to go back to base, but also threaten Cabochard while they just keep some good vision coverage around bot side. But when we look at the river, we can see that the majority of it is controlled by Vitality. They have good vision coverage, they've been able to maintain control over the bot side Scuttle Crab, and a good investment of early control wards has given them a little bit of extra control.
Control wards giving extra control there, Vedius.
Yes, exactly. That's why they're called
in the
control
name.
wards.
It's written on the tin. That's exactly what it says. Selfie here, trading up against Febby in the mid lane. It's as you said, a comfort pick, a safe pick. Victor can use that Siphon power to get a shield, so...
The most obnoxious thing about playing against Victor is his E is incredibly difficult to dodge, because it's like an instant laser, and usually once it's upgraded you can avoid the second part of it quite easily because of the delay, but the amount of damage that it does is really obnoxious and it stacks very quickly, which is why I'm quite a fan of going for this early Fairy Charm especially, because it can be quite a high mana cost, but by getting that extra bit of mana regeneration, and also he's going into the sorcery tree as well, he's going to have a lot of poke, a lot of wave clear, and he's also going to have a decent amount of mana, which means that he can just keep harassing Featherman in this 1 versus 1. So every time Featherman tries to go up and push the wave, he's going to get hit by that death ray, making the trades very obnoxious for him.
And here's level 6, has the showstopper to avoid this gank, but Skeens is on his way, the flash away. No flash follow from Skeens.
Good flash there from Dan, but also good pressure coming out from Vitality. I like the fact that they're continuing to invest in topside. We talked about how they kind of needed to. If they don't get this Renekton ahead and start snowballing, then this game's going to be very difficult for them. Meanwhile, Steelback loses a lot of HP in the 2 versus 2 there, and you can see B-Boy and Denick actually coming out ahead for the time being. They've built up a decent CS advantage, but Comp gets hooked.
There's no ignite, but Comp is very low, forced underneath the turret, and has to use the heal, so... I think if Denick had the ignite, they would have killed him, but good trading from B-Boy and Denick.
I mean, that's the key takeaway here. We started this game by saying B-Boy and Denick had a very poor week last week, consistently losing their 2 versus 2. Now to come in, have a CS advantage, and then just straight up bully Comp out of the lane, that's the sort of performance that you want to be seeing from this bot lane, especially with playoffs only a week away. So props to B-Boy and Denick. They seem a lot more confident, and definitely in a much more favourable position than what we saw from them last week.
Oh, definitely, and yeah, I think that note that playoffs only a week away is important as well, because originally, obviously, before everything happened, we had to move to online. We had a 2-week break before playoffs would start. You know, time for teams to reset, time for teams to evaluate how they want to play and to shore up some of these weaknesses. So Misfits, perhaps in that time, would have planned to, well, how do we play around our bot lane if they're struggling? Here, having the bot lane doing well and playing well is a very good sign.
Sure. We saw a bit of a trade there from Cabochard.
We did, Betty.
He's going to dash out again. The Infernal Drake is alive. I'm looking at the map state right now. Neither teleport available for either top lane, no TPs available on Featherman or B-Boy either. Comp has just reset, of course, because he was forced to base.
but Braum is actually looking to roam. So right now it looks like Vitality is considering trading for a Rift Herald, or Misfits looking for a play in mid.
I've seen them make this play before against G2, but they were unable to find the connection, and Selfie uses the cleanse, the QSS, cleanse straight away. Kings is coming up towards the top side, Showstopper used, Dandan's going to get locked up, but knocked away with the barrel, and that's a pretty easy escape for the Misfits top laner.
Great utilization of the ultimate there from Dandan to create space between him and the diving Vitality. They're able to very quickly get away, and now they're threatening this Rift Herald. Will Misfits contest, or will they trade it? Right now, their eyes are set on contesting this, but Dandan, he doesn't have any HP, he doesn't have his ult, but Featherman and Denick are here to assist.
Yeah, Skeins doesn't have ult either, nor does Cabochard, so getting the Rift Herald would be hard for Vitality. They can try and pressure Dandan underneath the turret. Razork on his way across. Of course, Vitality don't know exactly where the Misfits jungler is. There's the Facebreaker into Haymaker from Dandan as he just forces the wave out. And it should be pretty easy now for Dandan to escape. Skeins is trying to get in behind here.
I think he's just trying to get some vision for the time being. It looks like both junglers know where the other one is. We now see Steelback heading up towards top lane. They're looking for it.
Looking for the Winter's Bite, doesn't land it. Guardian proc straight away. Is Steelback tanking up the turret, and he's pulled back. Oh, no. That was the most Vitality thing I've seen.
Oh, yeah. I actually thought that he was going to take another tower shot there. I'm surprised he actually got out of tower range.
Got away.
Yeah, just barely.
It was still a very, very Vitality dive.
Well, I mean, Steelback misses this. No way with this hit. No.
Observers are hard baiting us with that one.
Yeah, they baited me before with that. So now we see the dive set up onto Cabochard.
Cabo still has flash though, so even with the Facebreaker coming out, he should be able to survive. He's stayed around for a long time, gonna get stunned up underneath the turret. But here comes the counterfight as Razork flashes away, and Cabo goes down.
So, Medic. At the beginning of this game, we highlighted that Vitality's win condition was to try and get the Renekton ahead.
Yeah.
Now that he's behind, this is not looking good. This is not looking good at all.
I have one thing that might make you a little bit happier, Betty.
Tell me.
Did you know owls can't actually turn their heads all the way around? A lot of people think they can go 360 degrees, but it's actually about more like 270 degrees of total
I did in fact know that, yes. Cool. Yes. Alright, because you're so hungry for it. Did you know, right, that the elf owl is the smallest owl in the world at only, I think it's 5 inches tall.
Wow, 5 inches? Yeah. That's tiny.
And what's fascinating about the elf owl is that it's actually like much louder than it looks, and it uses its loud voice as a means to attract mates.
Have you adopted that style yourself?
just yelling at me. Hello! I really like you. I would like to take you out sometime.
I'm pretty sure I've met some elf owls in nightclubs from time to time.
Anyway, there you go. I'm not giving you any more owl facts.
That was a good owl fact.
Back down through past. Anyway, right. So the Drake was just taken by Vitality. A large part of that was because Misfits was setting up control over the top side. They're now going to look to secure themselves the Rift Herald, and Dandan, with his level advantage, with a completed Sunfire Cake. This is pretty interesting. So, I don't know if you've noticed, but Set has been repeatedly nerfed over the last few patches. Pretty much since his release has been nerf. Ooh, one sec. Selfie has been locked up.
He has, but he's doing a lot of damage with the Chaos Storm too.
Wow.
Forcing him out.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that, but a really well-placed W meant that Featherman couldn't actually jump on top of him, because if he tried to do the Shurima Shuffle, he would have died, but the action isn't slowing down, Medic.
Cabochard trying to engage onto Dandan, who pops a lot of damage back. Glacial Person comes out. Cabochard trying to heal up with the Cold and Meek and will survive. But that Haymaker, that was pretty darn devastating.
So a lot of damage in mid lane, a lot of damage in top lane. No one actually ends up dying though. The Rift Herald was secured by Razork, and because top lane has to reset, they can now use this to start threatening that top tower. It looks like they're just going to TP back into lane though. Dandan going to have to run away. He doesn't have flash.
Ruthless Predator stun comes out. Skeins looking for the chase as well, but Dandan just walks away. And just walks away. All
He
we
literally
have to
just
do
walks
that.
away. Yeah, Misfit's feeling very comfortable. So to go back to the point that I wanted to make, the early Sunfire, right? He's been nerfed a lot. And I think this has put pros off of first picking him because they don't feel like he's as strong as he was, obviously. But it's interesting to see this Sunfire Cape adaptation as well because it's definitely much more of a tankier approach. And I think it makes sense into a champion like Renekton who you intentionally don't want to snowball. By going for more of the defensive route, it helps a little bit with your wave clear, and it also naturally makes you harder to dive. And I also think that some of his abilities scale with HP as well. So I think that overall he benefits pretty massively from it, and I think that it adds a lot. Sure, his damage is going to get nerfed a little bit, but overall it's going to help his survivability get through a lane, which you know is the primary win condition of Vitality. So I like the adaptation, and I'm curious as to whether or not we will see it a lot more here in the LEC.
But I don't actually know how much it's going to nerf its damage because I totally agree with you that like getting a Triforce or getting a Black Cleaver would like you think it would do more damage, but Immolate is really strong, and you have Facebreaker, and if you're standing in the middle of like 4 people and you pop a Facebreaker and it hits on all 4 of them, they're standing next to you for all of that Immolate damage as well, the burst damage. So I wonder if it's kind of a Maokai situation where you actually just put out.
I haven't done the math, Minik.
No, nor have I. But like that's why I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying we could see this set doing a lot of damage still because, as you said, his grit scales off his maximum health. So you're getting more tanky, and your healing scales off your maximum health because it's percentage missing health. So we could just see a very tanky, very high DPS set in this game.
For sure. Well,
and I love adaptations like this. I think they're really fun.
Well, I'm committed to the. I don't think it's going to increase his damage significantly, but I just think that it's because the role of set is you just want to be in the face of the enemy anyway. I think that it makes you tanky, and I think that just fits his style as well. He may still go into Trinity Force second. He could still do that. He's sitting on a longsword right now, or he could just choose to build a Sterak's Gauge to go for more survivability because he has enough damage. Right? There's Ezreal and an Azir on his team, so he's in a perfectly fine spot to just act as a front line for his team to be able to play around.
He's going to showstopper camera shot straight back into the waiting arms of Denik and Razor. That's a very good kill for Misfits. 2-0 on the board right now, 15 minutes in. They are 3,000 gold ahead, Vedius. They've just been incrementally chipping away at Vitality, and scaling comes faster when you are in a lead as well. So we're going to see this Azir and this Ezreal well and truly online pretty soon.
Yeah, you can see that Bivoy already stacking up his Mana Munate. The Nash's Tooth has been completed for Featherven, so he's in a very comfortable position right now. The Hex Core is fully upgraded for Selfie, so you have to acknowledge that this Victor will be doing a lot of damage. And again, you highlighted this is a bit of a comfort pick for him. Flash comes through.
Selfie able to escape for the moment. Febby going in, though he's going to land the Shurima Shuffle and try to get knocked back, but Featherven is going very low here. Selfie's going to take him out before he dies. And now Vitality might go on for the chase here, because Comp has found Denik, who went for the engage. And gets taken out. 2 quick kills for Vitality, and they can turn their eyes towards the dragon here if they so desire.
And there's the power of that comfort pick coming in from Selfie. He played that extremely well. Very fast cleanse, followed by a very quick flash, forces Featherven to overcommit to the play, and that actually puts him in a very awkward position, allowing Selfie to survive for long enough to allow them to pick onto Febby and Denik.
Very. So you know when you were talking about Dan's build?
Yeah.
In my head, I was like, wouldn't it be really funny if he went Blade of the Ruin King?
I mean, I have heard about that,
and
but I heard
Blade of the Ruin King, and I'm so happy.
I mean, so I heard Blade of the Ruin King was sometimes a first pick item for set because because you know he has a problem with like being kited, right? So you activate it and then it helps you stick onto your targets a little bit more. But it also is to give you a lot more laning power very early. So I'm surprised that we're seeing second. I wasn't expecting it second, but you know it's a very cool adaptation. It definitely helps with your skirmishing. It helps with your ability to stick onto targets. And yeah, I think it's a pretty good item overall. But to go back to this replay, we're going to get to see Selfie here. Very quick cleanse and flash to be able to create distance between him. Here you see Featherven flashing, dashing in, and he's just sitting on top of the ultimate from Selfie, eating all of that damage, with Steelback providing a lot of utility on the back end. And then Denik kind of gets zoned away from his team because of a well-placed gravity field. So I feel like in the situation that Selfie was in, he did the best case that he could. Admittedly, he was greeting a little bit, going for those Raptors without full information on where the enemy was. So he kind of put himself in that position, but he did a very good job considering the situation that he found himself in.
Oh, yeah, I definitely agree with you there. We'll see if he can continue to impress on this Victor pick. Of course, without summoners, it's very hard to get away from a Sejuani, a Set, and an Azir. We've seen Febby and Razork team up very well on the Azir-Sejuani combo in the past. Right now, Selfie will be matching up into Febby in this bottom lane. Misfits play up against G2 tomorrow in their final game of the split, and they'll definitely be hoping for a win here. I mean, they're in a good position here, but because trying to rely on a win versus G2 in your final game to make it to 4th spot is a little bit tricky.
Yeah, very challenging.
But you never know what G2 have concocted, because it's the final week, and if they win today, they're guaranteed first. So maybe we'll see like Yuumi top, or Maokai support.
And you never really know with that team. The scary part is they're probably not trolling either.
Nope.
You never really know. But in any case, Misfits still have to get through Vitality. They're in a commanding position right now. I think they have a pretty big scaling advantage. The biggest things that we're looking at are Selfie, in terms of the now insurance that Vitality have. He can do a lot of damage. He obviously plays the champion very well, and if Comp can land a good bullet time, then maybe. But I think Vitality's ability to engage is going to be very difficult. I don't really know how they're going to successfully threaten this backline of Azir and Ezreal, especially when you have such a solid frontline in the form of Set, Sejuani, and Nautilus as well. So yeah, I think this game is going to be very difficult for Vitality to play through, and especially given that B-Boy has now completed the Trinity Force. Yeah, Misfits is very strong right now. Very, very, very strong.
That was 4 berries. What is the level up from that point?
I mean, there isn't one. That's what I'm saying.
So this is the strongest they can
be.
be.
Very strong. Okay. Well, no, not in the point of the game, but like their comp is only going to get stronger from this point.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I see that.
They're very, very strong.
Well, we'll see if they can continue that strength in the rest of the game, because of course we've seen them make a couple of mistakes recently.
More mana now done.
Yes.
I mean, this is...
I mean, we haven't talked about AD carries at all this entire game. And
yeah, he's just been farming bot lane. Which is the ideal situation for B-Boy, if we're being honest. Like, he's played the lane pretty well, and he held a pretty good advantage. Of course, Comp has gone a bit more gold into his back pocket, but either way, yeah, this is not a good situation for Vitality to be in, is the TLDR, Minik.
Yep,
if I hadn't made that clear.
They're about to lose their mid lane turret as well to this Rift Tower charge. Gold gets put across into Misfits' pockets, and now we'll see Selfie looking to come around the side, but Denik bends a hook around the corner. B-Boy chunked out by Schemes, looking for the explosive cast. Will knock B-Boy away as he uses his dash, but that's the flash down as well as Dan's getting chased out. Here comes the Predator. Schemes on the chase. Steelback stepping forward as well, but the Showstopper's going to knock him back. And Dan will escape. So, it looked like there that Misfits was looking for a pick. They couldn't quite get the collapse onto Selfie. He wasn't forced to use any summoner spells either. I didn't quite catch how B-Boy used his flash. He got caught out by Schemes.
Oh, okay.
He flashed to try and get away, yeah.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Because we could also see Dan in the mid lane, so you imagine that they were then trying to follow that up as well. So with the Mountain Drake spawning in about 50 seconds, that's obviously going to be the next primary objective that both these teams look to control. They want to... I mean, Vitality's kind of forced to fight over it. The problem that they have is that Comp doesn't have his second item finished yet. He's pretty far behind the Ezreal, who's pretty much got the core itemization done, already halfway finished to completing Blade of the Ruin King as well. And with Blade of the Ruin King now done for Dan, with Cabochard still on the way, I think it would be very difficult for Vitality to win a team fight at this point, but it's not going to get any easier as the game goes on. So they might just go for this as the Hail Mary play, to be like, well, this is like our best time of the worst times that are only surely to come.
Right, Dan with the Blade of the Ruin King. If you use your knuckle down properly, you get 4 auto attacks out of that. It's 12% of current HP for each auto attack, plus the extra damage you're doing as well. So that's if Dan can sit on a squishy for a while, he's getting him down to about half 8 health pretty darn easily. Misfits going to go for the Mountain Dragon. As you said, it might be the only opportunity for Vitality to fight, but they're refusing to. And it gives me a moment to give you another owl fact, Betty.
Stop!
Did you know elf owls, they actually live inside cacti? Yes. There are other cool places that owls live. Example, the long-legged burrowing owl lives in nests underground from tunnels that are being excavated by other animals.
Interesting.
Yeah. It is interesting. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. Do you know what else is fascinating?
What?
Butterflies taste through their feet.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
That is really cool. All butterflies or
But
specific
imagine if
ones?
you could taste through your feet.
I would not be happy.
At all.
No, my feet sweat a lot, Betty. I can give you some cool medical facts if you want.
No, I'm good. Let's talk about the Baron setup, okay? Because it's coming through from Misfits.
Yeah, Misfits
right now.
have very good Baron setup right now.
Yeah, they do, exactly. They've got the deep vision, they play through top, they pushed in mid, they now just need to push in another wave, and they also need to clear out that ward that is also in the Baron, because right now they're using Baron as bait to set up a trap, but they don't realize that Vitality have full information that the Baron is not being started, so there's no reason for them to ever face check. Misfits
going to work it out?
Just need to check the Baron pits.
Go on, Febby. Oh, yes.
Nope.
I don't know if he saw that.
I think he saw that. I feel like he saw it, and he's just
I'm not sure. There were
I don't need
nothing.
to clear it right now.
Well, maybe he's thinking it's greedy for me to go to this by myself because my team's just reset. So, but they could have just not seen it as well.
Yeah. Well, in any case, they're not going to do the Baron just yet. They're going to take their time, which is fine. I think that
as we've said, right, they scale well. Waiting for an item and a half doesn't really matter.
They're pretty much at a point where, like, just because Ezreal has 3 items, I'm like, okay, Ezreal is too strong now. You can just do whatever you want if you're Misfits. There you go. The ward's gone now. They now have full control. So, what I want to see Fervin do, go back to base, spend his gold, maybe upgrade his boots. You should think about that. There we go. And then I want to see them push in mid. They can consider pushing in top, but they're going to have information that Victor will be there, so they can instead look for a collapse, which I think makes more sense and is an easier play for them.
Oh, Razork. Apparently Skeens is just too tanky. He misses everything as he jumps across the wall. Still gets the permafrost down. True Shot Barrage will come out as well, but Razork's going to get stunned up with concussive blows and knocked up, and you can't do the Baron if your jungle is dead. That was very greedy from Misfits.
So, but this was the play that I wanted to see them make, right? I think making the collapse was the easier play for them, because if they get a numbers advantage, then Baron is harder for Vitality to contest. The thing that Razork wasn't expecting was for Skeens and Steelback to be in the area. And it was a really well-placed gravity field from Selfie that stopped Misfits from successfully being able to support Razork, which meant that he was basically up a creek without a paddle, right? And that made it very easily for Vitality to punish him and delay Misfits from successfully setting up this Baron. So I think the idea was good for Misfits, but they were not expecting this numbers difference. So again, here,
I think he knows Skeens is here. He knows Skeens is here. He's playing for Skeens.
Oh yeah, actually you're right, because he has full information on Skeens. Yeah. So like that ult was clearly aimed at going for Skeens, and then he just messes it up. I gave him far too much credit.
I mean, if he gets Skeens, they kill him, right? 100%.
Yeah, you're right.
It was a greedy play, I think, to try and hard force onto Skeens.
I think they just misexecuted. Yeah. I don't know if I would say
Yeah, you're right.
Because
probably wasn't greedy.
I mean, you said it right. If Razork lands the ultimate, then he just instantly dies.
Well,
we're now going to see a fight.
Look for another pick. Skeens has the flank. Not going to jump in as the blast cone is used by Misfits, and you can see not too much damage on Razork there. Very tanky on this Sejuani.
Skeens now has a level advantage though, which is pretty interesting. He's also got a fair amount of AP, so his damage is definitely not underwhelming, and Selfie's hit level 15, now they're looking for Selfie.
Selfie's going to use the cleanse. Waited on it for a second there, was wondering if he could get out without it, but better safe than sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Especially...
You'll notice that...
Yeah, sorry?
You'll notice that he is going for Merc Treads as well, which means that that's probably why he was thinking, okay, obviously I'm not going to be stunned for the full duration, maybe with my Merc Treads I'll be able to get out a little bit earlier, but unfortunately for him, he was like, no, it's too dangerous, Norlis is right there, I've got to get out. So he is forced to use that cleanse. Now Vitality actually grouping up. It's a little too dangerous then to threaten this tower, even with Razork's ultimate gone. They can't really contest the sheer range that Febiven and B-Boy have. Looks like B-Boy's going to do a quick reset to spend some of his gold. He has the TP, so he can come back in time for the Drake that is spawning, and there it is. He's now going to grab himself the BF sword. So again, Misfits looking to fight right now. They must feel very strong.
And Cabashot had to catch the wave in the bottom lane, so he's not going to be here for a while. Could look for a flank if he wants to get in. Sundus put down by Febiven will be cleared out pretty quickly by Vitality, but that means Misfits have the positioning on the Dragon. Cabashot has a flank down towards the bottom side. Will Vitality fight this? They could, but already the Dragon has gone to Misfits. And now Steelback stepping forward, Cabochard going the long way round. He's gone for a scenic tour, could take the blast cone as he gets in, but Steelback's already very low. He's got the stopwatch, B-Boy jumped on, great play from Vivian to keep Cabochard away. Dan stunned up, but he's going to lock Comp against the wall, and in the end, Dan will fall. Vitality still looking for a fight in a 4v5 situation. Now they haven't got the ult on Febiven. He has got his flash if he wants to get away. Selfie trying to trade back, but maybe Vitality just rush straight towards the Baron.
I mean,
they could.
They can. They saw B-Boy use his TP. They know that he's low on HP because Cabochard forced him out of the fight, and Cabochard can look to tank this one up.
They're not going to do it.
All right, they're not going to take the gamble. I mean, it's not. You can understand why they do it, right? Featherman is still alive. B-Boy is still alive. He has enough lifesteal with the Blade of the Ruin King to get healthy enough. But this fight for Misfits was overall pretty messy. Look at what they commit onto. The Braum is who takes the vast majority of the crowd control, and then Cabochard freely actually gets onto the Ezreal. Like a really good flank from Cabo, just forces B-Boy back. He does flash a little preemptively, not expecting that ultimate to come out from Featherman, but this basically leaves Dan on the front line, and it's a situation of Dan versus Vitality and Cabochard versus Misfits. And Cabochard gets pushed to safety, meanwhile Dan just kind of gets left out to dry. So the execution of that fight is not the way in which Misfits wanted it to go, but huge props for Cabochard to be able to find that flank, to be able to actually get on to B-Boy and Featherman, because even when he got onto them, even when he found pretty much the perfect flank, you could see how challenging it was for him to really stick onto those targets and actually look for a kill. So in order for Vitality to find another perfect flank like that is obviously going to be hard in and of itself.
This trade, I've started to see Cabochard winning out in these bottom lane trades, so we've been praising him for his play in that last team fight, but in the pure 1v1 as well, Cabochard seems to be bullying Dan just that little bit. It's not enough just to like outright win the lane, and Cabo actually... Oh, those are some spider senses, because he's got no wards. He has no vision of Razork coming around there at all, and he actually might be collapsed on. He has got the flash, he's got the teleport, but the rest of Misfits are on their way. Who's finding who? Cabochard spots out Zenek, but here comes Razork. Cabo's going to slice and dice his way away, but the Dreadline's already connected. King's coming in with the Predator as well. Cabo just burns the ult for nothing.
Cabochard, yeah, was forced to ulti there. Vitality, though, still have a window to be able to secure themselves the Scuttle Crab. They're going to look to push in top lane as well. Trying to see if there's a wave in the mid lane. No, because Vitality had actually already pushed that one in, which means that while Misfits were pushing, there was nothing for them to push for. So the rest of Vitality can reset, actually catch this wave. Misfits are not really going to get anything off the back of this, so overall, beneficial play here for Vitality.
I mean, I remember we were like, we started making owl jokes and talking about facts and stuff, and that's usually what we do when we're like, okay, Misfits have this in the bag, they're 3,000 gold ahead, they should be able to take this away from Vitality. But Vitality have not given them anything for the last age, right? Like, the 3 kills came very early in this game.
It's a lot of mistakes that we're now seeing from Misfits again.
Misfits are making mistakes, but Vitality are doing a good job at not making mistakes to give Misfits a way into the game.
I mean, it's true. I mean, at this point, you're thinking, okay, Misfits should just win every fight. They should be able to control Cabochard on a side lane, so it's not like he can just split push to victory, and Victor's not a split pusher, right? So Vitality is going to be forced to team fight, and their team fight comp should just be worse on paper, because it's just that much harder to execute. Now, that's not to say that it's impossible for them to win a fight, but it's really difficult. So expectations should be that Misfits has this game in the bag. But what we've seen is Razork tried to force a pick in top lane, ends up getting killed. Misfits tried to force a fight around the Drake. Cabochard then found a really good flank, and Misfits then lost that fight, but they still got the Drake. So now Misfits, they're still feeling comfortable, because they still have the 4th Drake win condition, they know that Baron is alive, and they have a very fast Baron taking team, and the responsibility still falls on Vitality. But the important thing to acknowledge is that Selfie does have an XP advantage over Featherman. He's going to hit level 18 first. He has his Void Staff completed and is already working towards his death cap. GA is now done for Cabochard, and Comp is actually a level ahead of B-Boy.
Yeah.
He now has his 3 items. So that huge item discrepancy that was existing between the 2 AD carries has now gone. So even though Misfits' comp is easier to execute, Vitality are not weak. And those fights that should have been guaranteed for Misfits earlier are not as safe as they were. They're not as safe anymore.
Not at all. Misfits going to have to work for this one, of course. They were really looking for a win here. They're still fighting for the 4th spot in playoffs. Mad Lions 1 win ahead of them, but if Misfits lose here, they are reliant on Rogue winning, Mad losing both their games, and Misfits winning tomorrow to make it a 3-way tie. And if the 3-way tie comes out, I'll look at the record in a second. Misfits already started up the Baron here. Skeens could look for the steal, but he goes in a little bit too late. Misfits have got it. And now Skeens is on the wrong side of this. Going to have to flash away. Crucial Barrage won't connect. Habbo is doing the dragon by himself to stop Misfits trying to get the Mountain Soul, but it might be a little bit too slow because it looks like Misfits are trying to react. Comp is here to join the party. That Mountain will go down, and Misfits won't be able to find anything more out of it. But yeah, this is a great Baron take there from Misfits.
Yeah, good rush. We talked about how they do have a fast Baron-taking team, and they were able to demonstrate it there. Vitality could not get close enough to be able to react, and I like that Misfits finally pulled the trigger and forced that Baron play, because it was needed. I think they could have done it a little bit earlier, but regardless, they now have it. Now they can look to set up the siege. Now, this isn't easy, because there's a lot of wave clear sitting on the back of Victor, but Misfits can look to play through multiple lanes, and I think that they have good poke, that their siege should be pretty strong. One of the great things about Azir when it comes to sieging is you have a pretty safe wall behind you. It's difficult to flank an Azir because of his passive. The fact that he can set up that turret and prevent teams from being able to find that Renekton dive onto the backline is very valuable, and it's going to make it a lot safer and easier for Misfits to successfully try and break into the base of Vitality.
Well, we'll see how Vitality are able to withstand the pressure of this Baron. I have just done some number crunching myself, Fedius, and it looks to me, if Misfits do not win this game, they cannot get 4th spot. It looks to be impossible because of the rogue loss, and because Mad Lions have a win advantage. Anytime Misfits are tied with Mad, even if it's in a 3-way tie, Misfits actually lose out because they have a 0-2 head-to-head versus Rogue. So Misfits need this win if they're going to keep it up in that battle for 4th. And they are still in, they're still in a good position to take it. As much as Vitality have delayed them, you have a 4-item Ezreal on his way to a 5th. You've got a Rabadon's Death Cap finished on Febby. You have the Baron complete now as well. The Baron on Misfits. So they are able to take a few advantages here, but they've got to keep this pressure up to stop Vitality from holding on to the game. Got to do it.
Misfits finally secure themselves a tower. Looking at, there's not a huge amount of time left on the Baron, which means this game is probably going to keep on going. Let's see if they can finally break into the base. Again, it's difficult. You can see Razor actually very low on HP because of the amount of poke that's coming out from Victor. Again, that laser is instant, so it's very difficult to dodge or react to. You're kind of hoping that he misses, or you're able to successfully sidestep it. And if you can't, you take a huge amount of damage, especially this lane into the game. And he's doing a great job of just holding the line for now. Vitality, all 3 lanes, doing what they can.
Yeah. Or they've synced up the push here as well, which makes it very hard for Vitality to defend. You can see the MF ult used there. Sorry, Bullet Time is the name of it.
Bullet Time, right?
Took me a while. Yeah, took me a while to get there for some reason. I find sitting down at home, my brain just works that little bit slower when I'm trying to get towards champion names. Nothing to do with.
Good thing you were never a doctor sitting down.
I just Google it. No, we always stood up. That was the important thing. Doctor's work is always done stood up. But with the Baron falling off, Misfits will retreat. They weren't able to take any of the inhibitor towers, so Vitality still hold on to this game. Next up, Mountain Drake in 2 minutes' time. It's Soul Point for Misfits, not for Vitality, but we did see Vitality get the last one, of course, when they traded it for the Baron. Tension.
So it's one of those. Well, I mean, yeah, no, I'm letting the silence sit for a bit, you know?
Okay.
Just allowing people to soak in the game, because the kills are 3 to 4.
It's like a good bath. It's like a good bath.
Yeah, you know?
Soak in it.
I mean, this game, I mean, I thought it was done, Medic, I'm being honest with you.
I mean, we talked about Alphax for a while. I think
yeah, right. My point is that, again, on paper, that's what you expected. Unsurprising mistakes. Unsurprising? That's not fair. I meant surprising mistakes from Misfits. Surprising mistakes. Because normally, once they have a good lead, they're actually pretty good at transitioning, especially into the mid to late game, especially with the comp that they have. We know that Feathervin is a very solid Sejuani player. And I think a lot of it has got to come down to how Selfie has been playing.
Yeah.
I think that his Victor has been very good this game. His positioning of the gravity fields, the poke that he's landed with his E, I think has all been actually very impactful and has made this game a lot harder than Misfits anticipated. Because a lot of plays that normally would have worked, I think haven't as a result of what Selfie has been able to do. So props to him. I was a little skeptical about the Victor pick, but sometimes when in doubt, just go for comfort. And yet to be decided if it can be enough to win the game for Vitality. But I think Selfie's definitely redeeming himself after what was a rough week 8.
Well, he had a rough week 7 as well. I mean, he's gone collectively 8, 24, and 5 across the 4 games that he's played on the LEC stage. So
that's a flank.
He's got a flanking ward. Cabashard coming in, looking for the stun here. Dominus popped by Cabashard, trying to get away, but the slice and dice is still there. Febby caught unawares. The Ruthless Predator comes out, and Febivin is dead. Teleport coming in behind them here as Vitality might be collapsed on by Misfits. Stand down on his way, has Razor coming in as well, but Schemes is on his way. Selfie uses the cleanse to get away. Denick fighting off towards Schemes on the top side, but it's a 5v4, and now Vitality can re-engage. Dan caught out by Cabashard and Selfie. The Haymaker comes out but doesn't hit anyone. B-Boy by himself off towards the top side. He's been exhausted and isolated from the team. He's going to have to do something magical to get out of this. The bullet time's not quite going to connect, and Steelback lands the Glacial Fisher, but the shutdown comes out, and that's Comp dead. The Misfit MF is dead, and the B-Boy is still doing stuff. Selfie trying to fight underneath the turret will kill Denick, but B-Boy by himself. Where was this man last week? Last week he single-handedly failed for Misfits, but this week that was an incredible performance.
Yeah, this is a weird game, Medic. I mean, this was a great flank from Cabashard. The fact that they were able to find Febivin pushing isolated in a bot lane made it look like this was done and dusted, Vitality could have converted that into another Drake, into a Baron, and now they're looking to 2-man it. But look, Cabashard and Selfie are nearby.
He doesn't get there in time. This is gone. That's Mountain Soul.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Props to B-Boy. Coming up clutch in the late game, he was able to make the difference. I thought he was dead. Medic. And again, this is just Febivin. He wants to push so he can then group with his team because they have good vision coverage over the bot side of them. He thinks this play is safe. He is not expecting a deep TP flank to come in from Cabashard. And they commit to that play, they make it work. And they spend so much time chasing Selfie. Look at how mobile this Victor can be. The amount of bonus movement speed he gets from his Q, the zone control that his W provides, makes it super difficult for especially a champion like Set to actually close the gap. Meanwhile, B-Boy, he's left abandoned. He's just in the 1v3 in the backline. He's running away, landing whatever poke that he can, but the Brawn Shield, the MF ultimate, and it's this ulti right here, where because he cancels through the knockup animation, means that he's still able to dish damage out, and that forces them to retreat. Meanwhile, back over on this side of the fight, Vitality's trying to dive, Razork and Dan are just barely able to get away, and while Denick does lose his life, Vitality cannot continue the chase, and Febivin is then back alive. So this allows Misfits to secure another objective. They have, of course, now got themselves the Soul, and now the Baron is being started.
We'll see, this is a very quick Baron take. Vitality going to try and get in there. The control wall goes in the pit. Schemes getting forced away by Denick, but he does have the body slam. He does have the smite. They're going for Denick instead as Misfits try and re-engage. Crucial Barrage rattles in and Schemes goes down to half HP. Selfie low as well. And already one's down as Denick falls. Steelback getting chased out by B-Boy though, and he's got another kill for himself. The showstopper used off towards the top side as Comp is caught out, but he's got the GA. Selfie going to get in there as well with the gravity well, with the field up as Dan falls. It's a double for B-Boy. Comp trying to trade against his enemy AD carry, but he is losing that one. And now Vitality walk away wounded. The question is, can Misfits do this Baron? You do have an Azir and an Ezreal, and it should be pretty easy take for them.
They also have the Mountain Drake. That extra bit of shielding is going to make the difference, and you're right, they're just going to melt through this with no Smite Steal available on the side of Vitality. This will be an objective secure for Misfits, but that was not an easy or a clean objective take. Selfie once again dishing out some serious damage to make these fights that much closer, but at the end of the day, B-Boy isn't dying. Febivin is not dying either, and that means that the range and the poke that they're consistently able to dish out allows them to just chase Vitality down. Now with the Baron, they obviously have a very healthy gold advantage, but at this point in the game, Medic, that doesn't really matter. Selfie is full build, you can see that B-Boy is full build, Comp very close to completing his itemization as well. Like, we're fully in the late game right now, and you can see these team fights are hard for Vitality to be able to execute, but the Victor is single-handedly keeping Vitality in this game, and some very good flank and dives from Cabashard. And it's probably unfair of me to say single-handedly, because he has consistently been able to act as a threat when it should be so much harder for Renekton in these fights.
But the issue is, and Vedius, you say this every week, Ezreal scales depending on how easily the enemy team can kill him. And right now, it seems like no one can kill B-Boy. Like he is incredibly strong. He doesn't even have boots anymore. He just has 6 items. A Black Cleaver, a Maw of Malmortius, a Blade of the Ruined King, a Bloodthirster, a Trinity Force, and that Mura Mana fully stacked up, right? Like, even if you get on top of him, he's then going to Blade of the Ruined King you, and then Lifesteal off you, and then jump away, and then flash, and it's like, I just don't see how Vitality are able to lock him down. And maybe if B-Boy was having a bad game, you could, but B-Boy is having a very good game as well.
Yeah, he certainly
and
is.
he has a Knight's Vow on him as well, just as a little extra bonus. Feathervin though, Feathervin is not having a great game, and he's going to die to that Chaos Storm.
Wow, he just got one shot by Selfie. I mean, you kind of expected this late into the game, but
yeah, he's got 7 kills.
That is a critical mistake, my man. This is not looking good for Misfits. Like, so many mistakes like this keep happening, and they're allowing Vitality to stay in the game. Like, we've been praising Selfie, but he just cooked that chicken on a plate, just straight in front. You know, that chicken just walked into the oven, and he was just like, "What do you want to be fried? Do you want to be roasted? What do you want from me?" Like,
okay, I appreciate the effort, Vedius. But you can
I get it. You can't fry your chicken in an oven. I get it. I know. Just laugh at the joke, Bennett. Just laugh at the joke and just walk away. Okay? Just walk away.
You ever you fry chicken all the time? Actually, you make okay sweet and sour chicken. It's one of your benefits. Anyway, Baron for Misfits at the moment is going to fall off in about 20 seconds. There's an Elder Dragon in a minute, Vedius. There is 4,000 gold between these two teams, but really the battle comes down to who is going to win. Is it Selfie or Bevo? Who's going to get the assassination on the enemy?
Right.
Who is going to win out of these two?
It is just Selfie versus B-Boy. And on paper, you would put your money on B-Boy, right? Given the nature of his champion. But Selfie has been doing so, like, to put it into context, right? Vitality has 9 kills, okay? Yep. Selfie has been involved in all 9 of them. If you look at the kill participation across the board, right? That is not evenly distributed, right? No one else shares the same level of impact that Selfie has had, and I think that for Selfie, I mean, he made a tweet last week where he was talking about how, you know, he's going to ignore the comments, he believes he deserves to be here, he feels that he is better than what he showcased last week, and I think, you know, we talked about this being a comfort pick for him. I really think this goes to show what he is capable of, and that he has that carry performance available to him. He just needs that opportunity to show it, and he's showing it right now. So the question is, can he convert this into a win for Vitality? Misfits now gearing up to siege the mid lane base. Selfie is in bot lane. The wave clear is gone, which means that
Vitality is just totally out of position here. They're looking for a flank now, but maybe the inhibitor won't fall. That would be a benefit for them. Cabochard's going to get spotted on a ward as he comes round. Razork on his way, you can see, as the Sun Disc falls down, they know Cabo is here. Febi's going to chunk him out just a little bit. And just a little bit more context on how well Selfie's playing this game, Vedius. In the previous 138 minutes of League of Legends gameplay he has been in the LEC this split, he has got 8 kills. In this 45-minute game, he has got 8 kills. He's playing out of his mind, and really showing why Vitality have put some faith in him.
This is the deep flank. This is the Cabo classic deep flank. He will be spotted, but look at how far behind he is. Enemy lines. Flash comes in from Denick. He misses the hook. That's big, Medic. That's big, but the Elder Dragon is being started. But what about the rest of Vitality?
The problem for me is Vitality are so split, right? Misfits can either just go straight to the Elder, but if Comp and Steelback and Skeens try and step up towards Misfits, all that's going to happen is Misfits turn on them, because you still have Razork, you still have Dandan, you still have all of these engage tools. Now the question is Denick going to get caught out? Cabochard looking for the Ruined King, slow comes out, there's the Ruthless Predator as well. Cabochard's going to step into them all here as the Chaos Storm comes down. Febby stepping in, there's the True Shot Barrage Selfie. Takes a little
That's a lot though, Medic. That's a lot used. The Selfie ultimate is a lot of damage, and that cooldown isn't going to be up for the while. Same for Cabo, which means that Misfits should now feel pretty comfortable repositioning for this Elder Drake. The only thing that they have to be careful of is the amount of time it takes for Denick to get back onto the map. He's gone back to base, he's resetting.
Cabo's going to the inhib, buddy. Bevivin has a big flank off here, but maybe...
Oh, they're actually going 50-50 this. They're going 50-50
in the smite. Razork stepping forward, Glacial Prison hits onto the back line. It's Skeens who's caught out. Selfie trying to get a
good gravity field.
A good gravity field, as you say. It's on Skeens. He has to steal.
Oh, it resets!
The reset comes out and Skeens is dead. Oh no, he uses the stopwatch just in time with the Elder Dragon going down, and now Dan can chase down onto Skeens. He flashes forward, but he can't quite land it. Razor going
What's Renekton doing? What's Renekton doing?
Renekton is on the inhib. He's on the inhib, and yes, we said that already. He's going for the inhib, but here comes Vivian, and he's gonna They're all dead. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Cabochard is doing. Kaselfi tries to step forward, but he's gone as well. It's a quadra kill for Forbidden, and Cabochard, you can take the inhibitor, but we will take everyone else off the game. Misfits take the Elder. It was a 50-50 play. Desperation from Vitality you have to feel, but this will be the game for Misfits, and they will equalize Mad Lion's scoreline.
Oh wow, Misfits' 4th place chances were on the line in this game. They had to win that team fight, and they were just able to pull it off. Cabo's gonna TP in. Can Febby get the penta?
We will see. A pentakill for Forbidden would be icing on the cake. He goes in, shuffles forward, Cabochard running. He's like, I'm not giving this one to you too easily, but there it is. There's the ace. Will it be a pentakill? Not quite, not in time. But Misfits take the win, and they go to 10-7, tied 4th place.
Wow, that game ended up being a lot more tense than I think we were expecting, Medic. The fact that I think Selfie was able to help his team stall out the game that long to force Misfits into a 50-50 Elder Dragon Smite steal. And if that Elder hadn't reset, maybe it could have been the difference maker. If they got that Elder, then they don't just straight up lose that fight, because you saw what Febivan did. He landed a single WQ auto, and then everyone just died. So it was so unfortunate for Vitality. They really made Misfits work for it, but unfortunately they were not able to find the win. Props to Misfits, but definitely a lot of their gameplay needs to be cleaned up with Misfits, with playoffs rather on the horizon, and G2 still left standing in their way tomorrow.
Yeah, they really need to take that win over G2. You guys can get involved in the Player of the Game vote at LEC on Twitter. Dan, Razork, B-Boy are your options. We'll see who ends up winning that one. But for now, as I get up my copy, for now we'll see what's coming up next. The experts discuss G2's MVP candidates before our champions look to prove themselves against the up-and-coming Schalke 04.
From Abadagi, the face breaker for the pullback. Jumps down with the You're not playing for playoffs, but you are kind of playing to prove yourself to the rest of the world.
Look for that two-shot barrage. Jakob's going to jump into the pit. He goes up. Yankos!
I think we are the strongest team in Schalke. Last time we lost to them. I'm very, very confident in that team and in us, how we play right now.
Wish right on the star, planet in the dark. Oh, 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 oh. We were there to talk, sitting in the car. Whoa. Speaking up and running away. Not much left to make us stay. Didn't know where we wanna go. Oh, but I would never care to know. Nothing left for us, city has no pulse. Oh, 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 oh. Speaking up and running away. Not much left to make us stay. Didn't know where we wanna go. Oh, but I would never care to know.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LEC Experts panel. And right now, those experts are Vedius and Yamato Cannon. Welcome, gentlemen. Straight off the cast for you, Andy, but I'm sure you'll shine your light on our next matchup. It is G2 Esports versus Schalke 04. And let's just get it out of the way, okay? Schalke could be G2 after what's happening today.
Right? It feels like the day of upsets based on what we're seeing right now.
Odds are heavily in their favor. They have 100% win ratio this season, so that's what it is.
Yeah.
The facts.
That is what it is. So we just wanted to get that out there. But what I really wanted to talk to you all about is MVP, because the MVP voting will be kicking off after this week, and then we will announce it, of course, in the next couple of weeks. And I wanted to look at who could be possible candidates coming out of that stacked G2 Esports roster.
Well, I think the first one for me has to be Perks. I think this is a player that for a very long time hasn't had one, but when you think about his impact that he's had over the course of the many years that he's been a part of G2, it's undeniable to recognize the amount of growth that he's made and the consistent impact that he has. And when we think about MVPs, obviously it's a very subjective subject. Many people have different criteria for what makes an MVP, and for me, one of the best examples has always been, if you remove this player from a team, does that team still look the same? And when you think back and you look at these G2 rosters, Perks is a player that, if G2 would not have the same success that they've currently had if he did not exist. Worlds 2018 was pretty much him and the Wonder show. So the fact that he hasn't even been able to achieve an MVP status yet is still the question on many people's minds.
I unmuted the wrong thing. The fact that he played AD carry the whole year last year and coming back into mid lane is absolutely crazy to me. And obviously, he wants to pick up the slack on the champions that were played last year. He's playing a lot of Akali when it's not necessarily meta. He played Sylas when it's not necessarily meta in mid lane unless you're playing in the LPL. The fact that he's analyzing the champions that he didn't play, taking some of that information from Cap, sprinkling that over his old gameplay that is tried and true. It's just crazy to me that you have a player that can just plug and play in such a way after playing AD carry for a whole year. It's just super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's been mentioned before, but the fact that he hasn't gotten an MVP in his career is really mind-blowing if you now look back on everything that lineup and he in particular has achieved. But I think there he's also suffering from the fact that, especially in this G2 Esports, he is just surrounded with so many amazing players that could all very well be in the running for it.
Yeah, I think that's the problem with G2. They seem to just keep accruing talent, and Perks has this habit of always playing with very talented players. Like, in his first year, it was Trick. There was the 2-time MVP. It was him plus his jungler. And then we look back at last year, Caps, the former mid laner of G2, into then Jankos. The fact that there have been so many talented players alongside him, it's been very difficult for him to really shine. And I think that what he has done so well this split is been able to demonstrate demonstrates some of the differences between him and Caps as mid laners, where I feel like you get a lot more consistency from Perks. I feel like he demonstrates a lot more thought and precision in a lot of the movements and plays that he makes around the map, and I think that he's making a strong case for himself this split to finally stand out amongst the G2 players as one of the MVP frontrunners.
I think if anyone that comes to mind next to Perks and is obviously, like, it's my candidate on G2, honestly, is just Jankos. Jankos to me always, you know, he like set the seed of doubt in my mind last year because of the Kiana play, but honestly coming back to this year, always when he plays against the players that I consider, you know, up there with him, maybe Zerx is self-made, he always shows why he's so much better. Always at the right place of the map, always ahead of the curve in terms of what he needs to play in terms of champions, always ahead of the curve in terms of pathings, and on top of that, you know, he's mechanically so good. We've had junglers that have been around for quite some time and then they're turning into more cerebral players, but Jankos is mechanically insane still, which is super impressive considering how long Jankos' career has been.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Of course, last year it was Caps and Jankos that got the MVPs respectively for G2 Esports, and you can't deny just how important he's been specifically, I think, in this split for G2, Veri.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult because it's him and Perks together that I think is a large part of what makes G2 so successful. You've seen some crazy trash from this team, you've seen some pretty all over the place strategies, but these two players are always so consistent, and Jankos specifically is just like the early game god. You only have to look at some of his stats, and if you think about how much G2 as a team fight, and then you look at his kill participation, he's at 78% of 15. He's involved in so much of the early game action because he is the one setting it up. He is the enabler for this team, and the fact that he's able to do that for a squad of hungry, bloodthirsty players just goes to show how much of an impact this man has on our league.
Well, we're very close to Schalke versus G2, and just to be clear for anyone listening, we're talking about the MVP candidates on G2. Of course, there's many people on other teams that are also in the running. Since we only have a minute before we get into the game, I want you to make a choice, analysts. If you'd had to pick between Perks and Jankos for an MVP, where would your vote go?
It's so difficult because I think both of them they are the best player in their position in the LEC. But I have to give it to Jankos because of the gap between him and the person that is behind him, which is self-made. So I think just Jankos consistently super good, super impressive, always ahead of the curve. Gotta give it to my Polish man.
See, it's super difficult for me, and I reckon I'm going to flip-flop so much on my decision around this, but right now I think I'm aligned with Yamato. Jankos is the person that immediately comes to mind for me right now, and it's just because I agree with Yamato of how much of a cut above the other junglers he is, but the fact that he's continuing to innovate, the fact that he's having so much presence in every single game that you play, I think that it is too difficult not to look at this man and see how much he is shining and how much he makes G2 just a better team overall.
Well, we'll see what happens. I think you've set these two up perfectly to now play the worst game of their entire split, because that's how caster curses go. We're going to have a quick break, but then we're going to dive straight into that game. We'll soon see if Jankos and Perks in action as G2 looks to secure their first seed with a win over Schalke 04.
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
Hello and welcome back to the online edition of the LEC. I'm Daniel Dracos, joined by Christy Ender Frierson for the greatest matchup we will ever cast, and that is Schalke 04 versus G2 Esports.
Honestly, this matchup, you say it's going to be a great matchup. I think this is super one-sided, honestly, Dracos. Like, it has been so long since we've seen this matchup go the other way, but honestly, I've been counting the days, and it has been so long since G2 has been able to pick up a win against Schalke. 248 days, I believe.
58 days, Ender. 258
That's even
days
more than I thought. That's way worse.
Exactly. Since G2 Esports beat Schalke 04. And you know what, folks? That might sound crazy, right? But it's been only 144 days since G2 beat SKT. So I ask you, who's the better opponent, really? Schalke 04 or SKT? I think we all know who the underdogs are in this matchup, and they might just be on the blue side. And they're banning Aphelios, Gragas, Ornn. We've also got the Pantheon, the Karthus, and the Syndra coming in from the side of potential favorites, Schalke 04, and an instant first pick Senna on patch 10.6.
Alright, so Senna, even after the nerfs, which have effectively reduced the AD she gets from her souls by 25%, still worthy of a first pick. Now, in our first 2 games of the day, we saw a whole lot of ADC bans. I think we saw 4 in game 1, 3 in game 2. This time, not quite as hard with the bans thrown that direction. But now my question is, do G2 actually want to keep playing the funneling Senna that they've done in the past, or is this going to be like a true ADC Senna that keeps farming, or is it going to be support Senna? There's a lot of different variables to keep in mind with that one.
And something that Schalke have to be painfully aware of too, because G2 were not only playing fasting Senna, but they were some of the guys playing the most creative picks in solo queue. Maybe that carried over to scrims as well. And the Ziggs now coming in for Schalke. Good setup on the bottom side. Inax we know is a very solid mage player. An important note, if you've been out of the loop, Gilius is now playing again for Schalke 04. So, we might get some trash talk. We might get some explosive early game. I'm ready to see what Gilius can do.
Yeah, I like it here, going for the very early Lee Sin as well. Now a Kalista pick on the side of G2. This could be a Kalista Senna bot lane, but that feels weird to me. I think it's probably going to be up in the top lane for Wunder here, something that's been taking solo queue by storm, but dominates in just about every single matchup.
I love it because it's been taking solo queue by storm, but its win rate is abysmal right now. It's in the low 40s on patch 10.5. Maybe it got better on 10.6.
Yeah, that's because it's a bunch of Maokai and Set players trying to play Kalista. What?
They've never had to click that many times in their life. They have no idea what they're doing. But we'll have to see what Wunder can do. And the thing that I love about this is that, if I look at Schalke, their strongest player in my mind is Odoamne, and Wunder's still whatever. I'll take this pick. I'll dominate lane on it. I'll be a monster. Could still technically go bottom, but I think you're right. I think we're seeing the Wunder Kalista top.
Yeah, but how do you even beat Kalista top lane? It feels like you just need the better jungler, and I don't know, Gilius coming back in here up against Jankos, that's going to be a pretty tall order to fill here, especially when Jankos is going to be on the Rex side, so Odoamne is going to have to dig deep, otherwise it is not going to look very good at all. Now circling back to the pick of the Ziggs, you mentioned Inax, great, mage bot lane player. I remember at Worlds when he was playing in Unicorns of Love, he drew Heimerdinger bans in basically every single game, so I'm at least excited to see him go back to one of these, mage picks that he was so well known for in 2019.
And look, on 10.5, the tower play gold is higher, so Ziggs shredding through towers early game is a big reality of this pick, right? Especially when there's only 1 or 2 plates remaining. I want to see what Inax can do, because outside of Odoamne, Inax is the other guy that I look at, and the Caps Mickey X bottom lane, while it can be incredibly explosive, is volatile. It's explosive both ways, and going up against Ziggs definitely is going to just further accentuate that. But the LeBlanc, the Corki, now the Set band away as well.
Yeah, definitely leans towards Caps and Mickey doing very well, but every once in a while they gotta toss a bit of int in that one, so we'll see what we get this time. Now, an Azir here on the side of Schalke is setting them up with a ton of teamfight damage later on in the game, and now they're gonna have to fill out top lane with something that's super AD heavy, right? Because right now all you have for physical damage is going to be the Lee Sin. Trying to think of what's left on the table, a Renekton's up there, but you don't want to run that into
no, it can't be a melee champion. You can't play a melee champion into Kalista. It's literally the dumbest decision you can possibly make. Who's left?
Question.
In theory, there's a Kennen you go for, a Lucian. Neither of those champions I super love. Jace is still open. If they wanted to pair that next to a Ziggs, go for a little bit of poke options with that one. Could be fun.
Jace option. And now we have the Galio locked in as well. Potentially the farming Galio alongside the fasting Senna. We'll have to see what G2's plan is. Important to note as well, of course, that if this Akali does get locked in, we've also seen the Senna Akali bot lane pairing. Time to find out exactly how they want to focus on this one.
Alright, okay, so now with the Akali locked in, that's almost certainly going to be run in the mid lane up against this Azir, which I think is a good pick, especially if you're taking over once she does get a couple of items underneath her belt. To me, this is reading as Senna Galio bot lane with the Kalista up top side, and then the only question left for G2 is are you actually going to do the fasting Senna or not? Because I'm more inclined to believe on this patch, fasting Senna, her power did get reduced, but then again, Mickey was one of the guys that's hey, let's run the Galio next to the fasting Senna, because he can farm really easily with Q2.
But Ender, before we talk about that, I gotta give you props. The Jace pick does come through for Schalke No Fear, so good prediction there. We're running out of ranged 80 top champs, so I feel like your selections were limited, but well predicted nonetheless. And now we have Asena, Galio bot side. We're gonna have to wait to get in game though to really see who is farming, but I agree with you. Like, I think with the soul rate dropping, with getting less from souls, Senna needs that money, or she has to build like support, not this lethality stuff. And I think support Senna is pretty terrible.
Yeah, I don't want to see any Athenes in my games on the Senna. Get that noise out of here. But I do actually, like, honestly, like, G2 have some, you know, the super lane dominant top laner, like, Jankos Wonder are going to try to take over this game. But if it goes late, Schalke have really strong poke tools, really good disengage as well. G2 do not have the ability to force fights very easily. So I would say that if Schalke can, like, keep it in and, like, not let the side lanes go haywire up against this Kalista, like, they have a pretty solid comp, I feel like.
Look, I actually have a lot of faith in Schalke. I don't really have a lot of faith in anyone against G2 Esports, but overall it's going to be a hype matchup. Have to see who comes out on top, G2 Esports versus Schalke No Fear. And Ender, as we enter the Rift for G2 versus Schalke, I want to bring back to our minds that important point that we made here earlier. 258 days since G2 beat Schalke. Schalke out of playoffs. If G2 lose here, they're not going to get another chance until Summer Split, Ender.
Oh my god, dude, it might be.
Can their pride handle it?
I don't think it can. Like, that's just going to destroy G2's mental before playoffs even starts. Like, how do you have the mental edge against a team like Fnatic who just goes around and bullies teams like Schalke all the time if you can't beat them in an entire year?
I just think that there's nothing to be done. And of course for G2 Esports, they're playing for first place. You know, they need to find everyone that they can to kind of stay ahead of the pack. Obviously, OG and Fnatic hungry on their heels. And if G2 somehow find themselves in an 0-2 week, we could see a big shift in the standings. And already now we have the terror of Gilius back on the Rift. Frankly, I don't know what to expect. I was underwhelmed last time we saw him, Ender. I think it's safe to say, but I don't want to blame that on Gilius because the entire roster was a bit of a mess. We'll have to hold that. There's some early aggressive trading here. Odoamne not going to win that one. My god, that's a lot of level 1 damage. That's absurd.
At level 1, you're not going to have any fun in this matchup. I think if you can recall on a serrated Dirk, maybe you've got a chance if you can get your jungler up there. But again, I think Jankos is just going to try to split the map, and G2 already have the deep vision trying to make that happen. But I would like to bring us back to Gilius, because you say you don't know what to expect. I say Schalke came into this game and came into the back half of the season with a plan, right? The season obviously started off terribly for Schalke, right? Nothing was going well. They couldn't pick up wins, except against G2. They determined, you know, playoffs, that's pretty cool. But you know what's cooler than playoffs? Beating a world's finalist. Not a world champion, a world finalist. That's way cooler. And what are G2's weaknesses?
Okay.
Bot lane.
I'm with you.
And wildcard teams. Now, here's the thing. Schalke can't get 5 imports from wildcard regions. They can only get 2. So what do? They bring in an imported bot laner, Inax, formerly from the, from the
LCL.
The LCL. I was like,
CIS
why am I
league.
forgetting
Yeah,
this
there you
one?
go.
Exactly, perfect. And they bring him in a bot laner who's just going to take over this game against Caps. What can G2 do?
Not a whole lot, which seems to be a similar story for Gilius as he gets bullied there. Although we take a look at the bot side trade, Mickey going to get knocked very low. Ignite coming out, but he is going to be able to walk that one off. And you said it, Ender. Inax, the terror from the LCL, here to shut down the G2 bottom lane. This has to be the most hard force narrative I've ever heard in my life, by the way.
Yeah, but it goes deeper too, because like G2, they struggled against the Gigabyte Marines, who played, wacky bot lane champions like the Nocturne. You know what's wacky? Ziggs. Like, is Caps even going to expect it? I don't know. I don't think so.
How deep into the mind games Schalke must be to counter out their opponents. But as we check in across the map, we can't see it is the fasting Senna, Ender. Cap's not going to be getting a lot of resources. And as you can see, Mickey isn't either, because he's already down 10 CS. He's asking for scraps. He says, please, Mr. Ziggs, please, sir, may I have another CS? Caps, though, might just be giving up his life on that one. Is going to have to make his way out to safety. Very close exchange, but a bit of stealth there from the Black Mist will ferry him out.
I mean, in all seriousness, I really like the Ziggs pick up against Senna. I think Senna has a really tough time getting, like, control over minion waves. Like, her only wave clip tool is her Q, and that's not going to be super reliable, so Ziggs can, like, go for this early reset, like we saw Inax move for here. But also, I wonder if he's thinking, well, Senna actually locks herself in place whenever she goes for an auto attack. So that just means, like, really easy bombs to land if you're timing it with her going for last hits. So, I don't know. I think there's a lot of good things to be said about that one.
Easy bombs, easy Qs. Of course, double Dorans and potentially more AP to come through from Mickey may balance out some of that lane pressure. Winds of War can do a decent amount of damage, but for now, very much Schalke favored. Abadage also bullying in the mid lane, kind of as expected in any Akali matchup pre-6, at least range versus melee. So, Ender, top lane may look terrible. That's a 20 CS deficit, I'm not gonna lie. That, you leave that lane behind. There's nothing left up there for anybody but Wonder. But on the other hand, the rest of the lanes, doing just fine.
Well, it's very clear that the Jace is not a lane counter pick to the Kalista, at least yet. He had to go back very early with Jankos making the invade play onto Gilius and sort of zoning him away from that side of the map. But like, now we are in a situation where Jankos can just look for a dive up against this guy, or just force him away from the tower, because I think that that's pretty much what you're trying to do with this Kalista, is just make sure you can deny as much CS, as much gold from the enemy top laner as possible.
Once again, 10-5, tower play gold is increased back up to 160, so a lot of money to be grabbed here from Wonder. And I want to say, your comment like, hey, it's not a lane counter yet. When you're down 30 CS, do you ever really get the chance?
I don't think it will ever be a lane counter.
You're never going to be a lane counter if you can't farm, unless you have some ludicrous, like, Kayn-esque power spike where you get to transform into a different champion.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the best counter pick to Kalista top is just having a jungler, you know? And that just sits there, literally never leaves the lane. Like, you just gotta get up there, level 2, level 3, put her down, make her TP back, kill her again. Like, otherwise, she can just push up with impunity.
Ooh, good damage going into Mickey, but he's feeling frisky, wants to go back in for that trade. Meanwhile, the top lane, Wonder continuing to do a lot of damage. Yanko's gonna fish for this one. The flash through, now Yanko's trying to finish it off, but I think he might just have to give up his life.
Dude.
The pullback, though, level 6, coming in clutch. Wonder. So disrespectful. I cannot believe they got away with that.
They can actually turret dive so well. When Rek'Sai hits level 6, Jankos is going to be able to drop tower aggro twice over with his own ult plus the Kalista ulti as well. Like, oh man, it's brutal. And you can already see it. It's going to be the Sanguine Blade Rush out of Wonder as well for the lethality, the attack speed, the lifesteal. Like, it's the ultimate 1v1 item in the top lane. And just watching this replay one more time, right? Like, it looks dire for Jankos. He's like, yeah, he gives up his life. Everyone got fooled. All of a sudden, he gets yoinked straight out of there, thanks to that Kalista ulti tied to her jungler. So, top lane, it's looking pretty over.
My man Ottawamne in the top lane just bought a Cole. He's gotten 20 farm in the last 7 minutes. Wait, he bought a Cole.
Wait a second, dude.
I'm with you. Like, you probably just can't buy anything else, if we're completely honest. A little bit of extra lifesteal, like, that's all you can do is kind of weather the storm.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Well, he's like, he needs, bonus gold any way he can, right? The problem is, I don't actually think he's gonna have 100 CS until like 25 minutes.
Oh, but luckily, there is some value here to topside. He has given experience over to Gilius, who now outlevels him. You love to see it, folks.
Yeah, so, you know what you don't love to see, though, is Wonder setting up a freeze against the flashless Jace that's 2 levels down.
Yeah. No, I have to imagine that this is the worst game. I thought Ottawamne would hate playing tanks, but this is significantly worse. This is the true nightmare state. And now Gilius is going to be in trouble. The smite can come out. The can go there too. He's going to dash through. Gilius is going to try to kick back, but there's nothing left for him. Gilius goes down.
This is just mean. This is actually just mean. G2 with a second rotation Kalista pick, and they're just absolutely dumpstering up here right now. Like, if I'm just looking at the gold difference across all the lanes, like, oh, Schalke, they've got an advantage down bot side, right? Senna's not really farming, so, like, that's unfair, but Ottawamne looks like he's playing fasting Jace in the top lane in this matchup, and that's just not part of the plan.
Yeah, this is a little bit grim. Perks is going to get knocked back, so Abadage is hoping for something, but the dash back through comes in, and Perks will finish this one out, but does get the flash advantage. Big set of ult. Oh, and that is team play right there from G2 Esports.
That's just sick. G2, all over the map, all the time. I mean, came in as heavy underdogs in this matchup, and I think they might just be able to turn it around, Dracos.
Look, man, all I'm saying is, yeah, we may have read the situation wrong. 258 days may have been the perfect amount of days.
Stop shopping!
Gilius. Through. The flash, the Q. Gilius right back on the stage. Perk's biggest weakness. Players from wildcard regions. The TCL time has done Gilius well. Still going to make his way out of this one. The Ignite's ticking, but it won't take him out yet. He's going to be able to walk his way out of that one.
Meanwhile, up top lane, there's a Rift Herald down, and the first top lane tower has already died. This is a situation where I wonder if Odoamne is like, can you actually please just take my inhibitor? That way at least I'm like forced to get some minions.
And this is just going to go from bad to worse. Maybe they can get something done bot lane, but Mickey's just going to walk that one off, and that's a level 6 Jace. It's hard because we have to keep talking about it, but it's like doing a newscast about a train wreck, you know what I mean? Like, we need to talk about it.
Why am I laughing?
It's our job to talk about it, but no one, like, there's nothing else to say. It's a train wreck. Like, I don't have any updates for you. It's getting worse.
It's just bad.
The CS discrepancy keeps growing. The coal is not getting very many stacks. This is a dark timeline, Ender.
Yeah, right now it's Sanguine Blade plus completed boots against 2 longswords and a coal. And that's how you cast it. You just keep updating people on how vast the gap is. You know, people talked about the gap shrinking for so many years, but I'm telling you, top gap is just huge this game.
The gap between Callista and any other top laner seems to be the gap that people need to be more worried about if the LPL and this Wonder performance are any indication.
Okay, but like, I sort of want to see a Wonder versus the Shy Callista 1v1.
That would be so boring.
Yeah, wait, no, but here's the thing. Do you know how skill is determined in the Callista 1v1?
Is it when you rend?
Yes, but it's do you rend before you have lethal? Because if you do, you instantly lose the 1v1. Because the other person just keeps stacking, they're like, oh, I see exactly how much damage your rend did. Oh,
that sounds about as exciting as the Yuumi 1-for-alls that people have been playing. Like, Yuumi versus Yuumi 1-for-all, that's what that sounds like to me, Ender.
Wait, but the Yuumi Cruiser is actually so sweet. We just have one Yuumi hop in the other.
You're absolutely out of control, Ender.
See, no, I actually remember, though, I had a long debate about this back on the playtest team, because, you know, that's what we did with our time. When you have Yuumis in 1-for-all, does, like, one hop into one, and then, so, like, one hops into two, or sorry. One hops into, or sorry, 2 hops into 1. Does 3 hop into 2, or does 3 hop into 1? You know, like, which direction does it go?
You gotta split it up, just like Odoamne is gonna get split from his life, right back into the fountain. That one happened a little bit too fast for me to add, and I don't have an answer for you, Ender. And it looks like they don't have an answer to this Callista either, although Inax, good knockback. I gotta say, the Schalke bot lane, if you look at it in isolation, having a great time down here, because now the Callista's in trouble. It's gonna get healed up and zoomed out by the fasting Senna. Caps will make it just in time, but still, G2, more than 3k up, approaching 4k now, as they start to collect farm across the map.
Oh, the chase blink! Look at the TP!
Oh, they hit the hook, she's dead, they got him! Man down, Gilius! With the shutdown, it's everything that they need, and Caps is just next on the menu. They're murdering G2, it's happening, Ender! The underdogs, G2, are getting decimated by the might of Schalke.
Everything going as expected here. Actually, that was like a sweet play from Odoamne. He is getting absolutely murdered in the top lane. First it was against Wonder, second it was against Perks, and he's like, hey, let me just get down there. Absolutely get that shutdown kill on over towards him.
Alright.
And he didn't even lose an inhibitor for it. What a trade.
After that play, we abandoned the meme narrative. Today has been a day of upsets, and after a play like this, I think Schalke could actually be in it, because when you see this kick come through from Gilius, the follow-up's there, second Callista's locked down, she dies, and now Schalke feel like they're right back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to chase down for a lot. I still don't know if they're right back in the game, right? Like, again, Callista, whoever she matches against, she's going to have a 1,500 gold lead minimum, right? She is riding on so much gold at the moment. But again, like, Schalke's team isn't really meant to, like, go for scrappy, spread-out fights, so that's the real test for them, assuming they can sort of, like, stop the bleeding for now, which, again, is going to be really difficult, because Wonder's just taking over whatever lane he goes into, and Odoamne is going to have to wait a long time before that TP does return. I do think they have the ability, on an equal footing, to actually have the superior 5v5.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's just about can you kill Wonder, because that's 2,500 of their 3,000 gold lead is in the back pocket of Wonder.
picks. I like what I'm seeing so far. In all honesty, still down in gold here, but the more time they can build for Abadage to, get beefy for Odoamne to stack the call, it's just going to get better and better.
I might be jumping the gun a bit, but I'm just impressed. I think so many teams would roll over and die when their top laner is as far down as Odoamne was, but credit to him, credit to Schalke for finding fight after fight, for punishing Wonder for kind of not being completely isolated. Obviously, Jankos was there as well, but finding the shutdowns onto Kalista, still a massive gold lead individually, as you said earlier, still cannot be matched in a 1v1, but in these team fight scenarios, Schalke are matching G2 at least.
Yeah, in this fight, at the start, Dreams does a really good job, because he's the one that, of course, picks up Jankos, and then also uses the stopwatch to survive that initial burst, leading to the kill going down over. Unfortunately, he couldn't get his ultimate down on towards Wonder right away, but even then, it's still 2 quick kills going over in the favor of Schalke. And then, as soon as Perks has to flash over the wall to chase down Inax, now all of a sudden he, the next person with the most money in his pocket, the strongest player on G2 that's still alive, is isolated from this fight, and Mickey gets stuck inside his own jungle.
And credit to Perks, now 3-1-1. Wasn't the hugest participant in some of those early exchanges. It was a lot of focus around the top side of the map, but making his presence known in that last fight. And now we check in on the top side of the map. Not a lot's going to happen here, just a bit of a trade of vision, more time alone for Wonder on the top side. CS lead remaining very large, 60 in his favor as the Blade of the Rune King is just about completed. Will be even harder to lock down, and I've never seen a game so much about landing a single skill shot on a single champion, but it's pretty much just all about who can actually CC Wonder. And
yeah, it's going to be like Gilius trying to find some kind of an insect play. Maybe Abadage gets involved too. I would say the nice thing about Schalke when we do look into these fights is even if they can't lock down Wonder, Kalista's relatively short range as a champion. So if she's ever jumping forward and hitting someone that's not Nautilus, she's going to have to go through the soldiers from Azir is, oh boy, we got to dive in the bot lane.
Ooh, knock back. The knockup's going to come through, but Abadage is just going to swoop his way out of that one. The burn Mickey's ult for it as well. And that is an AP Galio. He's building towards the Protobelt, so pretty big deal to lose out on that ultimate. But in the meantime, Kalista, of course, queen of objective control with this Rend, is just going to be able to grab the first strike for G2 Esports. Mountain going in their favor.
Yep, able to pick that one up. Meanwhile, Schalke a little bit slow on this rotation over, but Inax has so much damage.
Oh, Cass has to flash out. Snare's going to connect. Cass so very, very low. He's parting. He's taking from the Ignite, and he's going to get taken down. Sniped over the wall. It's perfect from Inax, but it's not enough to save his life as Jankos will grab one back in exchange.
Did Dreams just flash Ignite Caps from over the wall right there to secure the kill? Because, damn, son!
Yo, between that hook in the last fight and... Look, I respect Dreams immensely for a play like that. That's how you win fights. Now, in this case, it was an even fight, and he gave up his flash and his Ignite, but, whatever. You take it.
Schalke are taking the even fights right now, Draco. Let's watch this one more time. Inax able to pop the tower. Maybe would have liked to have his W to set up for the bomb damage, because Cap slashes away from that, but yeah, the flash Ignite, it's like the mini flash from Dreams 2 into Ignite. Doesn't even end up getting the kill, because Inax was able to pick that one up still, but hey, the effort is noted. We appreciate you.
I respect it. Still, 2k difference. Everything is really about the Kalista. Of course, Perks is quite strong, and is only going to get scarier and scarier, especially for a lot of these, well, not a lot of these. The Ziggs, specifically. The Ziggs has to be very scared. Inax has to be very scared about this Akali as we get later into the game, but good news is the Azir, the Jace have tools to get Akali away.
Yeah. That's sort of the thing, right? Is if Schalke are undisciplined in fights and allow a player like Perks coming in on a flank or a Jankos to split them up and drive them away, all of a sudden the fight becomes so easy for G2. Because if Kalista only has to worry about a couple targets, same thing for Perks, the fight is easy. But the second Schalke are fighting in a tight, passage inside their jungle or something like that, and you have the zone control of Abadage's soldiers, the bombs on the ground from Inax 2, and you can take fights slowly. Schalke's comp is actually going to thrive in those situations, but again, they have to stop G2 from driving them apart and splitting up these fights.
But it is so difficult. When the Akali is so strong, when the Kalista has so much agency, the pressure is definitely on for Schalke, no fear. They've had a good showing so far. The difficulty is there's not really any major objectives for them to threaten around that could force G2 to come to them. So it is just going to be a vision game. It is going to be a bit of a stalled out game. It's only 19 minutes in. Baron will be up in 1 minute, but G2 really the only team that can consider Baron at this point in the game with the combination of the Kalista and the Senna. Should be easy to take it quickly and healthily.
Big news for Odoamne. The call has been completed, so even though they will likely lose their mid lane tower in this situation, the late game bet has paid off. Here we go, mid lane.
Big fight can be breaking out. Now Mickey off to the backside, but he does manage to get the shield clutch coming in there. Now Gilius is the one locked up and immediately taken down. He overstays his welcome, and Inox not going to find the ulti there to close out the kill, but Abadagi now pushing it off to the side. Perks goes into the shroud, dashes right back over. Mickey immediately into the backline. The fairy that they wanted. Ankles is there as well. Odoamne still alive, running for his life. There's Inox on the backside, but he doesn't have any mana. The Ziggs is out of mana. He cannot do the damage. He cannot close the fight, and Schalke absolutely getting blasted in the back half of your dreams. Tries to make the hero play, but it is simply too little, too late. Pulled back there by the Cliffs to ultimate, and G2 will walk away.
G2 are on a rampage here. Caps between the towers as well, just trying to find something right there. They pounced. The second Gilius went down, and Schalke were still willing to commit in towards the fight. G2 just went flying across there. I think Yankos and Perks picked up some air miles with their ulti right there, because Inox, or Abadagi rather, could not escape from that whatsoever. Just when it felt like Schalke were starting to gain some momentum, G2 just shut them straight down.
Inox? Alright, that was a little bit greedy there, a bit high risk play. Didn't expect Perks to be there, but Schalke moving right back on the map to get some vision down. However, you're completely right, Ender. I mean, we were kind of coming to a close on the gold lead. It was a 2k advantage for G2. They were very far ahead, but there were ways for Schalke to come back. But after a fight like that, things are going from bad to worse.
Yeah, it's been uncomfortable too, because Schalke are actually the ones forcing there. Dreams finds the initial pick onto Mickey, but that's where they should have called it, right? They have a tower down that should zone G2 away, but Gilius goes in without the rest of the team. Then Abadagi says, hey, I can pick off Perks, but with the Galio ultimate and the Shroud, Perks is able to then get away, and this means that now the fight does look super, super messy. Inox is in the back of the fight without any mana left whatsoever, so Schalke just fought in, I feel like, all of the wrong positions, going away from their towers into the jungle, overextending with individual players one by one, and just misreading the situation in terms of like how much damage they could actually deal onto an Akali.
And Schalke thus far have, always started to fight on their terms, and then G2 have been able to keep it even. So when they start and they make mistakes, these one or two small individual mistakes, small individual decisions that don't pan out, instantly turn into a massively dominant team fight from G2 Esports. And now Baron is up. G2 can start to push their vision forward. They've broken mid lane. And if you're Abadagi, if you're Inox, you are terrified of Perks.
You don't want to be caught in a side lane against Perks or Wonder in this game. But honestly, I think that Wonder could be well suited to not go bot lane, like hard commit for that towards the split push. The second G2 want to go for the Baron.
Yikes. Big damage. Abadagi now in trouble. Perks gonna get kicked out. Gilius now trying to find the follow-up. The shield does go through. Perks with the fancy footwork trying to make it over the wall, but it's not going to be enough. No, the dash to safety to burn the tick, and that's going to be it. At the end of the day, challenging smite, challenge accepted, and lost. Perks knocked out of that one.
Alright, Schalke are able to make it happen and shut down Perks. At the same time, though, Wonder is pushing bot side. Without a minion wave there is going to take a lot of damage before he heals it back up, because of course he does have those double lifesteal items. What I was trying to say before that pick went down was that with the Blade of the Ruined King plus Sanguine Blade especially, you can shred through Barons so quickly. Or towers, if, there's only one enemy nearby, because even if no one is near you, you still get that attack speed bonus, which is incredible for bursting down objectives.
Yeah, and you can see, while the damage isn't quite as impressive as it was in the early game, Wonder, if left alone, can really decimate anyone. Gilius, very confident to dash forward, quite frankly. And Wonder kind of just playing on the edge, trying to force as much attention. Wow! But once again, Dreams lands the hook, but Mickey's on the way in. I don't think they're going to be able to shred through Wonder. He's ticking down. The Ignite is not enough. And Mickey, the front line that G2 need to keep Wonder safe. The entire team collapsing to try to make this one happen. And still, Schalke are playing on the edge. Schalke are taking risks. They're going to back off. Caps arriving. Their signal to retreat. Inox is here as well to clear the way, but G2 playing so well around the threat of engage.
Honestly, I really like how aggressively Dreams is looking for these hooks, right? Like the last time it didn't pay off, but he is still going for them over and over, because you look at the team comp, it's really just Dreams and then like Abadagi or Gilius having an insane ultimate, but more often than not, it is just going to be Dreams with the ability to find these fights. So when he sees a Q, he is going to take it. And the hope is the rest of his team is in a position to be able to back him up for those moves.
And normally in a game like this, you look at the carries and you say, hey, their flash is incredibly important. You can win any fight where that flash isn't available. But in this game, you look at Dreams flash, you look at Dreams Hex flash, and you go, Schalke, this is your shot. That cooldown, that is your ticket to victory, because Dreams is not missing these hooks. He's finding Wonder every single time, and that's what they need.
They also need to reclaim Vision inside of their jungle, because that is the thing. If they're able to hold on to Vision in topside, and especially around the Baron buff, and stop G2 from trying to sneak that with a Kalista, like, you buy yourself the extra time, and it also means it's so much easier to walk in as a group, because the second you don't have full information, or you're getting pushed out in all of your 3 lanes, and you're having to spread across the map, and then, you know, cautiously huddle back together, that's when a team like G2 is going to be especially looking to pounce with a comp like this. So now that Wonder is in the topside river, I'm already expecting to see them start that up as soon as they possibly can, because, again, the itemization is there now for Wonder.
And the good news is Schalke have some defensive vision. Of course, Control Ward in the pit denies them anything too certain, but Gilius does spot out the initial Baron aggro coming in from the side of G2 Esports. But as we get later and later, the good news is Inax is getting stronger. The Death Cat completed the Luden's Echo as well, so the Minefield especially crucial against Kalista, one of the few zoning tools that might be able to keep her away if Inax is ever mispositioned. So I don't know. I still think that the teamfight potential from Schalke is there. However, single mistake around the pit just ends the game.
I would also say the biggest threat for Schalke in a teamfight probably isn't Wonder, it's probably Perks, and his ability to jump into the backline onto an Abadage or onto an Inax. Like, obviously Wonder is going to be a big deal, but he is not going to be the one that's ending your fight immediately by diving into your backline. That is where Perks is going to come into play, so I think Dreams needs to be really on point with how he peels for his backline, because Perks, Jankos, Mickey are all going to be looking to use their ultimates to dive into the Schalke backline.
Yeah, it's just, this team fight seems so incredibly difficult to coordinate, because if you ignore the Kalista, she will kill people, but you can't ignore the Akali because she'll kill them much faster, so it's just, you have to play flawlessly, really, to avoid just instantly losing a fight to one of these champions. And Apps is only going to make it harder. Mickey's only going to make it harder, because while they're not the main damage threats for this team, they have a lot of defensive tools that make it pretty impossible for Gilius to go for a reliable, insect, for Abadage to try to do something similar with the Azir. So, if I'm honest, it's just waiting to see if Schalke can execute. It feels like a button check, a skill test, a shot calling test here in the fights to come, and well, G2 are starting the test. They've started up the Baron, and now Schalke have to respond here. But G2 will back off, not going to take any risks.
Well, it's also, for Schalke, it's not about, they don't want to be the team that's initiating fights. It's just sometimes you have to, right? If you're getting split up across the map, if the enemy team is on an objective, or has a Baron and is trying to end the game. So their entire game plan is try to, oh no, wait a second. Odoamne! Okay, it's gonna be alright. I was really worried about him for a second there.
But Perks came to the Shuriken flip over the wall, otherwise he was definitely dead.
Yeah. But Schalke's entire game plan is limit the amount of situations where you are almost forced to start off a fight, right? That means have vision on Baron. That means poke them out, as much as you can. That means don't be forced up without any vision inside your jungle where you have to face check. Because when they're the team that's initiating fights, that means that Dreams isn't there to peel Perks off of his backline. That means they have to play that much better to execute in the situations. Their ideal setup is forcing G2 to come into them, not allowing G2 to split push on them, not allowing G2 to pick up an objective like the Baron buff. If they can stop that from happening, they're going to look much, much better the later we go.
And I think it gets harder, though, because Dragon, their sole point is coming through for G2 now, as they cleared out that second Infernal. Triple Infernal buff plus Infernal Soul is going to be a lot more damage. Not that G2 particularly needed it, but Schalke kind of has to respect the Dragons, another place for G2 to be at any given moment, and they can't put all of their vision on both of the objectives. I just don't think they have enough.
Well, they just don't have mid control, right? If you can't actually have priority and that initial push on mid lane, well, then you can't actually take the paths where you can walk over and clear vision like Mickey is doing right now. So you're always going to be playing without that much information, which means every single move you make has to be more cautious, has to be more calculated, and all of a sudden you have to commit multiple members to an area just to get vision that you wouldn't necessarily want to have, and that spreads your team very, very thin.
And what's crazy to me, Ender, is that how explosively this game started off for G2 Esports, I was starting to expect to see something similar to what we saw when it was the Pantheon Talia combo and Jankos was roaming around the map, and it was just these 20-minute games where G2 just murdered their opponent. But despite Wonder's lead, Schalke have done a really good job of coming back, and you can see it in G2's play. That one's not going to work out, sadly, but you can see it in G2's play because they're playing with so much more respect for Schalke.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of respect, but it's also how do G2 force plays? How do you initiate a team fight? It is really, really hard. As Perks in the bot lane.
Gonna take a bit of damage, but it's just gonna... Yeah, just walks away from that. Good damage coming from Odo, though. Still chasing, still threatening. Doesn't want Perks to be able to heal up too comfortably. And in the meantime, it's just going to be the 2-man Baron stack. Of course, a lot of lifesteal coming in from the side of Wonder. Nothing there for Jankos, but he's not too concerned. Can heal up off the Rek'Sai passive. And Dalka now starting to collapse as Caps and Mickey will start to speed in. Mickey needs to be the zone control. 3k getting lower. You should not be able to miss a smite with the Kalista there. The Ren's going to come through. The Baron has come through as well. Mickey is going to be sacrificed here, but Gilius now on the backside. Wants to get the fight kicked off. Can kick in. The flash comes through. Gilius has to kick him out to safety. Not the fight that Schalke needed. G2 already escaping with the Baron, but the shutdown now for the Kalista. It's a messy fight, and it's Perks on the back line, and Schalke are now set to be absolutely dissected, but they stay strong as 4, and they force Perks away. 2 members down, 3 members down on the side of G2.
Oh, it's such a good fight there from Schalke. Even though they end up giving the Baron, they're going to be able to lick their wounds and only sacrifice Gilius in the process. This is the opportunity where they can't quite push for a tower in the mid lane, aren't going to be able to pick up any more gold off of that play, but they take the Baron buff off of so many members, really limiting the power here, and especially taking off on Wonder. Now, watch this, because again, it is Dreams finding the pick there on to make it with a pretty nice layer of abilities coming through from Inax as well to get the slam dunk with the Mega Inferno Bomb. But then watch the play down here on towards Wonder, and watch Odo in particular. He cues onto Wonder, gets behind him, and then knocks him back in towards the rest of the team. Getting that kill made this fight so much easier, and when Schalke get together in a death ball like this, Perks really doesn't have great angles to come in and attack.
Just excellent play, as you said. Really, Gilius burning the initial flash coming out from Wonder, the follow-up there from Odoamne, knowing that cooldown was down. It's good coordination. Sadly, not enough to stop the Baron from going in the favor of G2, so Schalke's still very much playing in the hole. They are in a deficit, almost 5k down up against G2. 58 seconds till that Infernal Dragon spawns. It will mean Infernal Soul for G2 if they can secure it. Schalke know where they need to fight, but at the same time, if they push for the Dragon, you could have Wonder on the top side pushing for an inhibitor or Perks. It's a very hard game to play out.
Oh, Schalke are so close to getting back into this one here. This is another fight that they're going to be forced to take, almost. Even with Jankos up on the top side of the map, like, Schalke are going to need to do something. Now, I kind of like this move out of Jankos, because I believe, no, he wasn't one of the players that was able to keep his Baron buff, so he will just be trying to get this shove and forcing Abbedagge to pick that one up before the Dragon does spawn. What this does, it means that G2 get full control down in this bot side jungle.
Ooh, Gilius, though. Getting singled out, getting caught out by Perks, will get kicked back. Oh! Now it's the dash back to safety, but Odoamne with a beautiful knockback, not enough at the end. Odoamne now going to be taken out as well. Gilius overstaying is welcome, but no, Odoamne still alive. The shutdown coming through. Now it's Dreams on the backside getting shredded by Wonder. It's a messy fight. Schalke, they've been torn apart. They split up their team, and now it's Abbedagge and Inax versus the world. Odoamne out on a sliver of health, but Abbedagge is just next on the menu. He's going to dash out to safety, but now Schalke, they're going to have to give up some of their base.
Oh, that fight was all over the place, and that's exactly what G2 wants. With the Baron buff too, Inax can't actually clear away these minions, so the inhibitor is going to fall, and G2 should be able to go back and pick up the Baron. Oh, maybe Wonder wants to go back in.
Wonder getting frisky. Odoamne going to try to find the knockback. He has just enough damage to survive. There's so many spears, but the Ren didn't happen. Now Jankos, though, it's Abbedagge. He's getting caught out. Inax is running out of mana rapidly, but it's a triple kill coming in for the Azir, and he dies, but it is absolutely worth.
It's a hero play right there from Abbedagge, right? Picks up the triple kill and also eliminates Jankos. Now Gilius is going to sprint immediately towards that Infernal Drake with Dreams closely behind him. But keep in mind, Perks has now respawned as well. So Schalke are going to have to act very quickly against this objective, or Perks is just going to wipe them up.
Teleport's now coming in. Perks and Caps zooming there. There's additional healing, additional protection for Perks. Not a ton of damage for Caps, just a lot of lethality at this stage. Gilius is going to break that one down, and they buy themselves more time, but now Perks is hunting. Dreams is there as well. Inax the only source of damage, easy for the Akali to avoid, just zoning out with the ultimate. Gilius is going to get taken down. Inax now has to run for his life. Dreams in a similar situation, but Inax now the one in trouble. Caps, though, taking a lot of damage back. Ooh. The auto, the Zonias, it's going to be enough, and now Perks is hunting them down left and right. Dreams just doesn't have anything left. He cannot keep his team alive. He tried so hard in that fight, but G2 come out on top.
G2 might be able to push straight down mid lane too. You can already see Wonder teleported into that mid wave. Abbedagge and Odoamne are furiously trying to clear those minions away, and I think they will be able to get it in time. So the game does extend, but honestly, we're looking at a second inhibitor going down inside of that bottom lane, and probably one more fight for G2 to try and close this one out.
And just remember, at any moment, if one of these Schalke members dies, the game probably ends. There's so much pressure on Odoamne and Abbedagge right now. And Axe will be up in 20 seconds. Gilius not too far off. As you said, one tower for now. Let's see if Schalke can push G2 back, or if they're going to try to force for more. Protobelt forward from Mickey. now walk away. A lot of damage present on the Schalke side. Can not afford to miss position as G2 look ready to end this one. They're pushing in. Wow. They've got the wave there as well. Wonder's just shredding through that tower. Big Zigzalt now coming in. A lot of damage there on the Caps. Caps has been caught out. Caps isolated. Caps taken down. Oluwamne finding the kill in the end. Gilius goes to the backside, but he gets knocked up. The kick is denied. He only manages to knock Jankos away from the fight as Perks dashes in and dashes right back out. Rest of G2 now on the retreat. Just testing. Just trying to find weaknesses into Schalke, but Schalke know this is their chance. Maybe they can find a fight win here. Cannot afford to split. Wamne playing with fire, but he will back off.
It's just so hard for Schalke to chase people down after the fight, unless Dream's in range of them. They're able to hold on for a little bit longer. And honestly, it would be hard to ask for two better champions to sort of hold the line at your Nexus than the Azir and the Zig. We'll see this fight one more time because Caps goes nuts at the start of this one. He flashes forward to auto-attack and look for a W on towards Abadage, which doesn't quite connect. And then it is this huge Inferno Bomb that nukes Caps, and Dream's flashing forward one more time to pick him off. But the fight gets interrupted with some nice CC there from Mickey Epps to stop the insect play from Gilius, because if Gilius gets that one off, I think that's just a hard-won fight.
Perks now coming in on the backside. He's just shredding through the entire team. The Galleon's coming in too, and they've decided the game is over. Schalke, you do not get to play any more League of Legends, because now G2 is angry, and they're looking to end the game just like that. It was back and forth. Schalke had hopes. Schalke had dreams, but no longer. G2 are looking to end.
G2 on a rampage right there. Zooming with the TP buffs off of that play. G2 done playing with their food. They want to close this one out.
258 days since G2 last beat Schalke, and it looks like that's the highest the number's ever going to get, because Gilius gets taken out and G2 walk right into the base, looking to hold on to sole control of first place with a win over Schalke No Fear.
Good stuff there from G2. I mean, it got a little hairy in that mid game, right? Weren't quite sure how to close that one out, but just watching Perks in some of these team fights is a beautiful, beautiful thing, because like, he just made Schalke feel so bad about every decision they made, constantly jumping forward to find the picks.
And let's be honest, Christy, when we prepped for this game, we were like, this is probably, like, Schalke has been getting better. Don't get me wrong, Schalke are looking better and better, but nobody is touching G2 right now. G2 is 20-minute, 25 minutes games every single game, but Schalke changed that. That was an incredible performance from this team, and while, yes, they are not going to make playoffs this time around, I'm ready to see what this team can do coming into Summer Split.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of those teams where it felt like they started the season 4 or 5 weeks later than everyone else, right? They couldn't quite figure out the roster they wanted to go with, and then once they did, they started taking some good wins, and I think it was a constant improvement towards the end of the season. I think they have a lot to be proud of with the changes they made and how they have improved towards the end.
But at the end of the day, G2 still clearly the superior team. Your key player of the game at LEC on Twitter is the place to vote. You can pick between Wonder, Jankos, or Perks, that G2 top side of the map. We're going to go away for a quick break, but when we come back, more LEC content that you love to see.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back everyone to the LEC Spring Split. As we just saw, G2 Esports, they secured first seed with a win over Schalke 04, and I gotta say, it was truly a clinic. It was flawless. What a clean win. Exactly as we expected.
One of the cleanest games of the split, I would say, if you're absolutely clinical. But it was a mess, if we're being honest.
That was honestly so cocktail. I always get surprised by how some G2 players can occasionally end and still they are stomping. You know, there's so many cocktail things happening in this game, but everyone has no doubt in their mind that G2 is going to close it out, you know, because Mickey X honestly almost did nothing the whole game. I saw him like taunting in and then just getting caught and dying, and it's still same old G2, because occasionally there's one G2 player that takes that position of the clown, I guess.
Of the clown. I like the way you put that. Now I'd like to take a look at this game and also kind of with it look forward to what we may expect out of G2 going into those playoffs. And let's start with the picks and bans, and of course immediately we have to talk about that Kalista top lane.
I think the Kalista pick is something we saw the Shire play, and Kalista is so unique in the sense that not a lot of top laners are going to be able to execute on it. Not even a lot of AD carries can play it. It's such a difficult champion, takes a lot of effort. And the key thing about Kalista is that just from level 1, she becomes so oppressive. She wins every level 1 in the game. I think maybe if you want to maybe experiment with the Draven, or maybe like a Vayne, that's what the Shy picked into it, then maybe have a slight chance, but that's not even in the level 1. You need to kind of scale into the lane. Draven needs to pick up 2 axes. That just doesn't happen. In this game, we saw from the get-go, Jace just got caught in the bush. Kalista took all control. Jace was supposed to be the counter pick, but if you can play with your jungler and there's no potential of a stronger 2v2 at any point in the game, Kalista and Rexa are going to super dominate. So we have to pay attention to which top laners in the league are going to pick it up. I don't think there's going to be many of them at all.
Oh yeah, that was going to be my follow-up question. Sorry, Vetty, but you can answer. I expect that's what you will be talking about. Like, what is, the chances that we're going to be seeing this a lot, if not all the time, and what are the vulnerabilities of that Kalista top?
Well, I don't think she has many. We heard Ender talking about it on the cast, where the problem with her is because of the amount of mobility that she has, it makes it very difficult to actually deal with her. She's very strong in the 1 versus 1. She can itemize to just basically be a duelist, and the only way to really deal with her is to burn her flash early and then camp her. Do what you can to just shut her down and deny her the ability to play the laning phase, which they just couldn't do because Yamato set it up beautifully. If the moment she gets control over the lane at the very beginning, it becomes so difficult to deal with her, and as you progress throughout the game, she then just becomes your conventional AD carry, but more, because she can split push in a side lane, she can duel you, she can 1v2, she can also duo a Baron, which we saw in this game. She isn't just that single AD carry, which she can offer as well, she's also so much more because of how she itemizes and how strong she is in all these different positions.
Well, with that I said, I also wanted to look forward, and just quickly I wanted to know from you, you guys, when it comes to the pick and ban strategies and the pick and ban possibilities from G2, we have seen a lot. We've seen that Wonder basically picks just about anything. We know from the past they've had the flex picks, and it seems, even though that's not as relevant now, even though they of course still have them, it seems that all these lanes have so many possibilities to pick kind of everything, except for Jankos, who's always stuck on the boring junglers, as he's been used to. But how do you think their flexibility of what point is their flexibility at, and is it better than last year, and is it even more trickier for their opponents?
I feel like, the whole meta in the world ever since MSI kind of transitioned into that point where everyone needs to prepare crazy picks. I think after that point in time where everyone kind of expects G2 to have crazy picks, it's gotten easier to kind of digest the fact that you're preparing against G2. But in this particular game against Schalke, what I like the fact is, when the last time Perks played mid lane, there was no Akali in the meta, there was no Sylas in the meta. So he's taking every opportunity to get as much Akali practice as possible in case this champion maybe gets buffed more. And I think that's amazing to view from that get-go. You mentioned also Wunder in terms of flexibility. I think G2 are just expanding their weaponry. I think it's easier to prepare against them because you can expect it, but I think in terms of weapons, they're just adding to that G2 building layer after layer.
So what I think is interesting, and when we look at playoffs specifically, I think it's true, and I agree a lot with what Yamato is saying with regards to how G2 is continuously expanding their repertoire. They're having more tools in the toolkit. But I also think we got to see a G2 where they drafted very much towards early game. And at the beginning of the split, we were talking a lot about how G2 need to clean up their early game. G2 need to correct and kind of show a stronger performance. But I think what we're seeing from G2 is something that is difficult to pinpoint. And when it comes to like identifying issues with this team, it's not easy because a lot of their mistakes come from individual plays, individual performances. And there's a really good replay that illustrates in this game how exactly what G2 like to do. And that is they will often take 50-50 fights and they will trust in their mechanics to be able to actually win the fight for them. It's not a 50-50, it's a 70-30, it's an 80-20. And while it looks like a gamble initially, while it looks dangerous, they just make it work. And this is the play on your screen right now. Perks, it looks like he's getting caught out of position. His team is not there to be able to play, but like, look, they could just disengage from this point. They don't. They re-engage. They hard commit to the fight. And just look at mechanically how strong these players are, how they pick and choose their targets, how they position in these fights. And this is what makes G2 so terrifying. Even in games where the kill score is 20 kills to 17, at no point did you ever think G2 was going to lose. And that is just because of the mechanical prowess that this team has, but also the decision-making and confidence they have to make sure that every play ends in their favor.
Also the fact that, in terms of if you want to improve as players and if you want to improve as teams, then it's better to push those fights over and over. When you're in a position where you're taking 50-50s and you're the team that is more experienced in those situations, it kind of just grows on top of itself as it kind of builds itself as well. But sometimes it also serves as a double-edged sword. That's why 50-50 is so aptly named, because many times in this game, we saw people getting picked off when they shouldn't have, but in the end, they're just testing their limits. And I think if you can put yourself in a position, you G2, and you kind of tone it down when the moment matters the most, because this is what I was hoping for last year when I looked at G2 into the World Champions. Next best of 5, they're going to tone it down and not die on side as much, and it never kind of happened. So it's kind of important to reflect on what kind of habits you're building for yourself, and you need to find like the perfect balance.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It only really bit them in the butt against FPX, right? Yes, I brought it up. I'm sorry. It still hurts. But it is hard because I think that we're trying to kind of judge them off these factors and we're trying to look at things for them to improve, but you never know with what mindset they're going into a certain game. All you know is that they'll take the playoffs very seriously, and they've taken this game seriously, but you never know where their own accents lie, right? So that's why we're being a bit careful. We did talk about possible MVP candidates out of G2 before this game. Wunder had a fantastic game again, but we mentioned Perks, and he is the Kia player of the game. With 58% of the votes, that is slam dunking the votes, and my, did he slam dunk this game with Akali?
Yeah, I was really impressed. He came very close to a solo kill on Tarvadage. He did get a bit of assistance from bot lane, but honestly, I didn't think Akali was that strong on the current patch, and Perks is just showing it doesn't matter if the champion has been nerfed. If you've got the mechanics, you can make her work. And now this is another champion you have to consider. Do we have to ban Akali again against G2? Is this champion too scary? Because he just looks so confident on the pick. It's like the man never came out of the mid lane for an entire year.
There was always this conversation, it's like, Perks, the mid lane Perks has been on the bench because the AD carry Perks was online. He missed the meta with the Akali, and it just shows that, this champion, even through all the nerfs, can be played. And I think, it's always scary when you look at G2. I remember when I was coaching, in the past years, looking at G2, and then you're like, okay, how do we prepare against these guys? They're doing super well with these picks. Do we need to prepare them ourselves? And then when you see this Akali, our mid lane is also looking at this. This is something I need to prepare against, and it just adds another layer of what you need to squeeze in this week between regular season and also playoffs, which makes it so difficult to prepare against G2. And then to just end on a note of Perks' performance, absolutely insane, honestly. All across the board, always super, super solid. It's very difficult to find anything to complain about.
Yeah, exactly. The viewers didn't either. They voted him for player of the game. And G2 locks in that first place. After the break, it'll be OG versus XL, and Youngbuck will reflect on XL Spring Split as they try to end on a high note in Week 9.
I do see us as a strong team still, even though the standings don't show it. I think looking at Origin's games, every single one of their games is super, super long. I think that's something that we can probably look to abuse.
Now, I'm taking 3 axes, he's gonna get the reset, he's gonna be able to bounce through, and now is the time for OG. 1-2 for Origin.
Winning the next 2 games means like we could be first or second place depending on what G2 does. I'm really confident that we're gonna manage to get the 2-0 week.
Hi everyone, welcome to the LEC Pro interview this week. I have back with me. How are you doing? How was the week for you guys?
The week itself has been quite relaxed, and I'm doing quite well considering the circumstances of not making playoffs and Corona outbreak. We're still healthy and practicing, but it's a lot more relaxed. There's a lot less pressure now that we just know that we're in 7th place or maybe even 8th. Actually, we're 7th place.
Right, as long as everyone is healthy, that's the principle. But I want to know how has it been for the week? I mean, coming into this week, you have less pressure. So what was the general sentiment for the team finishing with 8?
Well, of course, we were really unhappy about not making playoffs. Having said that, it was a very clear sentiment that we still wanted to perform this week and the Spring Split on a good note. We also realized that this game might matter to Origin or other competitors, so we want to make sure that we are giving competitive fairness. So we're still going 100%. And then, of course, we had to decide about the SK game as well. But we realized we are competitors. We want to end on a good note. We want to still show that we are a very decent team. So we're still going 100% this week. And then hopefully we leave it all on a good note.
Obviously, everyone wants to end on a good note, but on
a different topic. This split has been a different challenge for you, an exciting one when we talked about your ambitions and expectations 9 weeks ago. So what is your take on the progress and results this split for you and as a team?
In terms of the results, if you had told me 9 weeks ago that we would have either 7 or 8 wins, I would have taken that and be happy and assumed we make playoffs. Sadly, this year, the league is very top heavy, so we didn't make playoffs, and that is quite disappointing because we actually felt that we were top 16 in the preseason. Our practice was going very well against most of the top teams that are still in the top right now and also other playoff teams. But I think we struggled a lot with translating good practice to the stage. And I think we had a glaring weakness in our ability to team fight, and that held us back in a lot of the games where we were close to finishing games, but our team fighting wasn't very crisp, and we found it difficult to actually progress and improve on that topic.
Okay, so hearing that, I feel like there's a lead and stuff to work on for summer already. So what is the plan for the team when it comes to the upcoming break and planning for summer?
I mean, we're intending to take a fairly large break, but that's the kind of nature of not making playoffs. We're still starting between 3 and 4 weeks before summer start, and until then we have a lot of conversation with the players and reflecting on the split and what we can do better. We already have a pretty good idea on what we can do better inside the game, but also going deeper in the relationships and what went well and wrong outside the game, how committed we were, and what we can do better, actually get a few percentages of performances.
All right, well, it sounds like you're asking yourself the right questions, and I really hope you can end the split on a positive note. As you mentioned, thank you very much, Youngbuck, for the interview.
Thank you for having me.
And back to you guys for the game.
Thank you very much, Laure. Always exciting to hear from Youngbuck. And as Youngbuck said, sad it can't be in happier circumstances. Excel now completely locked into 7th place. All of the bottom side of the table are 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. So really not playing for a lie here for the side of Excel, but potentially hoping for some future improvement and maybe hoping to knock Origin down a peg.
Yeah, because right now Origin's still very much in the race for second, tied with Fnatic at the moment. So these two final games for them, today against Excel, tomorrow against Mad Lions, are extremely important to try and finish as high as possible. And I think also OG sort of come into every week with a bit of a chip on their shoulder, trying to prove themselves against a lot of people that wouldn't necessarily have a ton of faith in this team come playoff time.
You mean all of the colorcasters?
Myself. Me.
Yes.
Me.
Well, I think, and it's clear, like, Origin, right, are clearly in that 3rd place slot. We talk about it all the time, but anytime...
Well, they're tied for second.
They're in the skill category, Ender, Mr. Stamens. All right, give me a little bit of credit here. I think that's the discussion, and every time they can show us more, it's more hope, it's more faith, it's one more thing to put on their side of the they deserve to be top 2 kind of argument. For now, though, as we enter picks and bans for XL versus OG, it is XL on the blue side, OG on the red. Going to be the Gragas, the Nautilus, the Callista, and the Senna banned away so far.
Here we go. So OG watched Game 3 very clearly. Here we're back to all the ADC bans that we saw in the first couple of games here, taking away that Callista. Of course, you can flex between top lane and bot lane now, so very strong champion right there. And I don't think Alphar is usually the guy that's like, hey, I want to take a winning matchup in the top lane. You know, he wants to look really, really good. If you give the Callista over, you're just never going to look good.
Well, additionally, once the enemy team bans Nautilus, it's kind of like, give us Callista, I dare you. Because with Nautilus, like, you can push ult, she will eventually get CC'd, and there's some hope to being able to kill her. But otherwise, she can just pretty much dance around any champion in the game. The Thresh ban being the final ban, a lot of bottom side attention in this matchup.
Right.
And while, I mean, Patrick and Torre have been a very strong point for Excel this entire season, and it looks like they're going to get first pick of Felios here. Nerfed on this patch, but still very powerful.
Yeah, everyone still thinks he's sort of the go-to, right? Lost wave clear, lost some sustain, lost, of course, you know, the chakram rapid fire damage as well, but still does a little bit of everything. And that's really the strength of the Aphelios, is when you can initiate fights, but you can also 1v1 people. You can default into wave clear patterns. Like, he can do a little bit of everything, so when you're sitting on the right guns, you look very, very good. Now, oh, I like this a lot. It's gonna Karthus in the jungle here. Forzer say, I'm always gonna be a huge fan of this one. Don't pick Renekton next to it though, because that would be okay.
Ooh. Okay, this is interesting.
Whack.
Now you have to wonder for OG if Renekton is a flex pick, if it's something that they're willing to move around the map. But of course, Pantheon is still up and available. Feels almost like a little bit of a call out, but we've seen this matchup be so Pantheon favored when executed properly. There's now a Tahm Kench at least to protect the Aphelios on the side of XL, but Well, I'm worried about the Renekton too, dude. I'm not entirely sure what OG are thinking, locking a Renekton blind so early in the draft.
Well, I just don't really understand going for the Renekton right next to the Karthus as your, red first 2 picks here. Because, Karthus, while he can have, some, level 1, very strong, he's not gonna pair up super nicely with the Renekton. Renekton is never online at the same times that a Karthus is going to be, if that makes sense. So, I understand the Karthus next to an Ezreal. I think that makes a lot of sense here. But the Renekton has really thrown me for a loop outside of, early lane dominance, the ability to, be beefy in fights later on, but honestly, I'm not a fan.
And of course, Renekton is one of those champions that when he starts to win lane can take over a game, so it does fit into that Alphari wheelhouse in that sense. Maybe, as I mentioned earlier, that OG could use it as a flex pick. Not something that we see too frequently, but it is possible. But now with the Ezreal locked in, XL feel like it's probably the appropriate time to ban Yuumi. And the Gangplank ban makes me feel like it's all but certain that that is a Renekton top, because Gangplank would be a perfect champion to have into someone as immobile as an Aphelios on the opposite side.
So, here's my theory, Dracos. I think we're seeing a tank mid lane from Nukeduck. I think we might see the tree in the mid lane. So, here's what I'm thinking, right? You don't have a heavy engaged top laner in the Renekton, right? How are you going to start off a team fight? And when you have a Karthus in your jungle, you would love to have an Ornn in mid lane where Karthus can just come mid lane sometimes and leech some minions away from him. So obviously they are saving the counter pick for last for Nukeduck, so depending on what XL lock in, that may change, but I think they could be well off to go for a tanky option.
And look, this is a very hard composition to lock down. And Aphelios, while he can get excellent setups on his ult, the range has been hit, he's been hit repeatedly with nerfs, so a lot of champions that can just get away from XL, that don't have to fight on XL's terms outside of the Karthus. Now with the Rumble locked in, it feels like XL are setting up for one hell of a wombo combo. The Rumble ult plus the Aphelios Gravitum ult is very difficult to deal with, and if they lock in this Ivern, I'm going to laugh so hard, because I don't know if it's just you, but I know Frost has been asking every week for them to play around bottom side, and now it's literally all of the eggs in the Patrick mid to late game carry basket. But of course, I talk about the hovers over, and they immediately disappear. It looks like it is going to be Pantheon in the jungle for the side of XL.
Yeah, I do like this a lot. Gives some early game ganking power, and with his empowered E, can tank turrets very, very well in the early game. Look for some dives here. Now, the Rumble also going to be a good laning answer up against the Renekton. You have some range, you have that ability power poke, so he shouldn't get bullied too hard in that 1v1 matchup. And it's also a champion Expect has loved to play in the past, and one of his signature moves is actually getting the push up top lane and finding roams towards mid, which seems to be the XL way, right? People say, oh, it would be great if they played through bot lane, but more often than not, it is going to be the Mickey show when XL load onto the Rift.
This is so interesting from the side of OG, because I thought, Nukeduck could have hand shook in mid lane on, sort of a scaling matchup. Instead, he goes right back to the Sylas, one of the only guys in our league playing this champion right now. Now, of course, there's a bunch of great ultimates to steal on the other side. I have no idea, if I'm honest, how Aphelios ult plus Sylas ult works. Haven't looked that one up. I will do that as we get into the loading screen, but in the meantime, it does feel like a strong pick, but I'm a bit nervous about his laning phase against a Corki.
Well, we've actually seen in the past, obviously Sylas has been changed a lot since we saw this matchup pretty frequently, but early levels, Sylas can actually get control over the wave, tank up auto attacks, use the passive to hit as many minions as possible. So I don't actually think it's a bad matchup in the early game for the side of Origin. And now, the only thing left to ask is, is Xerxes going to be able to get through this early game without Cadril getting too much done on the Pantheon?
And what can Cadril do on the Pantheon? Because it's always been Mickey's Pantheon. And here we are, beautiful Summoner's Rift, home sweet home. Both XL and OG. As mentioned, XL are locked to their current position. OG still fighting a bit further up the table as much as they can. G2 locked in first, so it's really just the battle for second at this point. Can't afford to take any losses, and OG do not have the easiest schedule. It is XL and Mad Lions this week. They want to avoid just being relegated to third. They do need to start finding wins as quickly as possible.
And this, by all means, a game that Origin are expected to win here. Just making sure all the boxes are ticked, and Excel don't have any funny things up their sleeve. Now, when you're in draft, I was sort of talking about, how Pantheon can interact up against this Karthus pick. But honestly, the more I look at his team comp, I'm like, what does Kadril actually accomplish here in the early game? Top lane doesn't seem like it's going to be a super gankable option. Bot lane, again, not going to look too great. I think his best move is actually around mid lane, assuming that Nukeduck is going to be pushing on this Sylas. And of course, Sylas being a melee champion will have to extend forward to ever go for a last hit, which means that timing ganks can be easier. But even then, Mickey doesn't really have any CC to help set him up for these plays. So this is a game where, I don't know, I feel a little bit for Kadril, because I don't think he has a lot of super good options.
Yeah, we can see the team fight, you can see the dream at level 6, right, where everything kind of comes together with the ultimates, you get the wombo combo, but early game, very important for Pantheon jungle, and Kadril may be struggling.
If you're trying to scale to level 6 up against Karthus, I've got bigger problems.
Yeah, you're all, maybe sometimes hits 5 people every once in a while. Hits 5 people every single time.
Now, good news is, Pantheon can fully block Karthus ult damage just by angling his shield the correct direction. Even though it comes from the sky, the game doesn't care about, conventional logic. It just cares about what direction he's facing.
What direction you're facing. That's fine.
Yeah.
Shout out to Karthus, I lied. It's not a point and click, it's just a click. That's all it is. Highly
it's even less skill.
It doesn't matter where you point it, it's gonna hit no matter what. It's a heat-seeking ultimate. Now, early on, you talked about Nukeduck potentially trading health to keep the wave pressured. Now that he's at level 3, maybe we start to see that. For now, it is pushing a bit towards Mickey. The wave in an awkward state as those creeps follow out. But something that we definitely have to keep our eye on. I wonder if we do see any action around the bottom side. Pretty impossible, I think, to lock down an Ezreal or a Khan, but you do have the Tahm Kench to, in theory, reset tower aggro if you wanted to try to force something.
Yeah, I feel like this is just going to be super slow early game. I don't see room for Kadril to make too much happen. You even have Alfari using his lane pressure to walk down into the river and help escort Xerxes onto that Scuttle Crab too. So now Alfari has been bought a whole lot of space in the top lane, while Xerxes picks up the crab no problem. And OG just playing their map very well. While Xerxes on the top side, Alfari is going to be pushing, and the bot lane is going to be letting the wave come in on towards them. So they're not in any real danger of being ganked, and they will continue to scale up and get Karthus levels.
And slow games concern me, Ender, because when you talk about OG against the likes of Fnatic and G2, it's often like the tortoise versus the hare metaphor. OG very good at set plays, very calculated, can Galaxy brain you in draft, but don't always react very quickly. When you talk about XL versus OG, I'm concerned that it's become the tortoise versus the tortois, and that's not a story people want to read, Ender.
That's not even a race.
Has other plans. Because he's coming in, he's laying the smackdown. Kingslayer at least starting to look like it's close to a Mickey Slayer. Mickey just barely making it out of that one.
Yeah, so remember when I was saying that Nukeduck could do things in the early lane phase? That's what I meant. Obviously, early on, I think with a Karthus in jungle, Nukeduck was happy to let the lane come in on towards him, but he's even got the wave in a position now where it should stick on his side of the map for quite some time, and will force Mickey to teleport back in here to try and break that potential freeze. There's a nice summoner win. Now, Nukeduck should respond himself and go for a TP as well, but I feel like he could have stuck around for this wave. He's not really in danger of being dove with Xerxes nearby him, so he could have looked for a better purchase, but I can't tell quite how much gold he's sitting on, so maybe it's good anyways.
And maybe he doesn't know where Pantheon is. Now, the good news is that he backs in time to get here to defend the tower so that Corki can't take a play. Obviously, 2 waves stacked, so the threat there to give an extra 160 gold to Mickey is real. But, balances out in the end. Small CS lead for the Corki, kind of as to be expected, but so far it hasn't been forced to go for an early. Hex Drinker is still on track to get that Trinity Force first item. So Nukeduck trying to change things. These aggressive, scrappy, just extended trades where he gets Conqueror and the healing from the Kingslayer. Upset and Destiny definitely suffering here, as Destiny not able to do a lot against this lane, against this weapon combo especially. He cannot leap in. So they're just getting bullied.
Yeah, still though, Upset will have a slight CS advantage for the time being down bot side.
The big bait there in the mid lane. You hold your breath for a second because you're not sure. Is this the moment where Mickey, or rather Kadril flash stuns? He's not going to go for it, and now level 6s are coming in top side. Obviously going to be very massive for the Rumble as he just ticks over. Equalizer could be a slow to get things started, but obviously you've got the double dash, the Lizard Wizard whoosh on that Renekton to take him out to safety.
Belushi, love to see it. Is Destiny going for a cute little trade right there. Patrick actually getting chunked out in this lane. Did lose a bit of that Severum healing on this most recent patch. Not that he's sitting on that gun anyways, but will mean he will be more punishable in lanes like this.
And that's the thing, is that once I feel like once Upset has tier, you don't mind just extending the laning phase and just sitting and just chilling, trading back and forth. He has the Sheen though, so it feels more like maybe an aggressive approach in the fights to come, but Xerxes ticked over to that level 6 point, and this is where you start to get a little bit nervous if you're on the side of Excel. At any moment, the laser beam can come down from the sky and might down your top laner, but Xerxes with enough confidence there, knowing Nukeduck and Destiny are behind him, that he can contest these camps. Cable steps forward, sees Destiny, and thinks better of it as he backs off. Here's the thing, now Alfari can go for the all-in. Expector's going to walk away, but Alfari can go for another dash. The flash out to safety, Alfari will not overcommit there. If he had not been slowed by the equalizer, he may have gone for the flash auto to finish that one off. Fancy footwork on the bottom side from Destiny, but it will not amount to much. Good news for the Excel bottom lane is that this combo, specifically with both actives, can lay down a lot of damage in close combat. It'll stop them from bullying, but it's also not necessarily the greatest at pushing the wave. Have to use that onslaught from Severum, burn through that ammo quite quickly. That will take away the sustain option, with Patrick doing fine thus far. Blue buff there for Nukeduck means that his lane is going to get even easier. Looks like we will see the Protobelt rush from Nukeduck so far. At least is the early indication. Has the Dark Seal, has the Corrupting Pot, so a bit of additional sustain. At this stage of the game, I don't really think any either team is pressured to do a lot. Cadril is the only guy that I think that we need to look at who may need to get more done. Obviously has a semi-global on the Pantheon, can look to do a lot, but at the end of the day, it's not about how good Pantheon is, it's how Pantheon matches up against Karthus, and that one, as we all know, does not scale favorable really in any jungle champion's favor the later we get. Maybe the Kindreds of the world, maybe the Talias if you're feeling optimistic, but outside of that, not a whole lot. Cadril, though, now on the hunt, can push in, can look to contest this buff. Alfari is in the general area. There's no vision there, and Cadril maybe can just hunt for a kill here. Instead, he's going to start this one off, however. Xerxes will be able to spot it out, has a smite of his own, can contest if he wants to, but does have to be careful, because Expect has pressure and priority on the top side of the map. We forced back, smite coming out, Cadril will secure it. So, a bit of contesting there, but definitely not the kills, not under any kind of substantial advantage outside of a red buff, just denying a bit. Nukeduck, of course, knows. He says, hey, I saw you on the red buff, just back off. He can't just dash out to safety.
Cadril's so hungry to get something done. I'm back, by the way. Hello.
There you go. I was like, I'll just keep talking. It's fine.
Just keep it going. Experiencing some technical difficulties. We're trying to pull through people.
What I would have loved, for the record, because what was happening is Ender didn't have he couldn't see the game at this point in time. I would have loved if you just pretended like you could and you just started talking.
I was honestly considering it. You know, I was gonna be like, you know, in a slow game like this, what can we talk about? I don't know. Animal Crossing. Like, there's so many good options.
There's a lot of good options. Animal Crossing is, you know, it might as well be the official social isolation game. Patrick, though, is now in trouble. It's Destiny, though, trading back. That entire trade was a gigantic mess. I was so ready to pop off.
This whole game is just, it's like, it's a wet noodle fight, you know? Like, nothing's happening. Like, they're trading, I guess.
But it's not a wet noodle fight, dude. But it is. There's a lot of damage. We're not a wet noodle fight.
But it doesn't mean anything, you know what I'm saying?
That's true, that's fair.
Like, it's still a lot of CS in bot lane. A lot of posturing, a lot of warning shots.
Like, yeah, a lot of warning shots. No one wants to go to war. They just kind of want to be like, hey, please stop. Like, leave. This is our objective now, sir, if you mind. Like,
it's like, you don't want to go to a war, but you don't want to appear weak either, you know? Like, everyone's, like, really getting up in each other's faces, you know? It's like a school ground fight or something, you know?
Pantheon coming into the top side, and he needs to shoot his way out of that one. And he will. So that's going to be the package and the Pantheon all utilized for just about nothing, bit of pressure on the top side. It does mean, however, with the swap coming out, that they are going to be able to grab the Herald here, and also OG has something to say about it. They got the Karthus ult, Upset's ult is available as well. Destiny ready to kick a fight off.
They're gonna have a potential flank from Alfari as well if they want to pull the trigger on this one.
Good damage from Patrick.
Come on, do something!
Ideal combo. Now Destiny's trying to zoom in, but he gets slowed before he can get anything done. Now Mickey's running. He's going to make it out to safety. Upset in danger, but Destiny's there to body block. They're caught there. Destiny has to flash up to safety. Now Excel are trying to turn. It's a stolen Rumble ultimate coming in from Nukeduck. Trying to turn this one. Patrick flashing out. This was a gigantic mess. How is nobody dead? Are you serious? we've just decided that no one's going to die in this game?
That was so close too.
What?
I like the stolen rumbles and everything, like right in the corridor. Like it looks so good, but nothing actually going to end up happening in this game. And hey, OG perfectly content with that one. They're like, we'll soak up all your globals. You're going to try everything, but it's going to mean virtually nothing in the end. They did get the Rift Herald. Like, can they convert on that? Is the next thing, but. You know, converting for a couple hundred gold off tower plates isn't the same as getting kills onto some of your carries in these fights.
Look, at Ender, the 12 minutes when there's no kills, and we just witnessed just about every ult in the game be utilized in about a 30-second span, I'm forced to ask the quintessential cast question. I'll hold that thought as Destiny just whiffs that knockup, which is, who scales better? I need to know who benefits from all this stalling, from all this lack of action, from all this nobody dying stuff.
Well, honestly, there's a lot of different, like, variables to keep in mind here, because, like, on Excel's hand, like, you have a Corki, you have an Aphelios, both going to be really, really strong later on. You also have Alfari TPing in towards Expect, but the rest of Excel is just there.
Yeah, TP through. He's just going to slice and dice his way through the opposition, can heal off the wave just a little bit on the cold meat, but Alfari has stayed around for a bit too long, has enough fury. It is enough of a threat to force the rest of the team away, and in the meantime, we just have a sneaky little dragon being taken away by Xerxes.
Going back to the scaling question, like, I want to lean on the Origin side of things, primarily because, like, you have a Karthus whose ultimate is just going to be so monstrous later in the game, but also the Ezreal, I think, works very well into a lot of Excel's champions. Like, Pantheon's never going to do anything to him. He's very mobile, too, and can keep Corki at sort of arm's length. His Q poke is obviously going to outrange Corki's base auto attacks here, and Nuke Duck, once he hits level 16, super low cooldown on the ults to be able to steal, and can pick up either the Rumble ult for the big team fight or the Corki ult to just get 7 procs of his passive in a side lane. Like, those are a couple solid options for them. Now, at the same time, Excel have really good abilities to go into a side lane, right? Not just because Corki is strong, pushing down towers or pushing waves, but when you have a Pantheon and a Tahm Kench that could be sitting in mid and looking to make those quick rotations, it means that Mickey should be very, very safe whenever he makes that type of a move.
This is an excellent 1-3-1 composition. Now, Rumble, not necessarily the king of side lane champions when I look at it, obviously very strong, but the semi-global from both the Tahm Kench and the Pantheon, the ability to pretty much make sure Patrick never dies between the Pantheon shield and also the Tahm Kench devour, makes a lot of this just much, much easier for Excel to execute as we get into the mid-game. And now kind of my eyes are on OG. They've got a lot of engage tools between the Rakan and potentially the Sylas/Renekton with just immediate CC. Do they actually do anything with it? Can they actually get a fight started?
That'll be the thing. So right now, Excel putting a lot of members down towards the bot lane to try and secure this tower. Alfari maybe can stop this one, because the rest of Excel did end up calling off the chase right there to go back and pick up CS in mid lane. Now, a play I think Excel should be looking for, especially later on in the game. You know, you talk about, like, the potential 1-3-1. This is no 1-3-1 comp where, like, all 3 lanes are hitting towers. This is how you can play the map is you can spread out in towards 3 lanes, and ideally you have Expect, push out bot lane, and then rotate up and towards mid while the rest of your team is teleporting up top side. Now bot lane.
TV been used. Now Alfari has to fully commit to the 1v1. The rest of the team now moving out. Vacato's moving into the bottom side. They're buying a bit more time. Patrick is the one in trouble, though, trying to lock down the enemy team. Tori's on the way, and he just needs to devour his teammate, but it's little too late. Patrick goes down before Tori do anything. He just wants to save somebody. Get in Tori's belly so he can feel it in this fight, but it's just not happening. And OG finally finding a little fire in their belly to get something kicked off. They grab 2 kills, and now they set their sights on this bottom tower.
Oh, it's just a huge punish, right? Because they get the bot lane tower, they keep theirs up, and this whole time, Upset is pushing in mid lane with absolutely no one to respond. That means not only does he get free damage on this tower, but all these minions being pushed in are being completely denied to the side of Excel. So while the gold was just right about even, now OG had the ability to completely open up this map. And Tori doesn't have the Abyssal Voyage either, so they're not able to get back and defend that one.
Dang. And just like that, game blows open. And you gotta give credit to Alfari. Fully hard commits here. Despite all the semi-globals, Origin still take this fight. They're just in a better position, and no matter how many Pantheon ults, Tahm Kench ults, whatever, that Excel can bring to the table.
I mean, there's a lot of things there, right? Like, even Alfari, the time he looked for the initiation, it was right as Expect overheated. So Expect couldn't immediately turn, plant his feet in the ground and look for the fight. Because if he wasn't overheated, the TP comes in, that's where Excel say, hey, we can actually try to do something if they can burst down Alfari right off the bat. But no, he wasn't able to buy any time, wasn't able to fight into them whatsoever. So OG were able to react quickly and get a couple members down there.
And I like to see it from OG, and to bring it back to your current favorite game of choice, it's Animal Crossing, dude. It's like they both were building the museum, but then OG just went into the system settings and set the clock forward. Their museum's done, boy.
Okay, by the way, if you do that, you are not a good person.
Okay, so it's not a one-to-one metaphor, because there's nothing wrong with it, what OG did. There's nothing immoral about it.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm talking about Animal Crossing.
Yeah, okay.
I'm out of League of Legends already.
All right.
Completely out of that one.
That's fine. I know, it's hard. You need more people on your island, you need more fruit. OG need more kills, and apparently need to win this fight too, as they're setting up, they're looking for something. Foray is definitely out of position. Luckily there's a blast cone there to keep him safe, but Mickey on the side with the package. Now there's still an ult from Expect. Destiny getting something kicked off, but Tori's just going to flash out. They can blast cone away, but no, the charm comes through. That's clutch from Destiny, but it's not enough. Mickey just leapt through the entire team. The Rumble ult's coming down, but there's no follow-up quite yet. Destiny's going to be able to make it out to safety, but now Upset's the one in trouble. Big ult comes in from Patrick. He wants to follow up, but Cadril on the backside has to try to sidestep, and here comes the Karth Assault. Tori trying to save the day, but double kill for Nuke Duck. And now Alfari is looking to clean house, but sadly, he overcommits, and he's taken out. Excel. Yet another fight. They get one kill back from themselves, and now Nuke Duck has to dash away, but
now he wants
I don't think Expect understands who was winning that trade. OG with more members, I mean, he is going to have to back off.
Oh, these fights really close, honestly, like very slow fights as well, but when the Karthus ult comes down and just nukes the Tom Kench that's trying to save his carry, well, that's exactly where the fight is going to turn. You can start to see how these fights are going to start spread out more and more disproportionately in favor of OG as they continue to pick up these small wins.
Steady, incremental advantages. I mean, with good fights. And you gotta say, credit to OG for seeing these opportunities. And now they're winning so much, and Nuke Duck's getting so much gold in his back pocket that he goes Ludens before his Proto Belt, which I love to see. Even more damage to come in these fights, and rough start for Torre, let's say.
Yeah, but I mean, he does get out right there, I think it's... Wait, that wasn't... Who autoed that? I think that was an OG player that autoed that one. Anyways, Torre was able to survive right off the bat, but this fight gets super, super awkward. Nuke Duck stole away, of course, the Rumble ulti, which ends up burning Torre. He had to come over to help him out.
I didn't know how Nuke Duck got the kills.
So it was the combo. It was the combo, right? Because Nuke Duck had Rumble ult that was on the ground. Torre says, I have to save my carry with the Karthus ult coming down. So he willingly steps onto the fire. And then when he dies, he immediately spits his friend out into the flames.
I think if he had reactivated Spit, it would have put him further away, but because he died, he just put Cadril right on his body.
Exactly how it works.
Oh no. Yo, that's so sad. I have to wonder what comms were like. I would love to hear it later from the Excel players. Like, did they, because in the fight, those Rumble equalizers are identical, visually, just about.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what you're standing on? Are you aware that you've just killed both of them by trying to save him from the Karthus ult?
I'm pretty sure the comms have just been like a big sigh. You're just sad after that. Like, you can't even be angry, right?
Yeah.
It's just like everything, nothing is quite going right for them.
The world is just, it's dark, it's gray, you're just sad, right? It is what it is.
Always.
All day, every day.
Animal Crossing is your only escape, but even in Animal Crossing, you have to deal with this terrible, like, by the way, hold that thought though, because Cadril, run it away from the Skittles. Okay. Tom Kench is a terrible person. He literally flies you out to an island. Tom Kench.
Excuse me?
Tom Nook.
Do you mean Tom Nook? Yeah? Okay, alright.
Oh, I give up.
The Tom Kench of the Animal Crossing world?
Yeah, the Tom Kench. Yeah, everyone hates Toms, right? Like, I'm sorry if your name is Tom. Like, you drew...
Probably somebody hates you. Sorry, Toms.
Just unlucky, yeah. There's someone out there at least. Yeah. No, like, this guy, Tom Nook, he tells, like, first of all, he brings me to his island and pretends that he's doing, like, some favor, right? He's like, oh, you're gonna pay for this, it's gonna be great. And then what does he have me do? He literally has me build his shop for him and is like overwhelmingly positive. I don't get paid, by the way. The only people he pays are his literal family in Tommy and Timmy, right? Like, that's just nepotism at its finest. And then they have me building other people's houses. I'm not profiting at all from that. He gives me a shirt. He literally rewards me for building his own store, which I then have to go buy stuff from by giving me a shirt. That's just messed up, dude.
We'll continue this in a second, because Alfari looks to be trying to 2v1, and right now he's doing quite well. Here comes the thunder down from the sky. So far, it's just going to be 1-for-1. And Patrick now has to run for the hills, as Nukeduck is here as well. Ender, look, dude, I got one question. Why do you keep playing if you're being exploited by a raccoon?
I'm too far in. I'm in crippling debt, and there's no escape. I'm in a lot of bells, man.
Hold on. We're in a fight. Everything's going down. Torre, once again getting picked off, has been out of position a number of times this game. So difficult up against the likes of Rakan to be safe. And now the Rift Herald is going to charge in the mid lane, is going to break down this inhibitor tower, at least do a decent chunk of damage. But the rest of OG are just pushing in. And now that OG are in complete control of the pace, the game just continues to accentuate because Nukeduck comes in, stolen Pantheon. Anything you can do, I can do better, says Nukeduck. And while they will not take the inhibitor, they get a ton of pressure in the mid lane by breaking down that inhibitor tower.
Just walking in completely uncontested. There's an Excel can do. Upset's even jumping back, put in extra damage here, and this gives the control they need with literally every main tower down to just own this side of the right. And Mickey sees Nukeduck walking this way, but he has the package, so he thinks he's okay.
Upset?
Not okay.
Ooh, so close. Ult. Nope. Torre finally saves. They're all counting. They're like, wait, card's down, right? Card's assault is down, right? It is. We'll be safe. But now, Nukeduck and the rest of you can just start to set their sights on saying laying Baron vision control. So still grab this. The team can look to collapse on it next time they sets, which is right now.
Actually, really good news for Excel is that because put down their vision and then immediately recalled, we get to instantly take it all away here. So, don't know if I would have necessarily loved to see all those control words placed down by OG, but regardless, now is the chance for them to go over and pick up a Cloud Drake, which, when you have a Karthus on your team, feels really good, because his ult CD is so insanely high that any extra 10% you can get, that's sweet.
Yeah, it's like, what, 15 seconds off? That's pretty good for only 10%.
Are you asking me to do the math right now? Because
I mean, I don't know what the ult cooldown is. I could look it up. I can tell you what 10% off the number is. That's easy math.
It's not worth
it. It's less. It means more destruction. It means more OG pain inflicted onto Excel. And for Excel,
wait a
second.
second.
The combo dream is always alive, but I have a feeling that with all the AP that Nukeduck has, that maybe, just maybe, that his Rumble ult might just be a little bit better than Expect's Rumble ult.
I think you might be onto something right there, Dracos. Now, the other thing is, if you're looking at the gold when we switched over, Xerxes literally has the same amount of gold as Nukeduck, as Mickey, as Patrick. Like, he is so insanely strong right now on the Karthus. Level 14 as well. That is 4 levels ahead of Kato. This guy, absolutely on fire, has maxed out all of his damaging abilities in Q and E as well, so the last benchmark for him is going to be to hit level 16, and once you get to that point, like, I don't think there's anything Excel can do.
Oh, Blazer and Renekton is so strong, and Mickey's finding this out firsthand. Are you kidding?
What?
Oh my god.
Alright, I'm sorry. Alfari, I apologize. I'm sorry I doubted you. Well, I never doubted Alfari. I doubted the Renekton.
It's a scaling pick. And Blade of the Rune King is that strong. That's what we've learned. So much damage laid down. OG just continue the siege now. They don't even have to go for Baron. They don't have to take any risks. Upset can leap forward, lay down a bit of poke. Kadril is not the engaged there. He just has to run for his life. Troy buying as much time as he can, but look at Upset. He is just playing with his food here. Leaping in. This man has not E'd backwards in years. Nukeduck stealing the ult, killing the person he stole it from with. That's just cruel. That's a Tom Nook move right there.
It's certainly the Tom Nook. Oh, you hate to see it. Now OG probably going to clear out all 3 inhibitors on this push. I mean, Upset, Xerxes, Nukeduck, all these guys, they don't ever have to commit to a fight either. That's the nastiest part about their champions, is they can just hit you from a mile away, and there's never a window in which you can feel like you can truly punish them. Every lane just getting destroyed.
And look, 2 inhibitors down. Excel went from kind of in this game to kind of out of this game to most definitely out of this game. Xerxes only level 14, but when level 16 comes around, things are going to go from bad to worse. Upset has no fear of any individual member on the Excel lineup. And now a stolen Ophelio assault. We may see what it does. But no, instead, OG just get to back off. They're taking their time. They've got triple Drakes. They're on Cloud, or Soul Point rather, with Cloud Soul.
And Baron's still up, so they can pick that one up pretty easily.
Yeah, and the Blade of the Ring King on the Renekton actually makes it that much easier as well. 12% max health damage is solid, rather current health damage. So, you got Skittles, you got an Ezreal. Yeah, this is a very, very, very easy Baron. You've even got the Rakan for the turn if Excel try to come to contest, so... Torre...
Oh, they're calling the fight right now.
Oh, Blade of the Rune King to slow him down. That's a stun. Upset now trying to finish it. Misses the first Q, though. Expecting a sidestep. Definitely not ideal, but Nuke Duck is in the enemy base. Now Karthus ult is coming down. He's going to buy a bit more time with his Zarya as Upset kills Torre. Nuke Duck's just going to flash out of that one. Mickey now on the retreat. OG can push in and try to end, or they can look for the Baron. It's really their choice.
Upset still getting ham right there. Oh, lands another Q on Patrick. Oh, he's in so much trouble. The minion, only thing keeping him alive right now.
And the Wall of Pain perfectly placed between the towers, our turrets as well. Very hard for Excel to step forward. Mickey's still doing so. Of course, stolen Corki ult not going to be that threatening in the fight to come, but there's the package, there's the ulti for as well coming in from the Rumble. They haven't done much with it. Now Cagel in, trying to make his way back out of the fight. Patrick trying to lay some damage down, but Nuke Duck now on the hunt, has to back off, has no stopwatch. But he's alive for now. Destiny trying to keep him safe. Alfari immediately into the back line, but Excel are holding on. OG are over-committing, and they're getting taken out left and right. They still have 3 members. The moonshot will miss from Patrick. Notice the team can now back off. They've got themselves a bit more time. They don't need to push for anything else, but Excel know that this is their opportunity to make something happen. Tom Kench ulti coming in. Destiny going to find the knockup. But still, Upset is so strong. Cersei is strong as well. If he goes down here, he'll be able to zone for the rest of his team with the power of that passive. Mickey has to be careful. Nuke Duck here, too. Looks like they are just going to retreat. Excel could rush for a very greedy Baron, but I just don't think that they can. They have to back off, and despite coming out on top in some parts of that fight, not able to do anything with it.
Yeah, they were so close to getting a couple of kills right there, but because they weren't able to actually finish any of those players off, like OG able to walk away from that one pretty alright. Now, the layering of ults doesn't do a great job, I don't think, right there, but still, they were able to stay alive for long enough, and I think the tower right there to try and zone Upset away for a second was good as well. It's actually Patrick hitting people from a mile away with his ultimate too that really zones Destiny and Upset away from the fight, but it's just Alfari going really deep there, OG trying to push for the end, and it's something I respect when people say they play too slowly, trying to finish it off in style right there, but we'll have to wait to pick up the Soul and probably the Baron before they close this one out.
Easy Soul pickup as well. I mean, they still have to pick their battles at this point. They maybe get one more shot at a fight. And Cloud Soul definitely not the one that ends games. So instead, maybe looking to fight contest around the Baron as they're still struggling to push out this mid lane, just now clearing out that super minion wave.
I don't know how they approach it though, right? Like, none of their champions are all that good at face checking into brush. So if Destiny finds a good flank playing inside pockets without enemy vision, like, that's immediately how you can start off this fight. Alfari has teleport as well, too. There's a ward inside the XL base that he could go to. There's wards inside the jungle, too. So anything that Alfari can jump on towards with that buffed movement speed after the channel is just going to pin down Patrick or Mickey and try to kill them ASAP.
Pretty easy pickup, though, for OG. Looks like Excel have decided that their final stand will not be here, although Expect may have something different in mind. Could look to throw down the ultimate, a Miracle Steal. Possible, but it's not going to happen, because the Nashor goes over to the side of OG. Equalizer comes out, Cagel now going in, but OG have no reason to stick around, and Excel are all out of tools to kick a fight off with, so...
Wait, they just gave up their inhibitor for free!
Ooh,
wait,
just got
you have to fight!
Big ulti now coming in. Nuke Duck's going to go over the wall of Scond, looking for the abduct. He's going to fish. He's going to find it. Easy pickings. And that's got to be it. There's no way Excel come out of this one on top. Upset. The engage from Destiny is beautiful. The follow-up is there. And Excel just jumped straight into the meat grinder. Torre tries to leave. He's not going to make it. Oh, and that's absolutely brutal. OG put their foot on the gas and end the game just like that. Looks like... How far? Come on. Hit the Nexus. Hit the Nexus out far. Alright, we're
like waiting for the next day when all the rocks have iron in them again.
Alright, me.
Sorry, I really had to continue that one.
Oh, gee. They're gonna kill him. They're gonna get the ace. They're gonna end the game. massively dominant performance from OG. Always a pleasure to see.
Hey, I mean, that is just making it about as simple as you possibly can right there. Just like calm, controlled, choking out XL inside of that game. I feel like every lane sort of did their job, and they knew, hey, if we can stop Cadril from finding any plays in the early game, we're just going to be the better team when it comes to team fights, and that's what they proved.
Absolutely. And I think for XL, you can see kind of, we talked about the questions in the draft. Where was the Pantheon going to go? How are they going to find these opportunities? And it was impressive to me how Nukeduck both managed to really find these consistent all-in attempts where he was doing so much damage to Corki, where he was kind of staying even in these extended trades, but also not dying to Cadril. I think that was just so key for Origin.
Well, yeah, he controlled mid lane very well, right? He allowed Corki to get the initial push, so he was always playing on the safe side of his lane, and then took good trades to try and force him back and blow TPs. And then within every single team fight, like, it felt like he had Rumble ult almost every single 5v5, and layering that up with the Karthus ult too just was death from a million miles away, which was the bread and butter of Origin and their drafts in the first few weeks of play when they were hailed as the LEC Draft Kings.
And the thing that I love about Silas specifically, Ender, is it gets us into these great moments where I have to ask whose Rumble ults were better, Nukeducks or Expects. And I think sadly for Expect, Nukeducks were just better. Just did so much damage in those fights. And Xerxes just got to live in the jungle, farming up, snagging assists and kills left and right, having Deathcap before level 16. This was one oppressive Karthus performance.
So they took on position. It's a team fight against Comp, and they go in onto the caps.
So nicely done from Shadow!
I don't really feel pressure playing against the two best AD carries in the league right now. I think I can be better than them.
That's the Bellows, burn through, Reckless gets a double, he's looking at escape for more, the Baron has been illicit attack.
The next two games are important. If G2 loses, we can still take possession of first place, and if not, we still have to fight for second place.
So we have already beaten Fnatic this split. It wasn't very hard because we were playing our own game and we were faster on every play.
This has already used the ultimate, but the flank is coming in from behind. He manages to throw the ultimate out, and Hennessey's already in trouble. He's just obliterated where he stands. Reckless will get taken out by Shadow. Mad Lions have done it.
I want to show people that we are good. We want to be top 3.
Honor, duty, glory. These are the principles that define us. Top, jungle, mid, bot, or support. Together, we are all summoners.
Cut! Summoners don't even exist anymore.
Dynasties of the
Cut!
In the alleys, the kings of...
Dude, what's going on with you today? Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
We are EU, and this is the LEC.
Speaking up and running away, not much left to make us stay. Didn't know where we wanna go, oh, but I would never care to know. was enough. Whoa. Speaking up and running away, not much left to make us stay. Didn't know where we wanna go. Oh, but I would never care to know. No, 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 I would never care to know.
Welcome back to the LEC, everyone. Origin is getting closer to reaching top 2 as they secure their first victory in week 9 against Excel. And I have Destiny with me to talk about the game. Thank you for joining me.
Hello, hello. Thank you.
It's an important week for OG here as the target is securing top 2 and therefore avoiding facing G2 early on. Is it something that impacted the way you played today, given that the outcome won't be influenced by your results only?
I don't think we really thought about G2 that much. We kind of took it as like a game-by-game approach. To be honest, like we're pretty much going to be locked second or third seed. So I think we're just focusing on the games that we have now.
And focusing a bit more on playoffs, there's been a discussion around what we can expect from playoffs about surprisings and upsets when it comes to rookie teams. What's your take on that? Like, who looks to be the most dangerous rookie team and why?
I think Mad Lions are probably the most dangerous rookie team, mainly because I feel like they're very flexible in draft, and I feel like the way that they play is very explosive. In particular, I think Kaiser is a pretty good support, so I feel like they might like do the run. Like I feel like they will be the team to look out for in playoffs.
Obviously, I think it's going to be different coming from best of 1 and switching to best of 5. So do you see any of these teams succeeding in best of 5 scenarios? Mad Lions, as you said?
To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised. But in saying that, I feel like best of 5s is experience does show, especially for teams like Misfits who have Febevan. I feel like the veteran talents of the team will have to step up. And I just feel like the teams that control this mentality the best will do better.
I agree, and we'll see how these teams perform. But more about you. You came into this split as the first OCE player in the LEC. How is the European experience 9 weeks in, and when it comes to competitive environment and the LEC as a whole?
It's quite stressful. I won't lie. It has been tough. Oceania is obviously miles away from LEC in terms of like skill and infrastructure. But I have been doing my best. I feel like I have improved a lot since the beginning of the split. And I think as a whole right now, we're a pretty good team. So I just want to keep improving and doing my best in ensuring that I do my job.
Okay. Can we expect to see more of Destiny and a new side of you coming into playoffs?
New Destiny? Not really, to be honest. I kind of want to stick to what I'm good at and what I do best. And yeah, I don't want to like overthink it. I just want to play my game, and yeah, I'm not really afraid of playing anyone.
All right, well, this is your final form, let's say, and you will still have to face Mad Lions tomorrow. Any hints on this one is going to go?
I think they're a good team, and yeah, we'll just treat them like any other team and do our best. No hype from me, sorry.
All right, well, we'll see about this one tomorrow. Before letting you go, I just heard that Nukdok is the player of the game here, the Kia player of the game. And last week I talked with him about his champion Ocean and the fact that he's been playing so many champions over the years. So how has it been playing with Nukdok for a split?
It's really good playing with Nukdok because if you lock in a champ, we can kind of flex it to him. So for instance, like the Nautilus, we have like a lot of weird flexes that teams aren't willing to play. So it's good having like a wild card up your sleeve, and yeah, we've had very good results with it. So yeah, it's been fun playing with a veteran like him.
Yep, and something that the teams will have to be mindful about coming into playoffs and facing Origin. Destiny, thank you so much for the interviews, and good luck for the last game you will have tomorrow.
Thanks, Lou.
Well, we're going to take a break from now, and coming back, we're going to have the last game of the day, Fnatic versus Mad Lions. Stay tuned, guys.
Welcome back, everyone, to week 9 of the LEC. I'm gonna be honest, today in terms of games, I felt that there were, some studs, but maybe more duds. But I think that this next one is really going to deliver. It is Mad Lions versus Fnatic, and the stakes are very high. For each of them, of course, because the seeding is not yet determined in terms of the top 4, but what is more important for Mad, if they win this game over Fnatic, they lock that 4th spot going into the playoffs, which is so important, knowing that they'll have a double elimination possibility in those playoffs, which can be huge.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at where Mad have come from, that was not the expectation coming into the split. We started the day talking about how Rogue were the clear favourite for that 4th place. We talked about how expectations should be that maybe Mad could upset, but in reality, the expectation should be quite low, and now they're primed and ready to secure that 4th place spot ahead of so many other favourites.
It's absolutely crazy, especially with how the playoff bracket is going to work now, considering they get another life. I think for a young rookie team that is going to be so important, because in the end, this roster, this is the first best of 5 they're going to play. There's going to be a lot of jitters, there's going to be a lot of things that you need to figure out, and maybe that extra life is going to put them in a complete different light.
Yeah, and I think that that's something that we have to take into consideration, because when you look at Mad, they're a really interesting team. For the vast majority of this split, they actually spend a lot of their early games in a deficit. They're actually tied for the most deficits at 15. 10 out of their 16 games, but they're actually 5-5. Right? This is a team that does such a great job of coming back into games because of the way they draft, because of the way they plan, because of the way they play. This team seems to just have such a good grasp of the fundamentals and how to play through their win conditions that they've just steadily improved upon throughout the split to get them in a position to secure this 4th place spot.
Well, let me ask you this question. Seeing how this is 4 rookies and Humanoid, who, of course, doesn't have that many years under his belt either, is this a good problem to have? The fact that if we have all the information, they have a bit of an X factor, they're able to upset the top teams or win versus the top teams, and they're able to come back in the games where they've lost the early games, because often we see from these younger teams that they can't close out the games where they've gotten a lead. So this is almost the opposite problem. Is it a better problem to have?
I think definitely it's a better problem to have. I think most of the time when you have rookies like blasting out on the scene, it's usually like mid laners or AD carries doing sick plays. But I just feel like Kaiser and Shadow brings that sense of understanding how to move basically on the map. They play together super well. They control space super well. And I think in general they show a lot of good signs of a team that is going to grow a lot in the making. I think considering this is the first spring and they're trying to operate at a higher level instead of trying to, settle for something smaller, I think is super cool, but it's going to bring a lot of inconsistency to the table that we saw in, for example, Humanoid and also Shadow sometimes.
Yeah, and I think that one of the concerns I have around this team is not only their inconsistencies, but when you look at their early game, they typically play through the bot side of the map. And when you're going up against a team like Fnatic, that's a very scary thing to do. In Week 8, Fnatic heavily invested in the bot side. Bwipo was roaming down there a lot, and this is something that he does a fair amount typically, but last week, it felt like they were all on the Reckless hype train, and it was very difficult for Rogue to be able to deal with. We saw some great Pantheon play, we saw some great Ornn gameplay, and overall I feel like that this duo of Reckless and Bwipo is just so impactful in Fnatic's success.
It's so crazy because in the end, we talk about like Rogue's improvements, Mad Lions improvements, but in the end, I feel like Fnatic and G2 are the teams that kind of improved the most coming into the second half. Fnatic specifically, something just clicked. I feel like the trust is there. They're realizing that, we can just play our own style. We have to figure that out in order to shape us up for that best of 5 that is bound to happen against G2. I think Fnatic's trajectory has been absolutely crazy.
No, yeah, that's absolutely true. If you look at Fnatic, they've cleaned up so much also still in their game. They're dying much less when they're still killing people very much. But if you look at Fnatic's last 9 games, they've lost to 2 teams, gentlemen. Who were those teams?
G2.
Yeah, and?
Mad Lions.
The Mad Lions! So there we go. How much of a chance do you give this Mad Lions versus this new and improved late season or late split Fnatic?
I feel like that we count Mad Lions out every single time. So as long as we keep counting them out, the possibility of an upset is real. And today we've seen some serious upsets. We've seen a lot of challenges. So, you know what? I think that right now, temperatures are optimal. Everything is perfect for the upset to happen. So keep your eyes on Mad. I think they're going to make this game spicy.
Temperatures? What are we?
I lost the
30,
word. I was
25?
looking for like environment, the setting, and I went with temperatures.
All right, 21. Okay, degrees in Celsius. That is. Anyway, Yamato, go ahead.
Honestly, I wanted to say the videos hit the nail on the head because kind of get what he wants to say, but I agree. You know, everything kind of is aligned perfectly throughout the day, the upsets and so forth. And Mad Lions just need to win that one game to get fourth. This is the time to do it.
That it is. Let's see what happens. Mad Lions are fighting to secure 4th place, but in their way stands an LEC Titan. Let's see what happens.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Now, I'm Dracos, and one man who has not left the cast, despite us changing from the caster desk to the analyst desk, is Jacob Yamato Cannon Mebdi. And I love this because this is something that's only possible in the digital world. Because in our studio, you would have had to run like Usain Bolt himself to make it to the caster desk on time, but now you just get to chill, dude. Now we're going to have a similar conversation, but with live gameplay behind it.
Honestly, just try me, man. I can jog in my alligator shoes. You know, I can get to the desk.
Why are you wearing shoes? You're at home, sitting at your desk.
I got the inspiration from you. I saw the picture with your knives. It looked good, you know. I needed to. It kind of makes sense. It puts me in the zone.
It makes you feel more like a person when you've been living in your house all day, when you put on shoes for the portion of your day where you're supposed to work. I see it. I get it. For now, though, we are entering picks and bans for Fnatic versus Mad, and as you talked about on the desk, this is a game with huge stakes. So something that we have to just generally keep our eyes on is what exactly, how exactly each team is going to approach this draft. For now, it is the Kalista, the Aurelia, the Pantheon, and the Ornn band away.
It's always the question of Mad Lions. They need to put everything on the table, especially with playoffs lingering so close. Maybe Fnatic need to hide some cards because in the end, you know, the amount of weapons you come in to the playoffs with, having those secret weapons also adds another element to it. So I hope Mad Lions don't have to reveal too many cards today, and I hope Fnatic keep them close.
And hugely crucial, of course, for Mad Lions because both of their opposition, at least Rogue, their primary opposition for 4th place, lost a game earlier today. They are in prime position to make it into top 4. Of course, still potential for them to get 3rd, but that one's a bit more of a far reach. They're going to start with top 4, and now first pick is going to be the Syndra. We haven't really seen this be a flex pick for Fnatic a lot historically, but maybe it's going to be something special today.
If we're talking about hiding things, it would be surprising if they're like, hey, we play Syndra bot, we practice it all split long.
All I'm saying is, I tweeted a picture because I was looking through solo queues today, and Selfmade has played a single game of Syndra jungle. He said on Twitter, it's trash, but if this goes jungle, it was all a giant bait. That's all I'm saying.
All about the mind games, huh? It's crazy though, considering, you know, all these AD carry bans. I feel like Misfortune is going to be that high prior. I feel like Fnatic kind of have to see this coming. Oh, maybe not.
Ooh, the Thresh ban, or the Thresh pick coming out though, I like it. Fnatic very often pairing Thresh and Misfortune together, so Mad maybe trying to take away the half of that duo that they value more. And Yamato is like, as all these AD carries get banned away, we have to go deeper and deeper into the champion pools. I look at Misfortune, I look at Ezreal, and past that, it gets really crazy, really fast. But the Olaf lock-in feels like that one will go into the hand of Selfmade. After Cabo's Olaf top performance in previous weeks, I'm reticent to 100% say where it's going to go, but most likely in the jungle.
I think you're fairly accurate there. No Syndra jungle unless Olaf mid has been played in the past.
I didn't mean that Syndra was going to replace it's fine.
Olaf jungle seems pretty legit, man.
Yeah, Olaf seems very strong. There's a lot of setup between the Syndra and the set, and this is one of the things that I feel like is so infuriating about drafting against Fnatic right now, is that they have a lot of that spark that G2 had last year, where you got a lot of flex picks on their side outside of the Olaf.
Yeah, even right now, nothing is really settled. Right, Set can go support, Syndra can go jungle, as you mentioned, it can go AD carry, most likely mid, Olaf jungle most likely as well, but it's definitely still in the air. I'm curious what Fnatic's gonna do when AD carry barons are starting to land, because Ezreal, Kai'Sa, if they get out, what are you gonna play in that AD carry position?
Yeah, and it feels like Mad are just like, hey, we don't think you'll play this bottom. We'll ban the Ezreal, we'll ban the Kai'Sa, and they just say, hey, do it. I don't believe you. Do it. We think it's a bluff. So see if they're going to ban away the Kai'Sa as well. I have to feel like that'd be Reckless's next choice.
Garen.
See how Mad... Yeah, Garen as well.
Garen Karma? What's coming next?
Garen Karma. We could have Garen Yumi back alive and well. She doesn't do damage anymore, but she can keep the Garen really, really healthy the entire game.
That's good to promote health right now. It's the time to do it. You gotta stay healthy. Everyone stay healthy. Stay safe.
Thank you, Yamato. I appreciate your PSA. I'm sure the world does as well. Wash your hands if you're watching this right now. If you haven't in a while, just do it. Why not? The Gangplank, though, is going to be the ban here. So they're not taking the Kai'Sa away, limiting some of Whippo's comfort picks. It looks like they think the set is going bot lane. And if you're Mad Lions, Yamato, what are you thinking about right now? Like, what are you, when you look at this Fnatic composition, you said it's so hard to tell where anything is going. If you were their coach, what would you be trying to prioritize?
I wonder if they kind of just shoot themselves in the foot with Gangplank ban, because I like when Mad Lions just fourth pick a top laner, keep it blind. I think now they're going to lean towards an Aatrox maybe. Last pick mid lane, I think that's better for Humanoid. I think that's going through their mind. Just let them have the Kai'Sa so we know what's coming. I think that's the plan here with the GP ban.
Definitely cuts down on potential variables, and have to see if Fnatic want to go for that. For now, though, Aatrox, very safe blind pick, solid to have in the hands of Arome. See how Fnatic want to respond, if it is just putting the set top lane, or if they have something special cooked up.
Let's see, I'm trying to think. Can't think of anything spicy, but it's with Whippo. He's the man to think of something spicy. I'm just going to let him lock in, not do any predictions, because I always look silly when I try to predict any Fnatic picks.
Yeah, I mean, it's like predicting Fnatic G2 is such a... We might as well just roll dice and guess where things are going to go. Zyra though...
That still exists.
That's a throwback. It does still exist, you're right. Hylissang Rakan, something that was perma'd against him, I think, for most of the start of the season. And now it's going right into his hands, and that means that most likely we've got that set in the top lane and Syndra in the mid. Syndra Olaf, a terrifying duo to play against. And if I'm mad, well, yeah, they're going to be sad Lions before they're Mad Lions at this rate, looking at this Fnatic composition.
Honestly, Fnatic, Zyra Khan, I completely forgot about it, but I really like the lock-in. I think Rakan is super good against Trash, and it's very, very hard to go wrong with Zyra Khan in general, unless you're playing like against a really, really hard counter with a very strong jungle, like a Caitlyn Morgana with Elise or something. And this is a case where I think they can get away with a lot. Zyra Khan's going to scale super, super well into the game. We'll have to pay attention to that bottom side, because getting away from Olaf is super, super hard as MF Trash, unless Trash kind of positions with a Lantern or something like that.
I think on the Mad side, though, good to see Humanoid has Zoe. That's going to be a relatively comfortable pick for him as well. Or for him, he's got the cleanse as well, so he can at least mitigate one of these ganks. I'm very concerned, however, Yamato, about Arome on the top side of the map. Not because of the matchup, but just because Arome isn't necessarily the strongest laner in the league, and Whippo has, quite frankly, just been on fire for the past few weeks.
Yeah, I'm with you. Especially into Aatrox, I am a fan of this side, especially because he actually benefited from some of the bruiser item changes that came in with the Blade Ruin King. It's such a good purchase because you punch twice, apply that passive twice from Blade Ruin King. And I think in general, whenever Arome is played like a champion that is, requires activity in the early game, because I don't think Aatrox scaling is that impressive, like for example a Gangplank or something like that. We'll just have to see, because I think you have a great point that Arome might be a target.
Absolutely will. Well, here we go. The final game of our first day of Week 9. Fnatic versus the Mad Lions. And Yamato, there's a lot to talk about here in terms of lanes. But right now, I think we got to talk about level 1s. Fnatic, 4 members stacked up in the bush, potentially looking to start this game off with first blood. Shadow has to be very careful.
Oh.
Spot it out. Looks like, yeah, Fnatic are going to walk away there. So they don't lose anything for doing that. They kill a ward, so technically are in the lead right now. You want to be
Fnatic is one of the few teams that actually gets in and does things level 1. It's such an easy way to kind of start off the game on such a strong foot, and especially with the Olaf. I like level 1 action in general. I support it.
I agree. I think it's one of those things where if you look at the potential risks on paper, a lot of teams might want to avoid it depending on how strong their level 1 is. But I think if you do it right, if you're grouped up and the enemy team isn't waiting 5 members stacked in the bush, it's mostly risk-free. Always a bit of a gamble, but Fnatic always seem to make it work now as we enter the laning phase. And inevitably, outside of the top lane, I got to put my eyes on the jungle. Yamato, Shadow, obviously a huge playmaker for Mad, but self-made on this very, very oppressive Olaf pick. What are the expectations here for the early game?
The key thing is Olaf needs to make sure that he uses his prior lane. I hope Syndra is going to contest in a very aggressive way. The key advantage Olaf has is, of course, that he clears faster. If Gragas gets to that point where he's level 7 and 8 and he's even with Olaf, all of a sudden Olaf is going to fall off. But he has a lot of good lanes here to work with, and as long as Olaf uses his advantage to get maybe Zyrakan ahead or maybe punish the Gragas in some shape or form, Fnatic's lanes are going to begin to kind of pay for themselves, and I think this is the approach that Selfmade needs to have. Needs to be aggression. I don't like the scaling approach when you play Olaf.
Absolutely agree. And that's why I always feel like Olaf is such a volatile champion. There's this pressure to get something done. It feels like anytime you see him on the Rift, he is one camp ahead and running to his fourth, whereas it's just the third camp being started now from Shadow. Wolves into Raptors into red for Shadow. Meanwhile, entire top side now potentially into either Krugs or red buff. It will be red buff for Selfmade. So Olaf completely pulling ahead. Have to see if he even wants to go for any ganks at this stage. Bot lane has a lot of setup. Mid lane has a lot of setup. Only top lane really feels like it's kind of just doing its own thing.
I love the Olaf design. I don't think people appreciate it enough because it's a Viking, you know. Vikings just want to fight. They want to make it quick. They want to run it down, go to Valhalla, and then, you know, their job is done. And then the rest of the late game is like, what am I doing here? I want to be sent to Valhalla. I'm 0-6 already. You know, make it quick. Make it quick, please.
It's like, I thought I died an honorable death. Send me to Valhalla. They're like, no, dude, you're back on the Rift. You're like, please, sir. This is it. I'm done. I died in battle. I would like to go now. Yeah, League's cruel that way, man. I feel like Olaf just wants to be free. He's just shredding through these keeps, waiting for his opportunity to die a glorious death. It's a rough life.
For sure, man. I wonder if that's his lore. I haven't read his lore. Would be surprised if it did.
Look, I'm just saying there's always more opportunities for a Yamato ASMR stream. We could make it a broadcast segment. It's an option.
Let's ship it, man. Let's ship it.
As we check in on the map, though, you can see actually Zoe doing pretty well in the mid lane matchup. About pretty significant CS lead, actually 10 up. Burning through mana very quickly, however. You can see the Nemesis at least has the advantage there. Only about 150 gold lead so far. And in the top lane, Bwipo's doing fine. And Arome's not falling behind, which is huge, because when you look at these top laners, Arome at 10 minutes is usually at about 70 CS. His opponent on average is at 80. So this is not a man who wins lane.
And Bwipo got this beloved cheater base in. He has the longsword advantage. That's why Rome is pushing in now, and Bwipo can walk a bit more aggressively. On the other side, Mad Lion is also on bottom. You saw Misfortune got this cheater base in with the Doran's blade. So it's funny how both of these lanes interacted and have a slight advantage here. If Fnatic get this wave in, then it's super good for them because the cheater base is not going to matter and they're going to walk away with a recall. That's cool.
Easy to pull in, and now Bwipo, despite the level disadvantage, is just monstering that trade. Arome burns the Umbral Dash at the first Q proc on the Darkened Blade, means he can't really get any follow-up as Bwipo backs off, and like you said, 2 cheater recalls. And that's the thing I think that people often forget about MF Yamato. I think we talk about it a lot, but how ridiculous Strut is, the W, how much movement speed that gives you, how you just have free Mobies all the time.
Yeah, it's just a mobility boots, just active in your kit. And when you see those nerfs to Mobi boots, they cost 100 Gs more, and Misfortune is just giggling in her corner. It's quite OP, and I think Mad Lion is one of those teams that uses the best. That's why I was surprised that Misfortune got through in such a way, all the way to third pick, because Fnatic also liked it a lot, but the Zyrakan is also juicy. I think Fnatic is not going to look any worse because they gave Misfortune away in this one.
No, definitely not. Even keeping the pressure up in the mid lane, it is going to reset now as he does shove that wave in. Most likely has to look for a recall, but instead chooses to stick around. The Corrupting Pot keeping him topped up on mana, but this mid lane, he's like, I want to see an aggressive Syndra, and it feels like it's a lot more about aggressively pushing the wave on both sides than it is about trying to go for anything too crazy.
Yeah, mage versus mage, the usual, both have a defensive summoner and cleanse, so there's not too much aggression. I think in this game state, considering Gragas is even, I think he's super happy. Infernal Drake over the fact that Misfortune is out of mana, needs to base. So I like Fnatic that they're actually getting some kind of advantages. I think this game is going to blow up in about, around 3 minutes around the Rift Herald. Maybe we're going to see some kind of spike with a team fight. I'm hoping for it, at least.
Yeah, and I think Mad Lions have to be painfully aware of that potential swap to fight for the Rift Herald. Of course, have the additional movement speed on the MF. Maybe she can get there first. And remember, Fnatic, they're fighting for second, and that is going to be hugely important. It means that G2, now locked in first, cannot choose them in the playoffs, but Mad's battle is even more important, because fighting and getting into top 4 means you get that extra loss. You get the full double elimination experience instead of getting knocked straight to the loser's bracket like Rogue and Misfits are set to if Mad Lions win this game.
That's absolutely nuts considering the position Mad Lions came into the Spring Split. They have 4 rookies, any type of experience that you can get. You know, the first best of 5 can look night and day different in comparison to the next best of 5. So this best of 1 can mean you can play 3 more games, and that's just insane by itself.
Yeah, it's actually crazy how the stakes have just added up, because this was a game that was poised to kind of mean something, right? But at the end of the day, Mad's schedule was so hard and Rogue's schedule was on paper so easy that it didn't feel like Mad had a real shot. Now, Rogue losing in a way that I don't think anybody expected. Kind of just an abysmal game from them, and a great game from SK in the inverse side means that suddenly Mad are playing for all the stakes in the world. It was like they needed to beat OG or they needed to beat Fnatic, and now it's a sure thing if they can beat either one.
Yeah, from experience, just playing the last game of the day when you know these days are so tight and you have like the stars aligning for you. SK just suddenly smurfing on Rogue's face and just getting away with a W, just absolutely huge. Crazy for my Lions.
And now, I mean, like you said, we're kind of just waiting. You said, I think about 9 minutes was kind of the expectation. When is the Herald going to get contested? Obviously, it'll spawn at 8, and it's clear Selfmade setting up in that area, so they're aware of the objective. Looks like they want to put at least some priority down onto it. Humanoid, though, definitely playing with fire there. Luckily has Shadow to back him up, but always have to give that Olaf respect. Can just ult his way out of your sleep at any moment.
We have a situation where... Oh. We have a situation where I feel like both lanes just are contesting the push so evenly. They're just kind of hitting the wave, and instead we have a situation where for the first time in a long time, it is the top side of the map that is contesting around Rift Herald. But it's so difficult to start it, because always when you start it, you're going to be in a worse position than the other team, because you are in that little cove. Sometimes the enemy has to face check you, but it's an interesting dynamic we don't see too often, because usually it's the bot lanes that rotate up to the Rift Herald.
I feel like this situation isn't too bad overall. Just kind of means I think that we're going to have this stalled out action for at least a little while. I like the confidence here, though, from Mad Yamato. Moving in, contesting this red buff, trying to take at least some of this jungle away. They're going to blast gun over and they're going to get spotted out, but they got 4 members on the bottom side. Selfmade's only 3. Syndra's not in the area. Fnatic.
TP.
And he used their TP. Bwipo has the TP advantage now. He's looking to use it. Now he's zooming his way in and dunking right down, but the Thresh is there to deny the play, and that's the TP advantage as well as the flash gone.
I think Aroma just breathes out. He's like, I use my TP for my lane. I need to get back, beat by Ninja Tabi, and my team just secured this lane phase for me, because now the TP is gonna come off cooldown eventually, and they're going to be able to use this TP advantage. Aroma is super happy. That's always what you get nervous about when you play top lane and the enemy has TP and Prior. You're like, please don't get triple kill. And he just got away with murder there. Super good for my Lions.
Absolutely. You look at your bot lane, you're like, please. I know it's my fault, but please don't die. It's all I ask. Don't give him a kill. Don't give him anything. Like, please, I swear, I will turn this around if you just do not die to Bwipo. And lo and behold, the prayers are answered. Bwipo not able to find anything there. Gold dead even as we get close to 10 minutes. Fnatic's real only advantage is the fact that they have the Infernal Drake. And we're slowly getting closer and closer to that Blade of the Rune King for Bwipo, which I feel like will make this matchup very, very hard for Arome, especially because he's gone for the Colt.
What on earth is he buying? He's kind of buying a bit of everything. You know, the Doran Shield, Cull, Kindred Gem, Ninja Tabi. It just means he's going to finish whatever core item he's building, which is probably Black Cleaver so late. Whenever that Blade Runner King lands, as you just said, it's going to be tough in that side lane. Hopefully the Predator Gragas are going to back him up and cover for him. That's what he's playing for next.
Now finally we have the swap, the Ignite already going down just to stop that MF passive from going through. Big damage follow-up. Carzzy not afraid, however. Reckless stepping on the front line, flash forward. Reckless now in trouble, uses his ult, wants to pull the feathers back, but Reckless, no, biting off more than he can chew and coming out looking like a fool. Well played by Carzzy.
I can't believe it. Humanoid had a redemption in his hand. He just looted it on the wave, and he's like, hey, I'm gonna toss it up like a pizza up there. And then I don't think even Carzzy realized, because he kind of stepped it into it so late. You gotta see the replay. It looked like such a free kill. The flash came out early. I thought Carzzy's gonna be dead for sure. The combo lands. Boom. The Guardian. And then there's a redemption. Where's this coming from? It's Zoe. Zoe looted it in the lane. It's so crazy that this happens, because it's just the difference of 1-for-1 with MF losing the wave. Instead we have a 1-for-0 and Zaya's losing the wave.
And Yamato, sometimes we're playing League of Legends and sometimes we're playing Legends of Runeterra. Just like top deck redemption. Why not? You know what I mean? Just like draw the perfect card. Why not? Get exactly what you need on the Zoe. So, I mean, well played by Humanoid, well played by Mad, but for Reckless, that's one of those, I don't even think you can be upset You can be upset about Zoe getting that, but you have to know, like, oh yeah, I was right, but my damage calculations go from being perfect to 300 off when there's a free redemption involved. Now, however, the Herald resets. Fnatic have to walk away empty-handed once again. Mad's starting to pull into the lead, and because Fnatic are the team to start it, Mad are now in a decent position to take it themselves.
I was surprised that the aggro bar wasn't going down for some while. I thought Fnatic thought of some new strategy where you can take Rift Herald behind the corner, but luckily it reset because it kind of blew my mind for a second there.
Yeah, I thought they were changing the game. Not going to come through, but Nemesis is now going to be in trouble. Body slam. Nemesis cleanses out. Flash in. That's going to be the Ignite. Humanoid. Once again, this man's rolling perfectly on these summoner spells. The Lantern, though, will not save Shadow. Humanoid doesn't need it, and it's a bit embarrassing, but that means Selfmade will make it the 1-for-1.
We were talking earlier about how the stars have aligned for Mad Lions. Picking up an Ignite, securing the kill after the exhaust drops for Nemesis is just... it's so wild. It's so wild.
Wait, I think he got the Ignite top lane from Hylissang. I think
okay,
that's
thank
either
God.
I'm not sure. It's either the Creep or Hylissang. Without replay access, I couldn't look back and check, but pretty sure he got Redemption top lane, which gives him the kill. No, he didn't walk back to top lane. It is RNG. It is the Creep.
My goodness.
What a time to be alive, man. Humanoid. This is why Humanoid plays Zoe. He's good at Zoe, and he's the best RNG we've ever seen.
What's coming next? I'm excited. You know, whenever those bubbles are going to float in on those minions, what he's going to pick up? Maybe a TP all of a sudden.
Ooh. I think you can get TP anymore. I think they took that out because it was just too broken. Lucky for him. Can only steal Blippos. Single TP in the game, which is interesting because Fnatic are usually, have more globals, have more potential to move around the map. Surprised to see them. I understand why they have to take cleanse mid lane, but surprised to not see them pack at least one more TP on this team composition.
I like what we're seeing though, you know, we might have like a boring and slow game, but it just kind of shows that both teams are contesting the right space. So it's all about that river control on top side, and both teams are dancing around it. Whenever Mad Lions are showing in river, Fnatic take prior from top, and then it kind of bounces back and forth. It's all about, you know, making sure when you face check these bushes that you don't get caught for like a hook or something. Ooh,
good knockup. Charm, they're trying to ball through with all the CC that they can. They're going to take Shadow out before he can click the Lantern. Double, triple wards placed to deny that Lantern. Good coordination from Fnatic.
Luckily there's no luck involved when it comes to lanterns. Just warding. Good catch there onto Shadow. Means that Rift Herald's going to be secured.
Another redemption. Nemesis is going to die. Oh, he's ticking. Corrupting Potion. Oh, outweighs the Corrupting Potion damage. Just barely living.
He's continuing. He's continuing. He doesn't stop Humanoid.
Humanoid is on a roll. And there's now a TP coming in from Mad. Not sure whoever got. Oh, good news is Olaf is able to grab that one, but now he's running past Misfortunate Trouble. Self-made. Playing like a man possessed. Connects, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Romate's going to come in and finish the job, but that was excellent from Self-made.
Valhalla, take me home! He just sacrificed his life there for the Rift Herald. The fact that he stole it is so huge.
That was the Warrior's death. That was the Warrior's death we were waiting for.
He could just send him to Valhalla straight away. All the beer that he ever wants. Just take it.
Look, he slayed the giant monster. He slayed the MF2. Perfect situation. That's a hashtag worth sort of trade. We'll see what he does with the Rift Herald. Maybe this can get Fnatic out of the gold hole that they're in. It's only about 1,000 down, a little bit less, as Rome's trying to get something done here, but has to be careful. Hylissang can just re-engage. Luckily, Shadow is in the area, and Fnatic with 2 Drakes up, feel like have evened things out overall, but I'm impressed with how Mad have been playing.
Yeah, Mad Lions have kept up, and Humanoid, I feel like we call him inconsistent always for a good reason, because most of the weeks he was quite inconsistent, but I feel like he kind of mellowed out and has been more stable the last weeks. I think the next thing that I'm looking forward to now is, you know, considering both of these compositions. Wait, whip on the bush. Whip on the bush.
Ooh, the long con. One man, one desire.
Clancy's back, huh?
Selfmade is pissed he didn't get into Valhalla. He's coming. He's running it down. Oh, he's trying to get something done, but Cars is just going to be able to grab the Lantern and walk away. Mid does not want to overcommit. Blippo going to try to find someone to suplex back into the tower to use as a fairy to safety. The sidestep on that big fat haymaker connects on Kaiser. That's going to be the 1-2 punch. Blippo flashing out, and Shadow buries him to safety with the cast. Incredible. Oh! Big whip on this cast, but now Blippo and they're still alive. Oh, the double up! Are you kidding me, Carzy? Carzy find that one. He's going to get another one. The haymaker's not enough. Double kill for Carzy, but he has to die in the process. What is this game?
My goodness, this was a 2v4. This was a 2v4 that ended 2 for 3. Oh my goodness, Fnatic get a full top tower, top side, they keep pushing, a lot of CS lost, Syndra's pushing mid, everything is kind of collapsing it for Mad Lions because this dive was an absolute disaster. And on top of that, I loved how the redemption fell, but then I actually saw that, there's one in Kaiser's inventory, so thank God, not that other one is dropping in terms of RNG. Let's see this situation again, because Kaiser gets saved by the Lantern, the redemption drops. Have to see how this goes, because Whipper plays it so beautifully. He catches Thresh, gets his path into the turret, and gets a stun off, and that W is just humongous on so many people, man. It's very, very nice here from Whipper.
Gets the flash at the perfect time, so the cask sends him back under his own tower. With the Blade of the Rune King, he does so much damage. That was a generous angle on that double up, but it works in the end. Whippo gets taken out. Good haymaker from Whippo to turn it around as best he can, but that was... I'm going to watch that replay like 3 times after this cask, because that was just such a mess. It looked so cool, but no one walks away from that play like, yeah, okay, we played that one perfectly, except for probably Whippo.
That was pretty damn wild. The change-up for this game, though, considering mid-turret is gone, that's so huge for a champion like Zoe. She always needs a lot of space to play with, having no mid-turret, no top turret. Fnatic got so much space to play with. We're going to see some crazy Hylissang flanks on top of Humanoid, because this is how you defeat a Thresh and a Zoe. When they don't have the protection of that mid-turret, it's going to become very difficult to contest the mid-priors, considering there is no Rift Hell for them to take to even that out as well.
And Rome is getting absolutely blasted here. Can try to get a bit more healing. The tower is going to keep him alive for now, but that Blade of the Rune King on top of the Executioner's Calling means Rome has a very hard time in the 1v1. But we're going to turn back, though. Very aggressive. Predator now on the way in. Whippo debating his options here. Has the Haymaker. Has to wait. Pulls back with the Facebreaker. Can throw out the Haymaker now if he wants to, but it's too little too late. And a good collapse from Mad Lions. But now Humanoid is the man in trouble. There's no way he makes it out of this one. Hylissang just going to ult for good measure. Going to be a kill traded back for Fnatic.
Seems like Whippo also heard the rumblings of Valhalla. He just kind of ran up there and needs to pay attention to what Fnatic is doing on the map. They were hovering into bot side. Whippo was playing safe side there. He had the TP advantage, and the only play Mad Lions have there is to attack the TP, because otherwise they're going to be outnumbered. Because Orome, as we mentioned before, has no finished item. He has a bit of everything. He kind of got everything on sale. He went to a flea market, picked some stuff up. He's going to piece together some black cleavers and death dances soon, but at this point in time, Whippo is definitely a lot stronger.
It's like mom sent him out for groceries, and she's like, we need meat and we need vegetables. And he's like, I came back with rice. It was on sale. You know what I mean? The man can't resist a good deal, Yamato. He can't resist a good deal. I don't know what you want from him. At least he finishes the Black Cleaver now. Sadly, he dies on the top side in the meantime. And it's the goalie for Fnatic. Still only 1,000, Yamato, but they have 3 Drakes. They're on Soul Point, and it's only 20 minutes.
It's all about, we look at the items of every carry. Can Syndra finish an item within 3 minutes? Can Zai have an IE advantage within 3 minutes? The next goal and how Fnatic funnel it or how Mad Lions funnel it is going to change the next fight so much.
Very true. Hylissang, though, getting cheeky with the flash W over the wall. Not quite the entrance that he was hoping for, but Mad maybe going to try to find the flank. Have to be careful, though. Reckless knockback. Hook just barely not connecting there for Kaiser. And just a slow, steady siege in the meantime for the side of Fnatic.
I know this Humanoid, he gets kind of awkward sometimes when he needs to play side lane. Obviously with Zoe you don't want to, but now with the mid turret gone, it's hard to kind of use her at all. He was all the way down bottom, and Fnatic were like, oh, we're 45 on the top side of the map, let's pick up this turret, or at least do a lot of damage to it, so it's going to be a free pickup later. And Humanoid here showing some weird tendencies here with the Zoe. You want to send the Roman in the bot side, and you want to kind of play a 4-1 situation with the Misfortune Zoe. Maybe consider even putting Misfortune on side, because she's so much quicker with the movie boost that we mentioned earlier, so she can always move back after catching top side.
And Mad Lions is just a team that's kind of hard to predict. As we get into the mid to late game, sometimes they're making these incredible, fantastic plays. Sometimes they're getting caught left and right. And sadly, this game has been a mix of both for them. We've seen really solid plays. We've seen Orome getting caught. We've seen Humanoid getting caught. Maybe they can pull it together now as the team has grouped up here around the Baron Pit to lay down a bit of vision. But that's big damage coming in from the Syndra. Double Magic Pen means that Carzzy probably gets one shot if these fights don't go in their favor. The delay on Redemption healing is going to cost them a lot in any potential fights to come, but Fnatic busy elsewhere on the map means that they will give up this tier 1 top tower.
That's difficult in a perfect macro game to keep those tier 1 turrets alive. They are in so close proximity to everything. Fnatic should be able to take a lot of mid lane space, but it seems that they're just hovering around mid lane. not willing to face chicken in bushes while Zoe and Aatrox are showing on top side. I think they could be a bit more aggressive here. But I just thought it was hilarious how Humanoid looted another redemption and he just used it up top. It's just he's just calling a service. I need a redemption, and then the minions are coming in. Hey, okay, UPS.
Excuse me, Riot Games. Can I get a redemption, please? Oh, thank you. That's how we keep the script going. If you're wondering, we just throw a couple redemptions in, make things interesting. That's a joke. Some people can't tell when I'm being sarcastic, so I just want to be clear that's a joke, because I'm going to get some conspiracy thread on Reddit like 5 minutes from now about are they serious? Are they doing... No, that's a joke. He's just very lucky. Which, hey, doesn't hurt when you're playing against Fnatic. And right now, still gold even. I'm going to keep saying it because it keeps being the case. But now with Dragon a minute away and Baron up, I am quite concerned for Mad Lions.
I mentioned those items. We have double needed to be Lord Road and that double penetration on Syndra. Finished Infinity Edge. This makes such a huge difference, because if you look at Mad Lions' side, no IE, no double penetration for Humanoid. So this is going to make a big difference in the next fight.
Yeah, Merc Tread's a bit awkward there. It means he will not get one shot by the Syndra with the ultimate, but also means that he's not nearly as lethal to someone like Reckless. Good damage there, though, on the Paddle Star, and consistently trying to use this terrain to extend the range on the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, trying to find that big pick. And I mean, there's a Thresh, there's a Gragas, there's a Zoe. All it takes is one really good piece of CC to kick a fight off in favor of Mad Lions.
Mad Lions definitely need to land the right spells. They need to play the poke game, while Fnatic can be a bit more explosive in the way they engage. Hylissang, as long as he gets spotted, I think Mad Lions are very comfortable. Hylissang, I want him to see, I want him to come out behind, maybe W over the wall, and look for a flank, because that is going to be the game decided. Mad Lions are looking for him. They know.
Trying to see it. Even looking over. Hylissang finds it. That is the best Rakanol I have seen in a very long time, but the follow-up is not there. Now, suddenly, Bwipo dunking back down, and it's ult after ult. It's highlight real material, but we're pulling two back to the Faithbreaker, and Fnatic still just absolutely shredding through on this fight. Excellent start from Hylissang, good follow-up from Bwipo, and now Mad are just left running as the double kill comes through from Nemesis.
My goodness. Hylissang on the Rakan. I can't believe I forgot it in the Champions Select. Zyrakan. And that's the Ocean Soul as well. This is looking grim for Mad Lions.
Yamato, I think Mad forgot about it as well, because you can't forget the Hylissang Rakan. That was excellent engage. It took a little while for the follow-up to get there. I got a little concerned that he may have just ran in for nothing, but when finally the damage came through, it was more than enough, and now it's on a Rome and Shadow to stop this Baron from going down. But with the Ocean Soul, Fnatic are going to be pretty healthy through the entire take.
Bwipo should just chase Gragas around. He's hitting the Nash, and now it's turning into a 50-50. Dangerous stuff. Fourth place, Mad Lions.
Arcag's ticked. Can he get it? It's not going to be enough. He goes over the wall. Oh, hero play from Shadow, but he fails the flash too. It's insult to injury. Self-made potentially in trouble here, but Bwipo's going to stick around, brother in arms. Doesn't look like they both want to go to Valhalla, though. Bwipo thinks better of it. He's going to make his way out on this one. Can try to turn, though. If Rome gets too greedy here, Bwipo can look to... He's trying to stall, trying to buy time for the ultimate, waiting on the Haymaker. The Ocean Soul keeping him healthy. So much coming in from that Ocean Soul. The healing here is disgusting. The Haymaker will not connect, but big damage from Nemesis. He is just cleaning house. Double kill in the last fight. Double kill now here around the pit. He's going to fish for the triple. We'll see who gets it in the end, but Mad Lions went from dead... or close, neck and neck in this game, to just getting absolutely blasted.
Fnatic just went for a crazy 50-50. They wanted to go for it, and then Mad Lions seemed to have like a good chase going on. And then Fnatic so ice cold and patiently, like, we can stall this. Whip was running around with his Ocean Soul. He looked pretty dead, but then boom, like a snapping turtle, just snap back, boom. Mad Lions cut in half.
Yeah. Today on this episode of I Shouldn't Be Alive, a set with Ocean Soul refuses to die. And you can see Shadow, he's trying, and then in the moment as he gets pulled back, he panics. I think the pullback stopped that flash from taking him over the wall, and that's just brutal.
That was a rough flash. And then it's so beautiful here. Whip was there, like, jogging around, like moving, he's punching a little bit, waiting for cooldowns. Nemesis casually doing blue buff, why not? And then, here we go, here comes the snapping turtle, turn around, Bwipo. Actually, I screwed it up. The snapping turtle comes soon. There's the snapping turtle. There we go. Boom, boom, boom.
I mean,
my timing was off.
Matt put the hand in the mouth. You know what I mean? If you put your hand in the mouth of the snapping turtle, and will you expect not to get bitten? So, well played overall by Fnatic. I gotta say, Bwipo was probably counting down the seconds till his ult came back up. He wanted to look for the dunking Aatrox to that back line, but for now, Haymaker's going to have to be the thing that keeps him alive. Ocean Soul and the additional regen on his passive means that he's still living, but Humanoid going to finish that one out. Meanwhile, the rest of Fnatic just looking to end the game, walking down, breaking some inhibitors. They've got bot lane, they've got mid lane, so while Mad got the consolation prize of taking down Whippo after that last fight, not going to get much else.
One of those situations where I don't mind Whippo dying, because it's just, I can imagine his voice saying, what are they doing here? They're losing the base. What are they actually doing here? Because they just lost a clean inhib, and maybe with Mad Lion's composition, maybe they could stall out a bit longer, maybe poke with Zoe a little bit. Those extra minions are going to mean that they get a bit of more gold, but I don't think that's going to be the difference maker here. I think Fnatic are very happy to trade one for an inhibitor there.
Yeah, and you look at Whippo's build, I mean, he's doing well in team fights, but he's also built to split push, so if they're going to send 3 people to kill him, the rest of the team is totally happy with that exchange. Now, good news for Orome is that he does now have the Death Stance, a bit of MR, a bit of armor now with the changes coming through on this patch, additional sustain too. Still think the 1v1 is so hard for him, but we've seen what an Aatrox can do in the right situation in a late game fight. Maybe he can find that flank and get something happening in Mad's favor.
It's also the conversation of playoffs and defining the kind of playstyles of these teams, and Mad Lions is one of those teams where I feel like they have the most success when Oroma is playing something that is more weak side oriented, which is fine for an Aatrox most of the time because he's not going to fall that far behind, but I don't feel like Aatrox is going to be impactful enough for Oroma in these team fights. I think you need to have like a pristine, crystal clear Aatrox, like a Wunder in team fights, coming from those flanks, finding those angles, or
you need
even
that,
further, like the Shy.
Yeah, you need that the Shy highlight versus G2 where he just like dunked down. Against Fnatic. It was against Fnatic where he just dunked down and killed an entire team with a Q, basically. Like that's what you need, and I'm not sure if Orome has it in him. We'll hold out, but for now it is just the survival game for Mad. Fnatic can take their time. If they get Elder, the game is over. If they get Baron again, the game is over. So they're really in no rush.
They can just control the space. Hylissang's gonna find that beautiful flank again because Mad Lions need to face check. And at this point in the game, no one in the game can actually face check. You're gonna face check and you're gonna die. You can pray for 3 redemptions if you want to. The Executioner's Calling is gonna have a lot of value, but that's not gonna save you at all. So Fnatic definitely in control.
Yeah, and important to remember, we've talked about stakes before, but for Mad Lions, they need you to win a single game after Rogue's loss today to secure 4th place in the league. One game. It's either here versus Fnatic or tomorrow versus Origin. One game is all it takes. And while they are down in this game, they're not out yet. They can't afford to, get tilted. They can't afford to lose sight of the goal in front of them, because as much as it looks like Fnatic are poised to win, Mad turning this one around is hugely season-defining. In the past, 5 versus 6, 4 versus 5 versus 6, like nobody really cared. It was 1 or 2 or nothing. But in this season, with the new rule set, top 4 is everything.
For sure, man. So crazy. I just considering Misfits and Rogue, they don't have that much experience in best of 5s. When I look at Fnatic and G2, they don't kind of care. They just want to kind of win the whole split. That's what they're gunning at. At Lions, the other teams, it's all about that experience. Anything they can take, they should just grab. And this was the moment to grab it. Maybe a steal or some of the miracle Zoe bubbles. Who knows? It needs to happen now.
Nemesis right now setting up the pick in the bush. You can see him just spamming Dark Spheres just to make sure that ult's going to do as much damage as possible. Whippo trying to get some mid lane control. Karzi set to clear out the wave on the side. Everything is about setting up for this objective for both these teams. But right now, Nemesis is fishing for the pick. Ooh, good cast, good knockback. Shadow tries to go over the wall, but it's not going to happen. The re-engages there. A beautiful Zanya so to buy a bit more time. The redemption coming in as well. Humanoid. Oh, the team. Are you kidding me? Fnatic, gods of team fighting here in the LEC, and now they're just taking their time with it. They're running them down, and Orome can't do anything. Hylissang's got the fancy shoes on. He's moving so fast, and Orome might get the Lantern out to safety, but that is most certainly the end of the game as Kaiser is just next on the list. Double kill for Reckless. He'll look to make it a triple as Fnatic will just barrel down the bottom lane and close this game out.
Honestly, that Zoe playing peekaboo, showing up, Whippo picks him up, slams him down, and Fnatic, sure, Mad Lions, they still can live to fight another day tomorrow, but for today, crushing Mad Lions' dreams.
Beautiful win from Fnatic, gotta say it. Really, Mad Lions doing okay at the start of the game, but never really advantaged, just at best going even, and when Fnatic started to get rolling, there was just nothing left. You just couldn't do it. Ocean Soul was probably the final nail in the coffin, and Mad Lions were just slowly watching themselves lose the game. Brutal way to go out, but as you said, they have to stay composed. They have to play Origin tomorrow, and a win there will still lock them in top 4 and lock both Misfits and Rogue out.
Honestly, Fnatic just showing what top European class means. It's all about those small victories all over the map, the CS advantages, the movements, the pickoffs on, like for example, Gragas before the Rift Herald, the way Selfmade played that little fight, all these small pieces that eventually amounts to the situation where, okay, the enemy team has an IE advantage over the BF and the pickaxe, and all of a sudden that fourth Drake fight looks so much easier for Fnatic because of all of these small advantages. Just Fnatic with a very, very clinical performance.
Overall, yeah, it looked fantastic and some highlight reel moments as well. I think we had multiple beautiful ults from both Hylissang and Bwipo, the kind of setup that you love to see. And looking back at that game, I mean, I just think that what we're seeing from Fnatic and Draft, I'm so ready for Fnatic versus G2. That's really all it is. I can think of a million different ways to say it, but that's the bottom line. I'm just so ready for Fnatic versus G2 because Fnatic are doing all the crazy stuff in Draft that I love to see from G2. And they're looking stronger and stronger. And even though G2 2-0'd them this season, I feel like a best of 5 of that is everything I could possibly want.
It's going to be so crazy. It's crazy how fast the split has gone by, because that best of 5 is what we've been thinking about ever since we saw them play the last time. And now being so close to it is just absolutely insane. It's going to be an absolute banger. Mad Lions on the other side. I think they showed some promise here in this game against Fnatic. Definitely, if they play like this against Origin, I think this is going to be a competitive game, because I think Origin will not be the type of team that kind of rolls over you. And I think Mad Lions, if someone told me no name tags here, who's this team, I'll be like, oh, this could potentially look like an Origin level of gameplay. And I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup. The last time Xerxes absolutely demolished them in the jungle, the Shadow with the Karthus. If Mad Lions don't do something like that, where they just lose the game in 5 minutes, I think it's going to be a very competitive game.
And I just never know what to expect from Mad Lions, Yamato. Sometimes they look incredible. Sometimes they look a little bit lost. We're going to have to find out. But in the meantime, Kia Player of the Game at Twitter is the place. At LEC is the account. Bwipo, Selfmade, or Hilly are your options. And in the meantime, we've got an interview ready with a member of the victorious Fnatic.
Thank you, Mithi, for joining me. Actually, it's the first today. It's been 9 weeks since you embraced this new challenge as a coach. So what strikes you as the most challenging part and interesting part of the work so far?
Hello. It's a good question. I don't really know how to answer that, honestly. Okay. I mean, I just try to help the guys, and I guess the challenge sometimes is dealing with 5 pro gamers. You know, you have to be a bit crazy to be a pro gamer, so but it's okay because I'm crazy too, so it kind of works out.
To be a pro gamer yourself, so you know what you're talking about, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
But, I know that every team organizes in a different way usually. So can you tell me about the way Fnatic organizes? You have a mix of rising players and experienced players within the same team. So do you, as a coach, have the final word, or is it more of a discussion between you guys?
We try to make it be a discussion. I don't think I've ever been put in that situation yet where I have to make like a really final call about something very important. I think it doesn't really matter if people are experienced or rookies. Everyone has a lot of respect for each other and trust. I'd like to believe so, at least. So there's that. And yeah, I think it's just mostly a team effort. I think everyone just tries to play their part. Sometimes I feel like I'm like a little bit too much of like the guy that is telling people what to do, but we're trying to tune that down. I think like the role I try to have in the team is more of a sixth player that that isn't very that is not playing, you know, and it's mostly just like seeing the game from the outside and trying to give them a fresher perspective on some things. So that's kind of the role I'm trying to have.
I see, and you managed to do it really well. I mean, Fnatic is locked in playoff and maybe about to take top 2. And I mean, you've been carrying a heavy name, if I may say, because over the years, we often mentioned the expectations and pressure that comes with the orange and black jersey. So how did you manage to work around this and not let it affect you when you do your work?
I've had the luxury of having worn a lot of very important and colorful jerseys along my career. So at this point, you know, I just don't think about it too much. I just appreciate, you know, all the fans that that support every team and just League of Legends and let us do what we do and make a living out of it. So I just go with the flow and try to help whenever way I can.
And you mentioned it yourself. You played for such a long time before role swapping, if I can call it this way. So did you have any expectations when it comes to coaching that turned out to be either false or more complicated than it seemed to begin with?
No, I mean, I think it's actually, the one thing that I didn't expect is the balance between watching games and playing games. Usually, I've been playing for like 8 to 12 hours a day, every day in the past, and then having to watch games for like 6 hours, and then like not really knowing what to do with my life because. Sure, I could do like the usual normal people stuff, going to the gym and taking care of myself, all that stuff. But then at the same time, I actually feel like I want to play the game too. So I'm having a hard time balancing myself out. But I think, with time, it should get better, hopefully. So yeah, we'll see about that. But the luxury is at least I'm playing a lot right now. So I also feel like I really understand like the game at a quite good level. So yeah.
And
I'm confident in what I have to say.
I have a follow-up on that because you've been playing for so long and now you have to just, you're on stage to draft and then you have to go backstage and just basically let the magic happen. So how is it being not helpless, but just having to watch backstage when you've been used to playing on stage for so long?
Oh, it's really annoying actually, because I see the whole map and I also like mostly understand what my players are going through in their thought process and so on. And sometimes I get really pissed off that they don't see any of that. So yeah, it's quite a frustrating feeling. At first it was just nerve-wracking, but now it's just getting more and more frustrating.
I mean, given the result, they must be doing pretty well. I mean, is there anything you would like to say to your players, actually? Some praise? I know that Wipo is waiting for the post-game lobby, so anything you want to say to them?
No, they're doing great, of course. It's just like the feeling of being backstage and not really having any chance to influence the game that's making me frustrated. Not like that they're playing bad or anything that,
I mean that.
Yeah, like the guys are doing great and they're putting even extra effort for playoffs, and we can I can really feel that. We've been having the trouble of having to practice online and all that. So, it's kind of hard sometimes to get the point across and work through the internet without having the empathy of face-to-face communication. So, yeah, we've been trying to work around that, and I think everyone is putting in the extra work. So, really appreciate that.
Berlin internet not helpful lately, but I hope things can get better for the playoffs. Before sending it to PGL, I want to have your input on something. The broadcast will talk about who should be the spring MVP here. So who should get it?
The spring MVP?
Yeah. You can name 3 players. Make it easier, maybe.
No, I'll name Wipo. I think he should get it from our team. I think he's done a great job this split.
Wipo, well, let's see what he has to say. Take it away, Jacques. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Oh, well, I guess we're already here. Hello. Welcome, everyone, to the LEC postgame lobby at the online edition. I'm Shax, and I'm joined here by Verius and by, I think, the person who, if we don't have cameras, has the most expressive voice, next to also having a very expressive demeanor. Wipo, welcome. He might not be there yet because he was sharing the headset with, I believe, Mithy, and maybe in Fnatic House they don't have that many headsets. And so, who knows what's happening? I mean,
Shocks, it's very common. They've got to get from their gaming chairs to the interview lounge. Like, it happens in the studio all the time. We're just kind of recreating that feeling, So we can just chat about what a pretty crazy game that we just saw. I thought it was close up until it wasn't. It was one of those situations where I'm looking at Mad and I'm like, okay, Mad, this is actually pretty solid. Like, you've punished a couple of small mistakes from Fnatic. This is looking good, but then it just got to a point where every play that they tried to make, Fnatic was consistently outplaying them. And I'm glad we have Wipo here because he was one of the big playmakers in this game for me. He was someone Especially
I'm here.
Yay! Hi.
Welcome, Whippo. It's great to have you.
Yeah.
You can talk a little bit about.
It's great to be here. About last game?
Yeah, that one.
I feel like last game was a bit clunky. Like from our end, it was like some plays were kind of fortunate in the early game. I think that, for example, Mad Lions had an opportunity to look on our bot lane for a dive before we quite got there, and I got, I wasn't sure what was going on, so I TP'd early to make sure that if they went for a dive, I could punish. Didn't quite work out. Tried to make the most out of my TP anyway, and failed miserably. That said, the Herald play as well, Aatrox TPing in, Selfmade making a clutch play, cleaning up the MF before dying, picking up the Herald anyway. Like, these kind of plays can go way worse, right? Like, Selfmade could have just died, they could have taken the Herald from him when it was low HP, and all of a sudden this game looks a lot difficult. From our perspective as a team, we didn't actually feel like it, because of these early game mistakes. Once the ball got rolling, we managed to take team fights quite handily.
I'd love to know what you think about Mad, if you can form an opinion, because we've had a bit of a discussion about who we think under the top three could have like the most ability to upset or have a really good run in the playoffs, and then we thought maybe it could be Mad, but I'd love to know what you think.
It's kind of difficult to say because I feel like most of these teams are very... right now, especially in weeks 8 and 9, I feel like when I'm watching other teams play, I feel like a lot of the players are choking. And I know it's a term that's very overused, but the way I like to look at it is that there's a lot of pressure on these players, and they're making decisions that, they're going in times where it feels a bit too forced, and they're not taking fights that you feel like you would usually see them take and end up winning. And I think that makes it very difficult to say the gauge, the real strength of all the teams coming into playoffs. Because I feel like a lot of the teams where you can reliably say that they're going to make a big play or that they're good at taking over games through certain ways, it isn't really showing. And I think that the strengths of a lot of teams, like Rogue, for example, I think Misfits as well as Mad, like all their strengths, they're kind of watering out, I guess. Like you can't really tell in the games that they're winning what's making them win, and in the games that they're losing, it just doesn't feel like they have much life at all.
Okay, that's fair. I think also there's something to be said for the fact that teams like Fnatic and like G2 are ramping up towards the playoffs. As we button up this game, the key up player of the game, to my surprise, Bippo, is Hylissang.
I don't think I was surprised at all. I think he played very well.
No, but I mean that people voted for the support.
I'm happy they did. Like he deserves it. He played really well today. I think it was probably one of the best games of the split for him. Like it's probably one of his best. It's a classic on his Rakan, of course.
Yeah.
The Drake fight, I think, set the pace of the game. The one where he ended up charming 4 people, knocking up 2 or 3. I think that really set the pace of the game, and we were able to take over from that fight. So I'm happy to see that he actually got the MVP for that.
Yeah, just to be clear, no shade from my side. It's just that support sometimes have a very hard time of getting voted.
It's true.
But Hilly won. Yeah, there we go. So, Whippo, now we want to take you into what could be a very interesting discussion. As you know, the MVP voting is on the horizon. It will happen after week 9, and we wanted to take a look at some candidates. Now, Mithy already nominated you, and I'm going to let Andy talk first and then let you answer. As to yourself, Whippo, as an MVP candidate, what are your chances? And how much do you think you deserve it? But I'll let you think about it. Andy, do you think Whippo deserves it?
Well, he's one of my candidates. From Fnatic, I thought a lot about who I would want to put on there, and I think, honestly, Whippo has had a fantastic split overall. Not only in terms of... admittedly, at the beginning of the split, his laning phase was a little... debatable, but I think that he's ramped up pretty dramatically throughout the split. But what's impressed me the most is how much impact he's had on the map. And the Zac game was really the game that really stood out to me, where he was struggling in lane, at least it looked like it on paper, but then he went from that to consistently finding good engages, to roaming around the map, to peeling for his teammates, and you saw it on plays like Set with the Pantheon. We did get to see a couple of good Rengar games from him as well, and I feel like not only has he demonstrated a wide depth of champion pool, but he has been impacting the whole map very consistently, especially in the second half of the split, and for a top laner to do that, I think is very challenging. So he's definitely one of my candidates for MVP of the split.
Wow, high praise, Whippo.
Wow, I can't really. I think my split's been pretty solid. I think in general, I feel like as a team, the games that we win, they feel very good. I think most of the game was like one or two mistakes that we're looking at and are like, this is easily fixable. And that gives a lot of confidence for me and to play my game and in general, I think for the whole team in the sense of when we look good, we look really good. And I think that's like one of the biggest confidence boosts for our whole team. So for me, I mean, being MVP or not, it's not really a conversation I've ever like thought of because there was always Reckless or Caps or whoever that I'm like, you know, even if I got close, these guys are probably getting, like, Reckless is probably getting it over me, or in 2018, Caps is probably getting it over me anyway. So, it's not really a conversation I like to think about too much. Like, if I get it, I'd be really happy, but in general, right now, I just want to do what my team needs me to do to win, and if that's good enough, then that's good enough.
Okay, well, I can follow that. I also think it's one of those tricky ones because you can be so damn good, but there are a lot of good players in Europe. I mean, and especially with a G2 around, and I think we talked a lot about Jankos and Perks, for instance. Can you follow that line of thinking in terms of possible MVPs?
For sure. I mean, I think G2 in general has looked like they're a solid team. I think that in general they've looked. It's been a little bit different for them because they had a lot of the Enchanter support top lane play style. That's obviously a style where they're going to look a little bit worse in the early game because you don't actually have a top laner that's out pressure or anything like that. So it's a very different dynamic and it has an impact on the rest of the team as well, right? I believe they played 5 games or so with that. So that obviously puts a dent in the rest of the team's performance because the enemy top laner can roll mid. Like the enemy top laner has a lot more pressure topside, so he can invade. Like the enemy jungle can invade Jankos' jungle more often and whatnot, right? So all things considered, I think their mid jungle has played very well at times. But I also feel like at least early on in the split, you could definitely tell that there was some lack of synergy between Perks and Jankos. That said, now moving forward, I think they've fixed that and they look pretty solid. They've had both really good individual performances. Jankos on the Pantheon, for example, I believe last week he played 2 very strong games on that, and then even today, Perks and Zakali looked very clean.
Yeah, indeed, and I think it's very hard to put anything against that, but you are right that when you have to think about how they're playing now, but if you take everything into account, maybe you could make a case for other players, but Perks and Jankos, and I think just the sole fact that Perks has never won an MVP, which we talked about already, is just crazy, and I think that speaks to the fact that you, for instance, are having one of the best splits you ever had, but that's not always enough.
Of course, like it's a competition, right? Like you're competing in the LEC. You're always going to try to be the best, but it's very hard to be the undisputed #1, right? That's why the MVP voting always has multiple candidates, and it's very hard to be like, okay, this is the guy that made the most difference, hands down. And that's why it's an interesting conversation because everyone can add to their opinion, their look on the game. Like, what is this guy doing that other people aren't, and in these type of questions is all things you add up into the conversation about being MVP, because there's always the hypothetical of, is it the best player on the worst team or is it the best player on the best team, right?
And I love that point because when we think about certain, like Odoamne is a great example of someone that I think really shone on a team that was really struggling, and would he ever be in consideration for MVP, right? When you think about what he tried to do and the impact that he had on his team, it's a very difficult conversation to have because the team isn't winning. But what I think is really fascinating is someone we put at the mid-split was Alphari, and we recognized him as having a very fantastic first half, but then in the second half a little bit shaky. But then at the same time, he fills this role on Origin of pretty much doing anything that his team needs, very similar to Bwipo, but I think that the way in which they impact the map is quite different. So I'm curious as to what you think, Bwipo, in terms of would Alphari be someone that you consider MVP worthy based on his split as a whole?
As a split as a whole, I mean, it's very difficult to say. The thing about like MVP for me is like I like a player that makes the team that helps the team thrive outside of their comfort zone. I think that's a huge deal for an MVP player, in my eyes at least, in the idea that Origin's a very slow team. So for me, to really see an MVP candidate in OG, I would need that player to be someone that can make the game fast. That will make him really shine out to me. What?
You want OG. You just
I don't know. This is the thing. I don't know if I would be able to speed the game. And of course, you know, you don't want a player that's speeding the game up backwards and your Nexus is exploding faster. That could happen if I would play on OG, of course. But you get my point, right? It's like you do, like, I think that's like what makes a team interesting, you know? I think Fnatic as a team, I think most people will be like, the bottom lane, Reckless, Hylissang, Selfmade and Nemesis, synergy, right? So to have a top laner that, like, actually stands out a little bit is something that people will look at, right? Because it's like, oh, well, their top laner is doing something. That's great, right?
Yeah.
Finally, before we move on from the MVP one, is there anyone we didn't mention that you would like to mention, Bwipo?
It's hard to say. Like, it's hard not to be toxic, of course. Like, you know, like, a lot of my teammates played very well this split. I don't know if they deserve MVP or not, because it's very difficult for a player. Like, when I see my own teammates play, it's like someone has to be so much better than the rest that I would notice that they should get MVP, if that makes any sense. Like, that's why I think if you ask any of my teammates, it's not like anyone's going to be like, oh, this guy is like really shining. Because I think all my teammates are playing very, very well this split, and I'm just very happy in general with the performance of our team.
Yeah,
that said, trying to think.
Well, the thing is, it could just be this clear cut, right? Because I think in the middle of the split, we had a lot of, Febiven's playing out of his mind, but then Misfits dropped off a bit. So I think if you say Bwipo, Perks, Jankos, I think you're doing a pretty good job. Of course, at LEC, if you want to flame us, no worries there.
I think that's a pretty solid round, I guess. I mean, I'm so surprised I'm there, but yeah. Right, Reckless has had a really solid split. That is true. He has played very, very solid. I think that if you're looking at value from an idea of, like, can't go wrong, he is probably the most valuable player in Europe, right? You can't go wrong with having him. And I think that is one way of looking at most valuable, right?
It's true.
Definitely true.
Well, contentious topic, but I think, we've got some good names here. Let's move on to the standings. Important updates. G2, they have secured the first seed in the spring playoffs. The battle for fourth, though, it is still wide open. Yeah, is that a little bit of a rain on your parade that you couldn't lock in first place, Bwipo?
Not immediately. I mean, in general, unless G2 tries to be cheeky and picks us if we end up third, I don't think there would be a world where we would pick them if we got first and they got third for any reason. I mean, maybe we would for, like, mental advantage and all these things, you know. Teams like to think about that stuff. People like to talk about that and whatnot. But I think it's fairly clear cut that one of us is going to play OG and the other one is going to play fourth place, and that's just the way it's going to go. Again, if G2 wants to challenge us in case we get third place and go for the banger straight off the bat, then I'm down. But I think realistically speaking, we're both going to play a best of 5, and then based on the outcome, we're going to see each other. That's what I'm assuming. Of course, there could be upsets. That's what's interesting. That's what I like about this format, right? It's like, even if we get upset or G2 get upset, we could still meet in the finals, right? And that's really awesome about the new format. That said, like I said, it doesn't really change much in the sense that unless G2 picks us, it doesn't make a difference.
I love how you look at it. It's like, oh, we'll still make it to the final anyway, and like all the lower place teams are like, yes, we have more chances to beat, to upset them. You're like, no, we're gonna.
That's just what I expect. That's what I expect. I do expect the G2 Fnatic final. I could be wrong, but I feel like all things considered, from what I've seen from a whole split so far, 17 games, I think that's quite enough to have an idea at least. Mm-hmm. And the way I feel playing against teams, especially online as well, right, is that in general, we're the most resilient teams, and I think resilience is something that definitely comes into play when you start playing several best of 5s. And with a losers bracket introduced, you can't just lose your best of 5, you know, like I don't know who's going to hit top 4, but let's say one of the newer teams hits top 4, they lose their first best of 5, and then, you know, they tilt. You know, I know people like using that word, but you get the point, right? And that type of resilience is something I think G2 has shown several times. Even in 2018 summer, when they ended up going to Worlds, it was something that nobody actually expected from them, right? Mm-hmm. And in 2019, there were several best of 5s. I was on the receiving end of that resilience at some point. They ended up crawling back to a victory, and I think that that's very important when you're looking at a playoffs format as a whole. And I think Fnatic as a team, we also bring that resilience to the table, and it'll be very hard to get rid of us in the format like that.
Yeah, I think that's a very apt observation. We'll see how those playoffs play out. As said, in terms of that top four, it's still between Rogue, Misfits, and Mad Lions. But Mad Lions are the only team that have the destiny in their own hands. If they win tomorrow, that means they are that fourth place. Let's take a look at the schedule to see who they are playing tomorrow. I don't remember from the top of my head.
G2, I believe, no? Mad Lions?
See, it's not easy, so that's what's in my head. Yeah, it's Origin,
It's Misfits.
actually.
Oh,
It's Origin. Third time's the charm. Hey,
All right, there we go.
I'd be pretty optimistic if I was a Mad Lions fan. If there's anyone out of the top three you'd want to play, I guess you'd want to play OG, no?
I'm not sure. Like, you'd have to ask them. I mean, they just asked us, so I don't think they want a rematch, do they?
So the thing is, right? The thing about playing G2 and Fnatic is that I think that both those teams are more willing to take risks, and as a result, there are closer windows of opportunity where you can take advantage of them, even though on paper Fnatic and G2 should have better players. But the problem with playing against Origin is you have to adapt a playstyle that is like Fnatic and G2, where you're willing to push Origin outside their comfort zone. So first you have to meet the quality bar of their players, and then you have to be willing to push them outside of what they like to do. And if you can't do that, then they're very difficult to play against, which is why I think Origin does so well against teams below them. And I think that Mad will struggle more against Origin just because of the nature of their playstyles and how they interact than they necessarily would against a Fnatic and a G2.
Okay. Well, final question for Bippo before we let him go. I know we've been talking for a while, so it's Misfits versus G2. That's our match of the week. That's not necessarily what I want to talk about. Did you see the Kalista top today? And what did you think?
Oh, I didn't. I saw him play it, and I didn't see the early game though, so I can't really speak for that. yeah, he was 60 CSO. I mean, I think that's like a given. Like that's necessary for this champion to work top lane. I think it's a given. Like I don't think there's any champion really in the game. I think there's like one champion in the game I can think of that can match Kalista early game. And if you're not willing to play that, it's really tough. So it's just a champion that I feel like he reminds me of Jace. And Kalista reminds me of Jace in the sense that if you're willing to pick this champion and you're willing to commit resources to it, then you really don't want to play against that. You know, like if you're playing against a team that wants to do that, you're just like, you know, as a top laner, I know I'm like, it's not like by any means that the game is lost if she has a 100 CS lead or anything like that, because it's not a champion that completely takes over team fights or anything like that, right? Like they actually have to play a good macro game from start to finish when you lock in that champion. So for me, Kalista in playoffs is mostly a champion that's like, people busted out game one, and if it works, enemy team will probably end up banning it, and if it doesn't, then you're 0-1 down, and you're like, well, at least we tried.
Sounds like G2 will do it 2 games in a row and lose against you guys and then turn it around. Oh, sorry.
Maybe something like that. I mean, it could work. I'm just saying, like, it's a champion that, like, it's very much like Jace. It's something that, in a best of one, you probably just want to remove, because if the enemy team, like, if the stars align, they play very well around it, the pressure's too much. You don't find any openings to get kills, because I think that's their biggest weakness as a champion, is she's relatively immobile. In the idea that if you have some hard CC, some point and clickers, some Maokai's, Ornn-esque champions, it's pretty hard for her to do anything. However, if she doesn't actually end up getting locked down, it's very easy for her to take over a game and just be very strong in every fight coming up.
Okay, pretty nuanced opinion, not just pick Kalista, win the lane. Thank you so much, Bippo. We'll be looking forward to your last game tomorrow, and then, of course, Fnatic in the playoffs. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll leave you be for now. We're going to say goodbye to everyone at home. Fear not, we will be back tomorrow for the last day of the regular season. We'll see you then. Goodbye.
Bye.
Wish right on the start, planet in the dark. Oh, 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 oh. We were there to talk, sitting in the car. Whoa. Speaking up and running away. Not much left to make us stay. Didn't know where we wanna go. Oh, but I would never care to know. No. Oh